Advocate Mokhaitz, are we ready?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready.
Yeah. The witness that is before us, is he the witness that we have expected here? And what are the full names of the witness?
The name of the witness is Mr. Fadiel Adams. He is a member of parliament, and Chair, I confirm that I have had consultations with the witness, and he's produced a statement, and he is ready to give his evidence.
Good evening, Mr. Fadiel Adams, and how are you?
Good evening, Chair. I'm doing well, thank you.
Welcome to our proceedings, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Our proceedings start by way of administration of oath on the witness. Let me take this opportunity and thank you for availing time to do consultations with our legal team, but also making yourself available to appear before this committee. This ad hoc committee has been appointed by the National Assembly to investigate the allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, General Tantam Kwanas. And the committee has invited you here to help it in its oversight and investigative work. Amongst others, it's investigating, number one, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killing Stars team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number two, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership of the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation to you, the chairperson of this ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide information to the committee, if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Honorable Adams, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Honorable Adams, you are, however, protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before the House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 1, Section 17, subsection 2 of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
The oath, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. You have elected oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Fadiel Adams,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in. We are going to hand over to Advocate Mkhwaezi and yourself to present evidence. How much time do you need, Advocate Mkhwaezi, in the presentation of evidence?
Chair, I'll try to not go beyond 2 hours.
Okay.
Like
So
yesterday.
thereafter, Honorable Adams, we are going to allocate time to members of the committee to ask you questions. And please remember that you will not leave the house until the chairperson informs you that we have come to the end of the proceedings. Honorable
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want us to be practical. We must agree now before we start, because we can, in the middle of the road, we say we are no longer continuing. If you look at the time, it's 8 minutes to 8. 2 hours will be around 10. And if you allocate us our normal 30 minutes, unless you change like you did today and say 15 minutes, but as well, let's count that. That it is possible for us to be out here around 1 or 2. If we agree, so be it. Thank you.
That is our agreement. It was us who took a decision that after Advocate Mashura, we are taking Honorable Adams. So we have already sworn the witness in is all systems go. Whatever time we finish this morning,
Yes.
I will thank you for the work that we would have done.
As long as people are not going to leave, because they normally leave, Chair, and we always hear people leaves, you'll say, no, I've got a commitment. We'll end up being 4 or 5 years.
So long as there is a chairperson here and a witness, the proceedings go ahead. Honorable Matthys.
Chair, I don't recall us agreeing that we were going to do questions as members of parliament tonight. From my understanding was that we were going to let the evidence leaders do their part, and then we would arrange another day for Honorable Adams to come back to do the questions. And it's also not going to do justice to us to be able to do questions. We even raised the issue that the evidence is quite comprehensive as well. So we must do justice.
Yeah, we will cross the river when we come to it. Let's allow the evidence leaders to and Honorable Adams to present evidence.
Should I proceed, Chair? Or?
Yes, you have been given a green light by the chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just as a matter of housekeeping, I just want to clarify the bundles that members have that were distributed to members. So members would have Honorable Adams' statement, and that would be accompanied by a bundle of annexures. It's just one bundle of annexures, although the bundle seems to refer to part 2. So there's one bundle of annexures, and the annexures are made reference to in his statement. And then there's an exhibit bundle, which Mr. Adams has requested to also have before the committee, although he hasn't made any averments in relation to the exhibit bundle, but he wanted to keep it at hand in case questions are asked about the information contained in that bundle. Chair, then there's also an extract of General Mkonazi's statement, which he made to the committee, or rather before the Madlanga Commission, which we've attached to his statement before this committee. This is just for ease of reference for members, because I do intend to refer Mr. Adams to portions of this particular extract. So just so that members can have it handy. So that's it.
The moment, Skosana.
I'm not sure whether I heard very well the issue of that there's a Madlanga.
Chair, it's an extract of a statement which was attached to General Mkonazi's statement before this committee. Chair would remember that the General Mkonazi's statement to the Madlanga Commission was attached as an annexure to his statement to this committee. And we've just taken a portion of that because it deals with some of the allegations that the General Mkonazi has made against Honorable Fadiel Adams.
Yeah, my issue, Chair, was that it should be our statement, not Madlanga. Ad hoc committee here. Madlanga is something else. You know, if it must be changed, it has to be changed to an ad hoc committee here.
No. It's not an affidavit of the witness. Yes, it's not an affidavit. The witness has an affidavit.
The problem is that once you say Madlanga, it means we are somewhere else.
No. There you are wrong. You yourselves as the members of this committee have sent me as the chairperson to go and meet with the chairperson of the Madlanga Commission on exchange of documents. And we even came back to the committee and reported that we will exchange documents. And every time a document from the Madlanga Commission comes here, it doesn't come as a primary document. It comes as an annexure. So that is.
Thank you, Chair. You answered me.
That is exactly
I'm
what
fine. I'm fine, Chair.
What the legal team is saying.
Chair, I'm okay. For you to explain further, I'm accommodated now. Because what I don't want is that initially we had a debate about that issue. Thank you, Chair.
I'm prolonging the night. Advocate Mukhaitz, are we ready to go?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, in you we trust.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams has indicated in my earlier reference to the documents, you were called here because of allegations that General Mkonazi has made in relation to your conduct. He alleged that you had unauthorized access to intelligence information and that you used it recklessly and that for your own benefit, and that is essentially why you were called by the committee to address those allegations. But in your statement, you've also indicated in paragraph 4 of your statement, you've indicated that you also wish to assist the committee in relation to its terms of reference, and the issues raised in its terms of reference is political interference within SAPS, evaluating the extent of misconduct and unethical behavior by members of SAPS and other relevant individuals or institutions.
That is 100% right, ma'am.
Okay. So as a start, I just would like to take you through the content of your statement, and we'll start with your qualifications, which you deal with in paragraph 5 to 6.
Yeah, there is a reason I did not attach a CV because I've got nothing to brag about. I'm a high school dropout and I've worked in construction my whole life. There's nothing glamorous there and there's nothing to dispute as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, but you do indicate that you are a member of parliament and you've served on the portfolio committee of police. Do you want to just talk a bit about that?
Yes. It was 5 years ago to the day that we ended a hunger strike outside of Parliament. I went without food for 8 days to draw to the attention of the president the plight of the children in the Cape Flats who were dying at the rate of 10 a day. He paid no attention to it. He promised us a meeting and he never followed through. To the day. So when I was elected to become a member of this house, I only had one place to go. I wanted to go to the police portfolio. I wanted to go there because I wanted to make a change. I want our children on the Cape Flats to live longer. I want proper policing. You know, it's not a coincidence that out of all the police stations in this country that are under-resourced, 80% of them are found in the colored areas. And it is a shame that you can walk into any police station in the Western Cape and you'd have to look to see the coloreds working there. We're only good to be locked up. This was the only portfolio I wanted to come to. And I was thankful when I got the chance. And when I did, I swore that I'd make a difference. And apparently, there's a certain general who has a problem with that.
Chair.
Oh, and I was also a councillor in the city of Cape Town for 2 years.
Chair. I'm worried, Chair, that when we finish here, Mr. Adams' neck would have broken. Please, can he be advised for the mic to follow him? He must not follow the mic. Just like, I'm worried because he is like this when he answers. So he must just drag the mic towards him.
Chairperson, with respect, and thank you for your concern, Honourable
No,
Ngada. I have a shoulder problem, Chair, and
Yes.
this is where I'm comfortable.
you explained to me, but your problem is that you pulled the chair back.
It hurts. I tried that
Yes.
position.
Your chair has withdrawn from the mic. If you can move your chair a bit closer to the
I
mic.
tried that, Chair. It hurts when I so this is where I'm comfortable. I hope it doesn't offend anyone. And to be honest, I was going to go to the doctor this morning, but I was accused of ducking the committee yesterday. So I thought I would not embarrass myself in front of my family.
No, nobody has ever said you are attacking the committee.
I don't know which meeting
What
I was
I
watching.
had coming from the meeting is that
But I'm good, Chair. I hope the posture is not seen as being disrespectful, but this is where I'm comfortable. Thank you.
no, it's fine. Let's proceed. Honorable Sols.
I just want to make sure that your Honorable Ngada say looks like he's on drugs.
I can confirm that he didn't, Honourable Souls. I would have been over the table by then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought, watch it.
Honorable Sangon.
No, Chair, when you greet witnesses, you normally greet the entourage that accompanies him. Honorable Adams has got his family here and people that he brought to support them. You're looking at the wrong side, Chair. So please, can we also acknowledge them? Thank you.
He himself has not said anything. If he can tell us that Honorable Adams.
Yes, Chairperson.
Do you have people who have accompanied you here?
Yes, Chairperson. My family is there in the corner. They're not that hard to spot. They're all brown.
Where are they sitting?
Right in the corner over there, Chairperson.
You were supposed to have brought them to sit here behind you.
I don't think they want to be on TV, Chairperson. Even the one that looks like a Freedom Front Plus voter is one of mine.
Okay. Can I greet you, all of you, from where I'm sitting as the chairperson? Greetings on behalf of the committee to all of you and welcome. Thank you so much. May we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adam, you deal with the allegations that were made against you in relation to intelligence information, and you provide an explanation or your version of events in paragraphs, starting from paragraph 7, I believe, to paragraph 13 of your statement. And your version of events is that an envelope was slipped under your door, and you say that it was in the last week of October, but you can't exactly remember when that happened. Do you just want to elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, Advocate. I remember the hiding Nkabinde took at Mr. Nkabinde took at this portfolio for not providing dates. And I do understand, the need for precision. At the time when this happened, I never thought there'd be an ad hoc or a Madlanga. I thought it was a simple case of possible corruption, so I didn't write down the dates. And I've actually lost the device that I had in my possession at the time, which should have made things much more easier, but I don't have it. So the best I can do is sometimes go approximately. Where I've been able to fill in dates is where I could follow an email trail. But I came to my office like I normally do. When I used to come to Parliament every day, it was about 6:15. I know it was in the last week of October. That I know for a fact. Whether it was the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, I can't say. I don't want to be accused of perjuring myself later. But I found in my office floor an envelope. I assumed it was slipped under the door. I opened the envelope, and inside it, there appeared to be evidence of criminality. And it was evidence that was implicating some very senior people within the SAPS. There was one name that I knew and others that I didn't. Because the cases are now before the courts, I can't speak too much on the merits of the case because I don't want to give anyone a loophole of walking out on a technicality. But I was unsure as to what to do with the documentation. Remember that there was no JSCI at the time. And I don't have direct access to the Minister of Intelligence or Safe Security. So what I decided to do was to lay criminal charges. But before I did that, I went and saw a very good friend of mine. He's now deceased, the late Major General Andre Lincoln of the AGU. It was on his suggestion that I went to the police station. So what I did is I went to Grand Central Police Station the next day. And I think it was the next day, or it might have been the day after that. And I laid criminal charges against Generals Komalo, Lushaba, and Madondo.
Can I just ask before you move on that? You've given us an indication that that at the time there was no JSCI, there was no committee basically that you could have gone to and informed them about the information. So it seems that you were clearly aware that the information was classified. But you also say in your statement that you were not sure whether these documents are fraudulent. So the question that immediately comes to mind is, why did you not, one, make an effort to first verify whether these documents were in fact valid? And secondly, regardless of whether these documents are authentic, why did you not first investigate who did that, who placed the documents there? Because these are classified documents.
Can I answer? Thank you,
Yeah.
Advocate. Only one of the documents was marked classified. Only one. I think there were 4. I'm not an investigator. Just like General Kumalo is not an investigator, just like General Mkwanazi is not an investigator. That's why we have investigators. If I was to investigate this thing, I'd probably bark up the wrong tree. I gave it to the experts, the South African Police Services. What I did is I opened the docket. The officer that took the docket from me asked me for the evidence because I gave a lengthy statement. I said, no, I will give it to the investigating officer when he calls. Because I didn't want to hand classified information to just anybody. I left that police station and I received a phone call from General Lincoln, he was very well connected within the SAPS. And I was shocked when he told me that my documents, my dockets had been collected by the provincial office. I didn't even know what that meant. I said, General, is this procedural? He said, no. I said, then what does it mean? He said, they're trying to cover it up. I asked him, why, General, are you saying this? He said, the procedure, son, is what he used to call me sarcastically, is as such. You lay the charge. The docket then gets given to the head of detectives. He will read the docket and he will assign it to a detective. He says, provincial does not get involved. Something's wrong.
Mr. Adams, just before you go, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have to give more, I'm just going to ask for more clarity in relation to the information, because as you know, and I've raised this with you during the consultation, there's a lot of details missing in the information that you've given. And again, I'd just like to go back to the you not taking the necessary steps to verify the information.
Oh.
You say you're not an investigator, but you are a member of the Police Portfolio Committee. We've heard from General Mkhwanazi, for instance, that when matters are discussed at the Portfolio Committee and something comes up that is considered classified, the meeting would be advised not to bring it to that particular committee, but to then refer it to the relevant committee, which is the JSCI. So you're quite familiar that information must be treated a certain way. You mentioned miss in your statement. I don't think your answer that you're not an investigator is sufficient, because you know better as a portfolio committee member.
I actually do agree with you, Advocate. So on the issue of the validation of the documentation, I had no means to do that, and I didn't want to bring it to the police committee, because you can ask Honorable Skosana, you can ask Honorable James and Matthys, the fights we have within that committee with regards to classification. You can also ask Honorable Shongwe, I saw that look, because it is my understanding that classification of crime is a crime. And I'm backed up in that with the Vuma versus IPID case and the MIS document, because we've brought criminality to the police portfolio where the generals hide behind classification. Now, our founding document, the Constitution, it makes no provision for the classification of crime. And therefore, I was only going to do this one way, whatever the result.
Could you then tell the members what you considered the crime to have been? Because what we have in front of us is a statement by you saying you were not sure whether the documents were fraudulent. So you were also questioning the authenticity thereof. But you seem to have been convinced that this is a crime.
100%.
And on what basis did you then decide to go?
Look, I looked at the sorry, Advocate, thank you. I looked at the documents and I said to myself, here's a possibility that you could be set up, because someone's expecting you to run to the media and you're going to end up with egg in your face. On the flip side of that coin was, this could be real. Now, the best people, in my view, to make that call would be the South African Police Services. And that's why I took it there.
Can you just maybe elaborate on what information you then subsequently gave to SAPS when you went and opened the docket? Because you said you did not give any evidence. So what did you give to SAPS to satisfy them that what you've given them would be enough to pursue an investigation?
I gave them a sketch of what the documents claimed, but I did not hand them any hard copies of the evidence.
You're not saying much.
No.
What do you mean by a sketch?
I essentially told them that this general is accused of defeating the ends of justice on this date, and this general is accused of fraud, may have not accused, defeated the end, may have defeated the ends of justice on this date. This general might have committed fraud on this date, etc., and that's it.
You may continue. You were then called by
General
Colonel Lincoln and informed on what did he tell you? Because as you've just informed the House, the information that you've given in your dockets is a sketch. So why would he call you out of concern that the information will be taken further? Because it's just basically nothing.
General Lincoln said to me that if this is what they've done, they are going to cover this thing up. I asked him, General, what do we do? He said, you walk away. I said, why? He said, because people are going to die before this thing goes to court. I said, General, are you serious? He said, 100%. I said, I'm not going to walk away, and I'm certainly not scared of death. What do I do? He said, son, you open this docket, you open these cases in another province, let's see what happens. I flew to Johannesburg, and I opened the same cases at Orlando, at the Orlando, and Langlaagte police stations. But when I was there, I waited. I made it clear I was not going to leave until I received my case numbers, because I wanted this thing registered. Once that was done, the very next day, I emailed the minister, the suspended minister, Nkunu. And I said to the minister that my dockets have been irregularly collected here in Cape Town because I'm complaining to the minister. I didn't know what course of action the minister would take. Excuse me. But I did demand from the minister that someone outside of the SAPS investigate this case. General Lincoln gave me a telephone number for the IDAC, which I contacted. I cannot remember who I spoke to, but I was contacted by Brigadier Permal. And not the very next day, or maybe the day after that, by the IGI of Intelligence, Mr. Imtiaz Faisal. He asked me about the cases I laid and asked if I'd come to his office because his office may have an interest in some of the allegations. I flew to Johannesburg. I met with the IG for maybe 10 minutes. He handed me over to Advocate Governor, and I gave Advocate Governor the information.
Adam, before you go on, because I don't want us to get too deep into it, because we're going to try to assist the committee with dates so that when they have assessed the evidence, that they can have some sort of chronology, and also so that you can address Mkonazi's version around these allegations. I know you said you don't remember any of these dates, but I'm going to provide you with the dates that he's given to us, and then you could just maybe confirm whether these are correct or whether what he said was wrong.
I think, Advocate, that you should provide the dates,
Mm-hmm.
but please understand, I'm not going to argue with his dates because I'll be arguing out of stupidity then. I'll go with the dates he's given.
No, but what we're trying to do with going through those dates and why your comment is so important in respect of those dates was that what General Mkonazi was said to us was that there appears to have been a haste in which you dealt with the matter. You leave out some crucial information here in your statement. For instance, you went to the minister not once, but twice, and that is not apparent from your statement. And the time frames within which you went to the minister and the time frames within which the minister then subsequently approached in the inspectorate to deal with your complaint, there are 1-2 days in between. And so that, to what General Mkonazi has told the committee, appears to suggest that there was something behind the urgency within which you dealt with the matter. And so that is why it is so important that we take the time and get an explanation from you why you did things in such a hurry.
Okay.
Okay. So in paragraph 9 of your statement, you say that the charges were laid on the 29th of October. Was it on the 29th of October? Can you maybe look at your statement? This is in paragraph 9.
I remember that date. It is the 29th of October, I think.
General Mkonazi says the 30th, but you in your statement say the 29th. That's why I'm asking.
The 29th of October in Cape Town, the 30th in Johannesburg.
Okay, so you say it's the 29th. Is General Mkonazi then incorrect by saying it's the 30th?
I do believe he's incorrect.
He has attached I believe, the front page of the cases, but we can verify that. You strongly feel that it was on the 29th of October, even though you...
Advocate, if I'm wrong, I'll own it, but I do believe it was the 29th. I think so.
Okay. So 29th of October, you opened up cases in Cape Town. There's very little information in the docket. It's a sketch that you've provided. And subsequently, which you say the next day, the 31st of October, you went to Joburg because you had received a call from General Lincoln.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the 31st of October, you then rushed to Joburg to open up another docket.
Was it the 30th or the 31st? But
The 31st?
the 30th. Okay, let's go with the 31st.
The 31st of October. And so now on the 1st, after you've opened up this docket in Johannesburg, on the 1st, you then write to the minister. Can you explain why you would open up? You've given an explanation about Cape Town, and you said you received a call from Lincoln. And Joburg, why after you've opened up a charge in Joburg, you then on the 1st complain to the minister and you complain about members of SAPS specifically, and you say that they've intercepted your dockets?
So let's just follow the trail. I wasn't drunk or out of my mind when I laid the charges here at Grand Central, right here, which is when the dockets disappeared. I have to go to Johannesburg at taxpayers' expense to lay the same charges, I think I'm within my right to complain to the minister. The fact that the minister acts speedily, the minister can answer if that is his standard turnaround time. I, for one, as a citizen of a country where service delivery is suffering, I'm very happy that we have a minister that reacts speedily. I wish all of us had.
But we want to understand why, after you've laid charges in Johannesburg on the 31st, you then complain about members of SAPS to the minister. What happened in Johannesburg that made you believe that your information was being intercepted? And remember, you've told us that these are just sketches. This is not even documents containing evidence. So what happened that made you believe that your information, your sketch is being intercepted?
So, Advocate, when they intercept my dockets, which they did, the plan was that these allegations must never be investigated. Why would I not complain about that? Please understand where I'm from.
Why? What happened in Joburg? That's the question. Not
No,
we hear you.
Nothing happened in Joburg except that I had the suspicion that they could do the same thing again. Because after what happened in Cape Town, it was clear to me that here is a plot going on that means these dockets will not be investigated. It's for this reason that I drew the attention of the minister to it.
So you then write this email to the minister on the 1st of November, and we have a copy of that email in the bundle. And this email that you wrote to the minister is also there's very little information in there. You basically just tell the minister on the 1st of November that you suspect that your information might be intercepted, and you give him the case numbers and you ask him to intervene.
I'm just looking for it.
Okay, let me just try to give you the page number. I think it's 286.
First or second bundle, Advocate?
It's on page 283. At the bottom of the page. Of this bundle, of the Mkonazi.
Oh, yeah.
Mkonazi bundle, yes.
283.
283, yes.
Just a second, I'm struggling with one hand. Okay, on page 283,
Okay.
at the bottom.
So you wrote to the minister and you said that I've opened cases in the Western Cape on a number of senior SAPS personnel, and you gave the case numbers. You do not say who these senior officials are. And you said, I was told the dockets were intercepted. In my quest for justice, I traveled to Johannesburg and opened the following dockets, and you proceeded with the case numbers. And then you say, however, I've been notified, which is contrary to what you said. You said it was on your own suspicion. You said, I've been notified that the Gauteng Police Department has followed the same modus operandi and is interfering in the investigative process. So were you not being truthful to the minister?
No. Sorry, Advocate. I was told that they're probably going to follow the same thing.
Who told you that?
The late General Andre Lincoln. When I look at this email, could have worded this thing better. I could have. But that's just me using the wrong word. I should have said suspect that they may use the same modus operandi.
And then you proceeded to humbly ask for the minister to intervene to ensure the integrity of the investigative process. There's nothing else. There's no report on what the nature of the charges are, or unless if there was there more information attached to this email? Was there?
You must remember, if there's one thing that I cannot be caned about here, is the fact that I didn't tell anybody what's in the docket. Not even the minister.
Okay. But then when we see that the minister, in less than an hour, on the same date, on that same page 283, the chief of staff writes to the national commissioner in less than an hour and informs the minister, the national commissioner's office, that the minister has received this complaint and that they want a report within 3 days.
If I was the minister, I'd want the report the next day. And I'll tell you why,
without any information?
if I may. I've been to court so many times with people whose dockets have gone missing. It is a very serious problem. It is a very serious problem. The fact that the minister's office replies within 1 hour tells me that they may also see this as a serious problem. I understand that certain generals may not see this as a serious problem, but I do appreciate the fact that they responded promptly. I didn't expect him to respond that promptly, but I'm certainly not going to say no thank you to it. If you read my email, I'm not asking for a special favor. I'm telling the minister that this is what happened and I need you to intervene.
So General Mkhwanazi did in fact tell this committee what the nature of the charges were that you have laid against these senior officials. And, you know, if the minister at least had the benefit of that kind of information, I think it would more or less sort of have been made, it would have made more sense as to why you would, in a haste, refer the matter to the National Commissioner. But he didn't even have that, what we have now in front of us.
So I'm complaining as a member of parliament about a very serious issue that happens at our police stations all the time. And there are people complaining that we have an effective ministry. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm asking because I'm not understanding. You know, the normal complaint is that SAPS doesn't respond. They take too long to respond. They don't answer their phones, yada, yada. I can show you emails that I've sent that don't get responses. I'm happy. I'm extremely happy. Let me put it on the record that the minister's office responded promptly. But if you want to know why they responded within an hour, you're asking the wrong person, advocate. That question should be posed to the minister.
This shouldn't be, the questions posed shouldn't be viewed in a negative light. It's just for clarity's sake.
No.
And if the minister's office was that responsive, then it is in fact a great thing. I think it tells citizens that they now can, if there's a complaint that they have, this is the kind of immediate response. And like you said, a lot of people have problems with dockets, and it appears that if they write to the minister, they'll get a response in less than 30 minutes.
In a perfect world, let's hope it happens.
We then know that after the minister then sent this email to the inspectorate to provide a report by the force. I mean, to the National Commissioner, who then subsequently requested the inspectorate to intervene. The inspectorate then 3 days later furnishes the minister a report, and part of the complaints that they've raised or issues that they've raised is that the information is simply not enough to pursue, to conduct a proper investigation. But what they then also said is that they recommended that the minister afford them more time, a period of 10 days, to get in touch with you and to conduct further investigations. And then they will come back to the report to the minister to be able to indicate what's happening on these matters. Were you aware of that?
Yes. I heard about that. I wasn't told by the minister. I wasn't emailed, but I'd heard about that.
So if you've heard about that, why then did you, on the 10th of November, before expiry of that 10-day period, write to the minister again and then requested the minister to refer your complaint to an independent investigative body?
I don't trust the South African police services. I have no faith in the South African police services.
The Minister of Police is Police Services.
Yeah.
And he dealt with the complaint you've given him and he's referred it to the National Commissioner.
The Minister of Police is the executive arm of the South African police services. The operational and functional part of it is what we don't trust.
You don't trust the way the minister dealt with your complaint?
No, I trust the minister to deal with my complaint. I also trust these generals to pull the wool over the minister's eyes. Understand, I've raised various things within portfolio. These people have lied to Parliament over and over again. I did not trust them to investigate themselves. If you would allow me to expand. One of the charges I laid was against General Dumisani Kumalo, who was arrested and is now before the court. He's the DivCom of crime intelligence. It's probably the most sensitive position in the country, well, within SAPS in the country. His appointment was supposed to be ratified by Parliament. Parliament was never notified of his appointment. Do you understand where I'm going? When I lay charges against the same man who was acting in his position with a cooked security clearance, listen to how I say it, it was cooked. It was fraudulent. When I lay charges against this man, the dockets miraculously get collected by the provincial office. I did not trust these people to investigate. This is why I asked the minister for someone outside of SAPS to investigate. You're asking the wolf to investigate the wolf. It doesn't make any sense.
What's even more confusing, Mr. Adams, is you did go to the police and you open up a charge here in Cape Town. This wolf. You did go to Gauteng to open up a charge. You did write to the minister to intervene because you believed that there were no progress on your charges. You then do not trust how the minister dealt with the complaint because he's written to the National Commissioner on your behalf. You're aware of it. You've just said it yourself. So it's very confusing how you would have wanted the investigation to take place if you never allowed them the chance, if you never given them the opportunity. Why did you go there in the first place then?
Advocate, I don't know of another place to lay a charge but the police. So I had to go to the wolf. Then the dockets, let's say they disappeared for a while. They did. Then I complained to the only person I could complain to, the minister. There was no one else to complain with. So I deal with what I have in front of me. But when given the option of not dealing with these boys in blue, I grabbed it. When I was told that the IDAC could investigate this, I grabbed the opportunity. So yes, I dealt with the wolf. Because if you could tell me that I could go and lay charges against General Kumalo at the Civic Center and use a councillor to lay the charges, I would have spoken to a councillor. If somebody had told me that I could lay charges against General Lushaba at Grooteske Hospital by speaking to a doctor, I would have done that. But in order to lay charges and get a case number, I had to go to the police station. I hope that makes sense to you.
Not quite, but I'm sure I'll understand as you explain later on. What did you expect the minister to do when you went to him with your complaints? Did you expect him to do what?
I was hoping that the minister would ask what happened to these case dockets. I'm not privy, I wasn't privy to the interaction between the minister and the NASCOM. I wanted some type of action and I wanted some type of disciplinary action leveled against the person who I still don't know who it was that came to collect the dockets. Now that didn't happen.
Ms. Adams, you serve on the Police Portfolio Committee. You know, when something gets referred to the minister, it's high level. The minister would then call on other resources like he did here with the National Commissioner. National Commissioner in turn turns to the inspectorate, who would then ask senior officials to deal with something that comes from the minister. In a South Africa where there are so many things happening that require SAP's attention, it's taking away resources, especially if you know from day one that you were never seriously pursuing these charges with the police because you never trusted them.
That is 100% correct. And that is why the person who collected the dockets should be prosecuted. All I'm saying to you is I laid the charges. It was the civic thing to do in my mind. When the dockets were collected by the provincial office illegally, what was I supposed to do, advocate? What Mkwanazi wants me to do? Shut up and go away. Maybe that is the lesson that we should send to everybody who's serious about fighting crime in this country. Don't bother. Like, I'm sitting here and I know exactly what certain people are thinking without accusing anyone. I did the right thing. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I did the right thing. I've asked within the police portfolio why General Kumalo was allowed to buy cell phone grabbers, obsolete cell phone grabbers that have never worked. I wasn't given an answer. Do you understand how the police portfolio functions?
Not,
These people operate with impunity. They do as they want, when they want. It's why they went out buying hotels with our tax money. And I know I'm jumping. I'm trying to put it into perspective for you.
okay. So maybe let's go back to the timeline. You then, like I've indicated, wrote to the minister again on the 10th, and you asked him to refer the matter to an independent investigative body after he's received the report from the inspectorate that recommended that he should wait 10 days. Why did you not approach that independent body yourself? Why go back to the minister and ask him to write that letter to IDEC?
I never asked the minister to write a letter to IDAC.
You asked him to refer the matter
Yes.
to an independent investigative body.
Not to the IDAC, to an independent. I meant even outside of government. I didn't mean Section 9. When it happened that way, that's the way it happened. I asked that SAPS not investigate SAPS. That's all I asked.
Are you familiar
Also,
with IDEC?
I am now. Also, I also figured that the referral to investigate the SAPS would carry a lot more weight if it came from Minister Senzo Mchunu than it would from Fadiel Adams.
But you say in your statement you also contacted IDEC.
Yes, I did.
At which point did you contact IDEC?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact date, but it was round about 2-3 days after I messaged the minister.
So we know the minister wrote a letter to IDEC on the 11th of November. Were you aware of that letter on the 11th of November?
No, I was not. No.
So you say that could have been it would have been around what, the 13th of November when you wrote to IDEC?
13th, 14th, 15th, roundabout there.
Did you write to them? Did you go see them? What happened?
No, I called because I didn't know what the procedure was. Because I didn't know what to do. I said to my, I miss that man. I said to General Lincoln, General, I don't think this thing is being treated properly by the minister. And he said to me, I'll get you a number, call the IDAC. I said, who's the IDAC? He said, they're better than the Hawks.
No, but what do you mean it wasn't being handled by the minister? Because you were aware that the minister referred the matter to the inspectorate. You now then, you must have been aware of the report that came back from the inspectorate because you said, no, I want an independent body now. So what do you mean the minister was not handling your issue?
You know, advocate, if you know me for any length of time, you know everything I do is in a hurry. I want it done today. And in an issue as critical as this, I wanted it done yesterday. So yes, I appreciated the fact that the minister responded to me quickly, but I wasn't getting the phone call or the email or the interview that I wanted because this thing was not going to go away. Now, understand, I work on the Cape Flats where things go away. I am not a cold. I'm not the flu. I don't go away. It's a permanent thing here. I was going to have this thing investigated. I was going to have these people charged if there was a case. If there was no case, fine. But if there was a case, it was going to be investigated properly.
But again, Mr. Adams, I think it raises the other concern that I had, that you have no intention of seriously taking assistance from the minister or the police, but yet you as a member of the portfolio committee, this is what you said, but you as a member of the police portfolio committee, go and ask the minister where he could have been busy with something else. The National Commissioner is involved, he could have been busy with something else. You know under what pressure the police is already operating. But you say you have no, isn't that a little bit, isn't that wrong? Do you not see anything wrong with how you've dealt with it?
Ma'am, I never said I was perfect. What I said is I was desperate. The minister, in my view, wasn't dealing with this thing fast enough. And therefore, I was willing to try other avenues, as I am even right now. Now, I tell you again, when those dockets went missing, it was clear to me that General Kumalo was not going to be investigated by the SAPS. That's when I reached out to the minister. I'll explain it again. I expected the minister to come down from his throne, shake the National Commissioner, and get an investigation going from somewhere else. At the 11th, I don't know that he's reached out to the IDAC. It's why I called. If I had known, if the minister had copied me in the email, I'd have sat back and waited. He didn't. If there was collusion between myself and the minister, like someone here alluded to, I would have known that he had emailed the IDAC on the 11th, and I would not have reached out to the IDAC.
Why did you omit these engagements that I've just mentioned from your statement?
Which engagements are those, ma'am?
The number of times you've approached the minister. In your statement, you briefly deal with the fact that you went to the minister and you complained with SAPS. You've heard General Mkonazi's evidence in relation to the chronology and how he was trying to indicate to the committee that there might be something, there's something very suspicious about the urgency in which you've dealt with this. Why, in your statement, did you ignore all these steps or not address all these steps that you've taken and provide an explanation to this committee that could satisfy them that, this.
I actually didn't think that my second email was all that vital until the cross-questioning began, because I read Mkwanazi's statement. I'm not denying that I emailed the minister a second time. But when you say all these steps, it's one email. That's the total sum of it. Now, I wish I had attached the email, which I actually don't have anymore because I deleted a lot of emails because of space, but there's nothing devious about it. It was just a simple issue of, I'm going to keep my statement as short as I can for the benefit of the committee, because I've been sitting outside here since 1 o'clock, and I've listened to a man go through files and files and files and files, and I don't know what he said. I wasn't going to be one of those witnesses.
Mr. Adams, I'm afraid it is all these steps. It is all these steps. It's not just one email. There were reports by the inspectorate, which you've now told us you were aware of, and you could have addressed that. You could have indicated or explained that the reason why I decided not to, in spite of what the inspectorate has advised the minister, I decided not to wait because I simply did not trust the police. All of this is not apparent from your statement. It's not just one email.
Advocate, paragraph 13 of my statement deals with the investigative body, with the directorate. I recall the same week, I was called by a lieutenant colonel whose name I don't remember, but I actually saw it in General Mkwanazi's statement. He wanted to meet with me, claiming to be investigating the cases I'd laid. I was deeply suspicious of his motives, so I politely found an excuse not to meet every time he called, because he called me 3 or 4 times. My suspicion was vindicated after some investigation. Remember, I'd laid a criminal case, not a service delivery one. Now, let me explain something to you, and this is how devious these generals are. I've laid a case against 3 generals. The SAPS protocol dictates that you get investigated by your equal. Look at what the NASCOM does. They're sending a lieutenant colonel to investigate a general. Now again, General Andre Lincoln points this out to me. He says to me, a colonel does not investigate a general. I said, Gen, what do you mean? He said, even if there's a case against them, they'll win it on appeal because they were investigated by a subordinate. He says, these people are smart. That's the reason I never met with the directorate. Every time he called me, I found an excuse. I said, no, I'm not here. I said, no, I'm busy. No, I'm down with the flu. I don't know what excuses I gave him, but I found a reason not to meet him. Now you're saying to me that I left out the steps taken. Paragraph 13 is covered.
No, can I just explain why I said that? Paragraph 13 doesn't have a date and it's towards the end. The content of paragraph 13 seems to suggest that it was after your meetings with IDEC and even after you met with the IG, which we will come to now. It's towards the end and there's no date. It suggests that it was the time you spoke to Colonel Lincoln, but I don't know, is he a general?
He was a major general.
Major general. Now, you've indicated to us you spoke to him about your charges that you've laid in Cape Town and he gave you a warning in respect of that. But I've taken you through various things, subsequent events that happened after Cape Town. This paragraph 13 suggests that this happened after it, and you'll see if you look at where it's placed. This does not suggest that this happened before the minister's intervention or after the minister's intervention.
This happened after them. I recall the same week. The same week.
Which same week? There's
Honorable,
a week of what?
Honorable Source.
Yeah, Chair, I would just want to see fairness with the witness. The procedure has always been, there was never an expectation for you to have listed details in your affidavit. The oral testimony compensates for those details. So I'm just asking for fairness that Honorable Adams be treated like all the other witnesses. If there's no detail in his statement, the evidence leader should allow oral testimony to compensate for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. That is accepted.
Thank you, Chair. So,
Excuse me, Advocate.
could you?
I thought we agreed that I laid the charges on the 31st in Johannesburg. I thought we agreed that I emailed the minister the very next day. I thought we agreed that shortly after that, Imtiaz Faisal, the IGI of Intelligence, called me. So later on that same week. So what is the problem with the chronologically, oh God, I'm tired. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying? What is the problem with that?
We haven't spoken about the IG yet.
No, I'm saying, okay, but it says in my statement that on a date I struggle to recall, I was contacted by Director General of Intelligence, Imtiaz Faisal. So it happened in that same week, but it was in the same week that I emailed the minister. So now what I'm saying to you is I'm struggling with dates. Remember, when this Lieutenant Colonel called me, I wasn't writing down the date because I don't foresee myself sitting in front of Parliament because of this one day. So if we want to be pedantic, then excuse me, I can't be. I'm giving you the evidence to the best of my recollection. This was not a WhatsApp chat. It was a phone call. Now I'm explaining to you the reason I don't trust SAPS. The National Commissioner or the Provincial Commissioner in the Western Cape send a Lieutenant Colonel to investigate a general. It's totally against the SAPS policy. Now, the minute I discover this, I refuse to meet with this man. So I'm trying to get this House to understand that we are working with a bunch of scoundrels wearing 3 and 4 stars. But while I'm trying to explain this to the House, I'm getting hammered on dates. I'm asking the advocate to work with me, please. I'm also in a considerable amount of pain, so I'm not going to do a O'Sullivan, Honorable Nombalo. I'm struggling with my shoulder, but we'll see this thing through tonight.
Honorable Sango.
Thank you, Chair. As much as I agree with what Honorable Souls was saying, that we should allow the witness to compensate with oral evidence, I think that is exactly what Advocate Mogaitse is trying to do. She's trying to get Honorable Adams to supplement what is missing in the affidavit with oral evidence. And I think it's quite unfortunate that Honorable Adams would want to characterize that as being hammered by dates, about dates. Yes, we want to know the chronology, and that is exactly what Advocate Mogaitse was asking. The chronology, which came before which. It doesn't mean this date and this date, but how did it unfold? So I'm really requesting that the witness tries to cooperate with the advocate as well. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just for clarity, remember,
Wait for the chair to recognize. Okay. Do you want to be recognized?
yes, Chair.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just for clarity on Honorable Sangone's statement, when I raised my hand, the chair didn't see me, but it was not on the point of the clarity on dates, because of course that's very important. The chronological order of the dates is very important. When I raised my hand was when the advocate was asking Honorable Adams, why did he not say how many times he met the minister? You see, that must be in the statement. I met him 3 times and I met him like, that's not the requirement. So I'm saying in his oral statement, he can compensate and provide those details. That's the point, Chair, but not on the dates.
Chairperson, if I may. It is only in the very beginning where I struggle with the dates, Chairperson, because this is 2 years ago. I mean, it's 18 months ago. But the statement gets better in relation to dates because then I could turn to my cell phone, I could turn to my emails. Unfortunately, I had deleted some emails and I had lost the device that I was using at this time. But the statement does get better. So I do apologize to the committee for my, I'm going to say, tardiness with regards to dates here. But I can help out approximately, but I am under oath and I can't be lying about dates just to fill space. So that's exactly where I'm at.
Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. And I've also noticed in the statement of the witness that there is that missing part of the dates. And they are important, Chair, because the dates of when did the envelope with such information was found, when was the first case opened, and all those things. So I will implore that we say Honorable Adams must go back and recheck the exact dates and submit in writing on a later date. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
May I proceed? Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, you went on to speak about the IG, and so maybe let's just deal with that a little bit more. You don't, once again, there's no date that indicates when you were contacted by the IG. Can you more or less tell the House around what time? Was this in the midst of all these charges that you lay in, the complaints that you made to the minister, and now IDEC? Where does the IG feature in all of this? Is it before, after IDEC? Where?
It was just after IDAC. Just after. I almost think it was round about the second, somewhere between the 6th, let's call it the 2nd, 3rd, 4th of October. But I can't say specifically it was that date, but I do know it was after I contacted the IDAC.
It can't be October because we know now in November.
Sorry. It's gonna be really hard for me to stick to that date because again, you're asking me to go back into memory events that happened 18 months ago. Man.
Can I ask you then, what you say in your statement that you were contacted by the Inspector General and he asked you about the cases that you've laid. We still don't know what the nature of these cases are, but you explain that he said that his department might have an interest in these cases. With the little information that you've given to the police, we don't know what you've given to IDEC. Or do you, how does the IG learn about your cases? And secondly, what information did he have in relation to your cases that would tell you that I have an interest in this or my department has an interest in this?
I actually wouldn't be able to tell you. He is the IG of intelligence. It's his job to know things. So I don't know how he knows about it. I don't know who told him. It could have been one of the policemen. It could have been someone who knew about the dockets that disappeared. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But what I can confirm is that the IGI of intelligence called me and asked me if I would come to his office because his department might have an interest in this. I would not say no to that.
And his offices are in Joburg, sorry. This might be an obvious one, but I don't
Yeah.
know. Is it in Joburg? So you traveled?
Yeah.
Again, why are you not able to check your travel information to provide us with more certainty around these things?
Because I go to Joburg sometimes 3, 4, 5 times in a month. So even if I was to go back, I wouldn't be able to tell you which dates I went. There'd be 4 or 5 flights. It's become a lottery. I wouldn't know when to tell you.
Okay.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Sorry, Chairperson, I just want to check something. You went to Johannesburg or Pretoria?
Sorry, the IGI's office in Pretoria, not Johannesburg. Sorry, ma'am. For us Cape Townians, Joburg, Pretoria, same thing. So we actually believe Sunset is in Joburg as well.
So you met with the IG, and did he explain to you what his interest in the matter is?
The IGI didn't do any explaining. He asked me if I had any information. I said, yes, I have paperwork. He asked if we would hand it over. I said, yes. He told me that there were many things wrong in this country, and we as Parliament and the police and the JSCI needed to work with him because there were many things he wanted to clean. He introduced me to Advocate Governor. I hope I've got the name right because it's in my statement, and he left me with her. I gave her a statement, I handed the information over to her, and I came back to Cape Town.
So you handed him the classified information that you didn't want her the classified information that you did not want to give to the police.
I did not want to give to the police at the station.
Okay. Did you trust the IGI's intervention?
I was out of options at that stage, ma'am.
What did you expect from them? Were you asking them to also investigate your matter? Is that what they do?
The IGI is responsible for top-level investigations. I was comfortable handing them the information. And I was hoping that they would, in actual fact, do a thorough investigation and some type of outcome would come from it.
So you were essentially laying some sort of charge with the IGI in relation to...
Yes, ma'am, I am the complainant there.
Okay. Then I want to go back to your paragraph 13 that you referred to. Because you see, again, the IGI, we don't know when you met the IGI. It's sometime in November after all these charges have been raised and after IDEC. So I think I just want to you concede here that this is after all of the steps that you've taken. So when I say that you do not deal with why you were taking all of these steps, it's not explained in your, or that you've omitted the steps, it's not explained in your statement.
I'll concede to that for expediency. I will concede to that. But I would also like to say, it is so unnecessary to have these 1,000 witnesses here. We should have the IGI here. He's the one with the report. But the man's on suspension, just like the IGI before him, for investigating corruption. I think a message is being sent to the next IGI, investigate corruption and we'll suspend you. You don't need Fadiel Adams here. And you didn't need Patricia Mashali here. The IGI should have come here.
Okay, let's maybe go back to your evidence.
He's accountable to Parliament as well.
Honorable, no.
Thanks, Chair. I think let's split with the witness to avoid making statements that may bring us to something that is not at the core business of why we're here. Because it is not true, Chair, that the IGI was suspended for investigating corruption. I think a public statement was made by the presidency, and none of which suggests that the reasoning behind the suspension is on the basis of investigating corruption. So it is very important, Chair, that we don't congest and populate the record with incorrect remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can we can we focus on the terms of reference of why we are here?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Okay, so paragraph 13, Ms. Honorable Adams, of your statement, you say that you were called in that same week that you met with the IGI, and you were called by some person that General Mkonazi referenced in his testimony to this committee. And you said that this person wanted to meet with you, and he was claiming to be investigating the cases that you have laid. And you were deeply suspicious of his motives, and so you politely found an excuse not to meet him. Then you say, my suspicion was vindicated after some investigation. Remember, I had laid a criminal case, not a service delivery case. Are you suggesting that this person was somehow requested by the people whom you've laid charges against to get in contact with you?
100. I'm almost 100% sure. There's no other explanation in my mind, because if you were going to investigate a general, it should be a general investigating a general. That's the policy. I didn't write the policy. I might not even agree with the policy, but that is the policy. So the moment they let a lieutenant colonel loose to investigate generals, something was the matter, and I wasn't going to entertain that.
Just to be clear, you laid charges against General Khumalo, who's the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. You laid charges against General Madondo and Major General Lushaba, who's the CFO of Crime Intelligence. And you're saying that those persons were responsible for the call you received, and you were suspicious about the call. What did you think was going to happen?
That there was going to be an investigation, an internal investigation, and if they were found not guilty, I'd look stupid, and if they were found guilty, they would appeal it because they had just been investigated by a subordinate. This was the way out. This is how I reasoned it. There was no other explanation for a lieutenant colonel investigating a general. Oh, and the lieutenant colonel's name is Phillips.
The one that General Mkonazi mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
So General Phillips was sent by Lieutenant Phillips was sent.
No, Lieutenant Colonel. Sorry, I didn't get to finish. Lieutenant Colonel Phillips.
Lieutenant Colonel Phillips was sent by General Mkonazi and Khumalo to come after you.
I'm not saying General Mkonazi or Khumalo. I'm saying by someone in the cabal. Now, when I say the cabal, I'm speaking about one of many corrupt generals. If you're asking me to name a specific one, it's impossible. Let me put you in the picture, advocate. Sorry, man. I'm just going to go off script a little bit. Do you know we have 200 police generals in this country? 200. We should have one national commissioner who is a full general, maybe 8 lieutenant generals, 16 major generals, 32 colonels, 64 brigadiers. That's structure. The SAPS as it is a jobs for pals. Everyone's a general. We're paying about R500 million a year to ineffectual generals. Many of them incompetent, many of them there without the proper vetting. No security clearance. And this is why policemen stay in their ranks as sergeants and warrant officers for 30 years, because there's no money to advance these people. So if you're asking me which member of the cabal sent Lieutenant Colonel Phillips, I can't tell you which one, but it's one of them.
Honorable Sangon.
Chairperson, you know, the problem that we're having really here with this witness is that this witness wants to address this house as if they are in the police portfolio committee. And as Honorable Ngola was saying, we can't allow him to make false statements. There is one general in the South African Police Service, and he is General Fani Masemul. You then have lieutenant generals. You then have major generals. You can't be making a statement here, Honorable Adams, that there are 200 generals. You know it's not true. It's a colloquial way of referring to the different levels of the senior management service of the South African police force. So please, can we please ask the witness, Chair, to just deliver his testimony and please, please, please try. I know it's hard, but refrain from wanting to make political remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, through you, there was nothing political about my statement.
I have not allowed you to.
Oh, sorry, Chairperson.
Yes. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chairperson. There was nothing political about my statement. What I stated was factual. We have 200 generals of various ranks, major generals, lieutenant generals, and one general. I said we should have one full general. Who is Fani Masimola? Who is the National Commissioner? I don't understand where the politics of it is. The fact of the matter is the SAPs are top heavy and the troops are suffering. Now, if there's anything political about that, then I'll withdraw it. But in my mind, there's nothing. And
Yeah,
this is the interaction
That is
between.
what the honorable member is saying, that because we are in parliamentary proceedings, let's be formal. That is what the honorable member is saying.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Point taken.
Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Just before we move on to the next.
And just to say to yourselves that the many interruptions that we have, I have already added an hour to the proceedings. If you have a night of 12 hours, you must know we are now going to experience the 13th hour.
Just before we move on to the next topic, Honorable Adams, we know that IDEC subsequently investigated your complaint, and that General Kumalo and General Shaban then were then subsequently arrested. But what came to light during the evidence that was given by Advocate Johnson was we could see that there was another docket opened, and it appears that the arrest of General Kumalo and General Shaban them were based on the strength of that docket that was opened in Brooklyn Police Station. Do you have an explanation as to why there was this separate docket opened? Because we know on record that you've opened 3 here, and then you went to Johannesburg, you opened others, and that's, I think, at Orlando Station. Where does Brooklyn Station feature in the midst of this?
I'm actually just thinking about it now. If you'll just grant me a few minutes, if we can keep going, it will come to me and I will respond. I'm just trying to just put it in the order of things. I don't want to hold up the proceedings by going ooh and ah. I know. I'm trying to think. Remember, it's 18 months ago. Just give me a minute, it'll come to me. But I'm asking for the sake of time if we can just move on, because the chair is going to add another hour to our night.
So you will come and give us an explanation?
No, I will give you an explanation.
And you do have an explanation, just so that it's been
No, there's a very reasonable explanation. It just needs to come back to me.
Okay. And then the referral, the members have asked about the referral. You know, when you lodge a complaint with IDEC, there's a Section 27 referral that needs to happen. And we haven't seen that referral. Have you, when you asked IDEC to investigate the matter, how did you do it? What happened? What did you give them?
I gave them my referral letter.
A letter?
A letter. It was an affidavit, sorry, not a letter, an affidavit. It was commissioned. Somebody asked me to see it and I said, but I didn't make a duplicate. I just handed it over. It is with the IDAC. And if the IDAC has asked to produce it, they should be able to. So I'm not understanding why that was an issue, but yeah, I gave them an affidavit.
Okay. I think then we can move on to the next topic. And there it deals with what you call lies and manipulation that flowed unhindered at the Police Oversight Committee. Do you want to, before we go into your respective paragraphs, do you want to just explain why what you intend to deal with in there.
So, you know, when the police portfolio sat down to discuss the budget, I think it was Honorable Schikkeling, Honorable Kola Barnard, and I think it was Honorable Susana and myself who came out strongly and said, we are very disappointed at the intelligence budget. We wanted intelligence to receive more money. I think those were the members. I may be wrong. I even think Honorable James was also in agreement with us saying that intelligence should receive more money. So after what I found out about what was happening at intelligence, I wish I could withdraw my statement from the minutes. Because when it comes to the police portfolio, it is impossible to hold these generals to account. And I'll for the benefit of the committee, I will read out a few of those occasions. On the 5th of March, 2025, I inquired of National Commissioner Fani Masimola to explain the reasons General Kumalo was allowed to purchase a redundant cell phone grabber. Now, no response was given. The NASCOM was allowed to duck and dive the portfolio. However, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni has articulated the reasons our tax monies were wasted. Yet it doesn't excuse what happened at the portfolio. Because when we come to portfolio, it's for accountability. So when I come there as a member of the police portfolio and say to the minister, hold on a second, you spent 40 million rand on a grabber that was never used. Never, because it was redundant. We are looking for answers. We're expecting answers. We don't get those. On the 12th of March, I inquired of the National Commission about the top-level security clearance of certain SAPS officials. Included in this was the issue of General Dumisani Kumalo's first clearance, which was alleged was fraudulent. In the Portfolio Committee meeting, the National Commissioner claimed that General Kumalo's clearance was above board. Again, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni came to this portfolio and said that it was impossible that it could be legit because it was done in a matter of days. It normally takes about a year. So the National Commissioner lied to Parliament, but he faced no sanction. Please see attachment FAA1. It's the minutes of that portfolio. When I asked the Commissioner about the clearance of the National Commissioner and Lieutenant Kumalo during the portfolio meeting.
Can I just ask you there? So you haven't attached anything in relation to the allegations that you make in respect of the grabber that you consider redundant. You just say the commissioner hasn't given you a response. And then are you asking this committee to rely on the evidence given by Mr. Slongwane as your substantiation of these allegations that you make? Is that in support? Should we look at at Mr. Slongwane's evidence for support of these allegations that you make?
Given the fact that Mr. Shlongwane was the CFO of Crime Intelligence, I would say that his testimony must be regarded as reliable.
Can I ask you to articulate what did he say that we should look at when we consider whether or not that evidence or what he said
that the grabber was purchased to finance the NASREC conference.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that would make perfect sense because you pay top dollar for a grabber that is worthless if it is indeed the intention to finance a political conference. That is what the CFO, the former CFO of Crime Intelligence said. Now, I asked this question in portfolio. I was not given an answer. It makes me question, what is the purpose of the SAPS portfolio? If I may continue.
And before we also want to deal with paragraph 16, but just on that, so that's the only support for that allegation that you make?
Yes, ma'am. It's the only support I think I need.
It's Slongwane's evidence.
Look, advocate, sorry, not look. Advocate, I'm coming to this portfolio as people have before me with what we have. This portfolio must make recommendations. Amongst others, in this case, maybe the portfolio should, I can't tell the portfolio what to do. Maybe the portfolio should take a closer look at the grabber. Maybe the portfolio should look at the true value of the grabber and what was paid for it. I can't tell this portfolio what to do. I can only tell this portfolio what I see wrong in subs. Remember, I wanted to be a member of the AD Hoc. Remember, there was a concerted effort made to keep me out.
And in relation to the clearance of General Kumalo, what evidence do you have that he wasn't cleared, or that that his clearance wasn't above board?
The National Commissioner's come here and admitted that he had 2 clearances. He never told us why the first one wasn't good enough. He had to apply for a second one. The National Commissioner sat here and he said it. Also, again, Brigadier Shlongwani, the CFO of Crime Intelligence, says there is no way a top secret clearance can be given in a week. He looked at the date that was applied and the date it was approved. He said it's impossible. This man knows what he's talking about. I'm just a layman. But please understand that upon obtaining the rank of brigadier and up, the oath of office goes something like this: subject to me attaining and maintaining top-level security clearance. These people are appointed without it, and they're allowed to operate without it for years.
Why should we accept Mr. Hlongwane's evidence above that of Lieutenant General Kumalo and above that of the National Commissioner? And is it simply because he was the CFO of Crime Intelligence? Is that the basis on which his evidence is more reliable than that of the National Commissioner and that of General Kumalo?
On the issue of the clearances, I think it is. Remember, the National Commissioner operated without top-level security clearance for 4 years. That is confirmed. Remember that General Kumalo would not have needed to apply for a second clearance if his first clearance was above board. So yes, in this case, I do believe that Hlongwane is the better candidate.
Okay, you may proceed.
On the 19th of February 2025, I asked the National Commissioner to supply to the Portfolio Committee the names of the police generals, including provincial heads lacking suitable security clearance. Despite assurance from the National Commissioner that this list would be supplied, it was never released. Please see attachment FAW2, which contains the minutes of the Portfolio Committee meeting. In the same meeting, February 19th, 2025, I asked the National Commissioner about the lack of media attention relating to case number 111-2024, which deals with an incident where over 100 million rands worth of mandrax was found and no media statement was ever given. The reply from General Labia was that the clandestine lab was under further investigation. The latest status of that same case mentions firearms. It doesn't speak of drugs anymore. Please see attachment FAA2. If I may be allowed to expand on that before we go any further. Mandrax, 90% of it is probably consumed here on these Cape Flats. It was a drug that was manufactured and brought to the Cape Flats by the nationalists. It was how they subdued our people. So when you tell me that 100, because most of the mandrax addicts are to be found on the Cape Flats. When you tell me that 100 million rand drug bust was effected in KZN, and it doesn't get reported to the media, and we're told that it's under further investigation, it's almost 2 years later, still no media statement. And a few weeks ago, one of our sources tells us that that case number no longer speaks about drugs, it now speaks about firearms, which makes me suspect that that 100 million rands worth of mandrax did find its way to the Cape Flats. These type of things we don't get answers on. This is the type of thing I take very personally.
So just to be clear, in respect of the content of paragraph 17, which also speaks to security clearance issue, there's no evidence again. The fact that you've requested a response from the National Commissioner does not confirm that you were right on your allegations. Do you agree with that?
There's no allegation in paragraph 17, Advocate. I'm asking of the National Commissioner to provide the police portfolio a list of the generals who do not have the suitable clearance. That's all I'm asking. Now, when the National Commissioner commits in portfolio to bring us the list and never does, That should be a question of concern. Remember, about an hour ago, you asked me why I omitted a certain email. Now, trust me, that's going to raise suspicion. Simple email. So when I asked our national commissioner, please bring us a list, including the 9 provincial commissioners, about who's not qualified to sit in that office, that list doesn't come. I'm allowed to be suspicious. And let me paint you a little picture. If you do not have a top-level security clearance, you are not allowed to see top-level classified documents. You're not allowed to. How can you be a provincial commissioner if you're not allowed to see top classified documentation? How can you dispense a budget if you're not allowed to see top-level classification? How do you give directive if you're not allowed to see top-level classified documents? How is this possible? Is it a wonder then that all 9 provinces are in trouble with crime? Because we have incompetent and unqualified people running the system. A general comes to this portfolio and says, I'm in possession of top secret documentation. Okay, fine. How does he know? Because we're not allowed to talk about it. Someone told him, but this committee didn't ask him that. But let's move. Sorry, my control issues are stepping in, sorry.
No, Mr. Adams, you are the witness.
No, I'm here to
your
be led.
turn.
I'm 100% here to be led tonight by a woman of all beautifulness. Welcome to the new South Africa. It's a beautiful thing.
In paragraph 18, Mr. Adams, you raise that, you mentioned that there's an incident where over 100 million rands worth of mandrax was found and no media statement was made. You also say that the reply was, when you asked about it, was that there was an investigation. My question here is, why would it be a problem if the police is reluctant to publish an incident where drugs were found if the reason is that they're busy investigating? Wouldn't it compromise investigations if they make things public?
In my view, and I'm not an investigator, I say it again, if we've just cracked the biggest mandrax hub in the country, I think the SAPs should receive some credit. I think it should make the papers. And when I ask, I think it was 4 months later, I'm told it's under investigation. And that is fine. And then again, we investigate and we are told, reliably told, and I'm asking this committee to look into this, that case number no longer mentions mandrax. The mandrax has been removed of the case. 100 million rands worth of buttons.
What are you trying to suggest?
I think those drugs were stolen
By who?
by the South African Police Services.
And the National Commission is aware of it and he's condoning it.
Well, he is now. Let's see what he does.
Saying.
Look, if he didn't know, advocate, if he didn't know about it, he knows now. Let's see what he does about it.
Okay.
Let me assist you when SAPS talks about further investigation. Sindiso Magaka was killed 5 years ago. We're still told it's under investigation. So further investigation, when it comes from those people, means absolutely nothing to me.
Okay. You then proceed in paragraph 19 to raise an issue about a property that was purchased in Musgrave, KZN. And you say that crime intelligence purchased the property and they did it without a mandate. Is this the same property? Just before you answer, is this the same property that we heard from Mary De Haas, from Paul O'Sullivan, from Patricia Mashale, from Brown Mokhotsi? Is this the same property that you now also raise?
I know of 2 properties, so I don't want to speak out of turn. It may be. There's another place called the Feroz Hotel, which they're probably going to shoot me for now because I don't know if it's classified, but it was unlawfully purchased. So crime intelligence has no mandate to purchase property unless Parliament approves it. When that property was purchased, I was a member of this House. I don't remember receiving that memo. They had no right to purchase that property. That is the sole responsibility of the Department of Public Works. That property was purchased using our tax money. And I'll tell this committee why. And Honorable Shongwe, my brother, Wormy, I'm willing to bet my seat at this table in this house that that property is right now, as I sit here, housing the PKTT.
Again, Mr. Adams, I mean, we've heard that, and when Mr. Mokhotsi came and gave his evidence and also spoke about property that was purchased by crime intelligence, he is not sitting on the police portfolio committee, but he was aware that he's not allowed to make classified or speak of classified information and to make it available. We literally had to redact portions of his statement. But here you are, sitting on the police portfolio committee, familiar with the confidentiality and how these documents should be handled.
Let me assist you with this, ma'am. Please allow me. Crime intelligence has purchased this building. We should assume that it's for the business of crime intelligence. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. It shouldn't even know where the building is. They're being housed in these hotels. And I am willing to bet that they are being invoiced, that we, the taxpayers, are being invoiced to house the PKTT. They needed a washing machine. This is their washing machine.
Do you have any proof of any of the allegations that you just made?
I've mentioned earlier. Chairperson is a hand. Honorable Nola wants to object.
Honorable Nola.
Thanks, Chair. I hear the witness calling a house a washing machine. I don't understand. Maybe if you can elaborate. Are the people staying here washing clothes? Is there clothes there, or there are washing machines there so that people do laundry? Maybe if you can elaborate. We don't understand. How does a house become a washing machine?
You already have a long day and a long night. The statement must just be withdrawn. It does not belong here.
Chairperson, if I may, Chairperson, I'm going to ask that I be treated like every person before me except Mary Das.
Yeah, let's not make it a
No,
point.
Chairperson, please allow me. Please.
Let's not make it a point of debate.
No, Chairperson, this is not a debate. This is me appealing for my right to be treated like everyone else. People came to sit in this chair here and they were throwing mud left, right, and center. I'm suggesting that this ad hoc committee investigate what I'm saying. If you're asking me for evidence, I'm telling you, subpoena the records of that hotel. Subpoena the books. It was bought with our tax money. You are Parliament. You have the right to do it. And if you find out that the PKTT was housed there, arrest these people. And if they weren't, bring charges against me. That's how confident I am. Because I'm telling you now, this is money laundering. Can we continue, please, Advocate?
Okay, you
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is raising the issue, but I just wanted to find out quickly. You say the PKTT stay in that hotel, or in that house, or is washing machine?
Yes, Chief, in that washing machine.
I'm sorry?
I can confirm, yes, Chair.
No, what I'm asking is, are you saying, because you want clarity on that, is PKT members staying in that hotel or in that building, or is it the washing machines which are you concerned about?
They are in that hotel and they are running up a laundry bill of 500,000 rand a month while they're living in a hotel. You figure that out because I can't.
Yeah, but what I want to find out, is there anything wrong if they are staying in that hotel?
It's a crime intelligence building, sir. They shouldn't be there. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. They should not be there.
Yeah, but okay, that's a debate for our conference.
I'm looking forward to that, Honorable Skosana.
Do you want to debate this, honorable members? I can give you time. I don't have a problem with having a long night. It's not sufficient to have a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night. I wish a day could be 14 to 15 hours. And so be the night. Honorable James, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, just help me understand here. I just need clarity. PKTT team, is that not made up of SAPS members who forms part of crime intelligence, who has formed a task team, now brought to Gauteng, operating as counterintelligence to assist with investigations into the drug syndicates and the likes of Mr. Kat Matlala? Because remember, we were told that they were doing so well in KZN. They were brought to Gauteng. Some of the members were then opted into the counterintelligence and were sort of bringing down these criminal syndicates. So those members aren't necessarily from Gauteng. Could it not be that obviously they're staying there? The only problem I would then have is if they are actually staying in a building that's owned by the state crime intelligence and still sort of paying for accommodation. If you can just give me clarity on that.
Yes, thank you, Honorable James. So the PKTT was formed at the behest of the President, and their job is to investigate political killings. They are ordinary SAPS members who have been seconded to form the PKTT. As far as I know, they are not from crime intelligence. They may work with counterintelligence or even with crime intelligence, but they are not crime intelligence. Furthermore, they are staying at the hotel. I'm asking of Parliament, request those books. Let us see what is being charged for the PKTT to stay there. Because that hotel was bought without tax money. I tell you tonight, Honorable James, that if a member of the PKTT is to leave to join intelligence, he's no longer a member of the PKTT, and vice versa. The PKTT has one job, to investigate political killings. Now, let me explain to you how the PKTT does not investigate political killings. We have a Human Rights Commission report that claims that, that finds that Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo failed at his job, which gave rise to the KZN uprisings. 300 and odd people died. Those were politically motivated deaths. The PKTT does not sit with one of those dockets. Instead, it's chasing a drug dealer in Joburg. They don't have the mandate to do that. This is my problem. This should be our problem. And I'm not fighting anybody. I'm saying to you, no, we'll get to that later.
Parliamentary proceedings. Let's be formal. That is what the honorable member is saying.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Point taken.
Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Just before we move on to the next.
And just to say to yourselves that the many interruptions that we have, I have already added an hour to the proceedings. If you have a night of 12 hours, you must know we are now going to experience the 13th hour.
Just before we move on to the next topic, Honorable Adams, we know that IDEC subsequently investigated your complaint, and that General Kumalo and General Shabandem were then subsequently arrested. But what came to light during the evidence that was given by Advocate Johnson was we could see that there was another docket opened, and it appears that the arrest of General Kumalo and General Shabandem were based on the strength of that docket that was opened in Brooklyn Police Station. Do you have an explanation as to why there was this separate docket opened? Because we know on record that you've opened 3 here, and then you went to Johannesburg, you opened others, and that's, I think, at Orlando Station. Where does Brooklyn Station feature? in the midst of this?
I'm actually just thinking about it now. If you'll just grant me a few minutes, if we can keep going, it will come to me and I will respond. I'm just trying to just put it in the order of things. I don't want to hold up the proceedings by going ooh and ah. I know. I'm trying to think. Remember, it's 18 months ago. Just give me a minute, it'll come to me. But I'm asking for the sake of time if we can just move on, because the chair is going to add another hour to our night.
So you will come and give us an explanation?
No, I will give you an explanation.
And you do have an explanation, just so that it be
No,
noted.
there's a very reasonable explanation. It just needs to come back to me.
Okay, and then the referral, the members have asked about the referral, you know, when you lodge a complaint with IDEC, there's a section 27 referral that needs to happen. And we haven't seen that referral. Have you, when you asked IDEC to investigate the matter, how did you do it? What happened? What did you give them?
I gave them my referral letter.
A letter?
A letter. It was an affidavit, sorry, not a letter, an affidavit. It was commissioned. Somebody asked me to see it and I said, but I didn't make a duplicate. I just handed it over. It is with the IDAC. And if the IDAC is asked to produce it, they should be able to. So I'm not understanding why that was an issue, but yeah, I gave them an affidavit.
Okay, I think then we can move on to the next topic. And there you deals with what you call lies and manipulation that flowed unhindered at the Police Oversight Committee. Do you want to, before we go into your respective paragraphs, do you want to just explain what you intend to deal with in there?
So, you know, when the police portfolio sat down to discuss the budget, I think it was Honorable Schikkeling, Honorable Kola Barnard, and I think it was Honorable Susana and myself who came out strongly and said, we are very disappointed at the intelligence budget. We wanted intelligence to receive more money. I think those were the members. I may be wrong. I even think Honorable James was also in agreement with us saying that intelligence should receive more money. So after what I found out about what was happening at intelligence, I wish I could withdraw my statement from the minutes. Because when it comes to the police portfolio, it is impossible to hold these generals to account. And I'll for the benefit of the committee, I will read out a few of those occasions. On the 5th of March, 2025, I inquired of National Commissioner Fani Masimola to explain the reasons General Khumalo was allowed to purchase a redundant cell phone grabber. Now, no response was given. The NASCOM was allowed to duck and dive the portfolio. However, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni has articulated the reasons our tax monies were wasted. Yet it doesn't excuse what happened at the portfolio. Because when we come to portfolio, it's for accountability. So when I come there as a member of the police portfolio and say to the minister, hold on a second, you spent 40 million rand on a grabber that was never used. Never, because it was redundant. We are looking for answers. We're expecting answers. We don't get those. On the 12th of March, I inquired of the National Commission about the top-level security clearance of certain SAPS officials. Included in this was the issue of General Dumisani Khumalo's first clearance, which was alleged was fraudulent. In the Portfolio Committee meeting, the National Commissioner claimed that General Khumalo's clearance was above board. Again, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni came to this portfolio and said that it was impossible that it could be legit because it was done in a matter of days. It normally takes about a year. So the National Commissioner lied to Parliament, but he faced no sanction. Please see attachment FAA1. It's the minutes of that portfolio. When I asked the Commissioner about the clearance of the National Commissioner and Lieutenant Khumalo during the portfolio meeting.
Can I just ask you there? So you haven't attached anything in relation to the allegations that you make in respect of the grabber that you consider redundant. You just say the commissioner hasn't given you a response. And then are you asking this committee to rely on the evidence given by Mr. Slongwane as your substantiation of these allegations that you make? Is that in support? Should we look at at Mr. Slongwane's evidence for support of these allegations that you make?
Given the fact that Mr. Shlongwane was the CFO of Crime Intelligence, I would say that his testimony must be regarded as reliable.
Can I ask you to articulate what did he say that we should look at when we consider whether or not that evidence or what he
He
when we
said
consider
that the grabber was purchased to finance the NASREC conference.
Mhm.
Now, that would make perfect sense because you pay top dollar for a grabber that is worthless if it is indeed the intention to finance a political conference. That is what the CFO, the former CFO of Crime Intelligence said. Now, I asked this question in portfolio. I was not given an answer. It makes me question, what is the purpose of the SAPS portfolio? If I may continue.
And before we also want to deal with paragraph 16, but just on that, so that's the only support for that allegation that you make.
Yes, ma'am. It's the only support I think I need.
It's Slongwane's evidence.
Look, advocate, sorry, not look. Advocate, I'm coming to this portfolio as people have before me with what we have. This portfolio must make recommendations. Amongst others, in this case, maybe the portfolio should, I can't tell the portfolio what to do. Maybe the portfolio should take a closer look at the grabber. Maybe the portfolio should look at the true value of the grabber and what was paid for it. I can't tell this portfolio what to do. I can only tell this portfolio what I see wrong in SAPS. Remember, I wanted to be a member of this of the AD Hoc. Remember, there was a concerted effort made to keep me out.
And in relation to the clearance of General Kumalo, what evidence do you have that he wasn't cleared or that that his clearance wasn't above board?
The National Commissioners come here and admitted that he had 2 clearances. He never told us why the first one wasn't good enough. He had to apply for a second one. The National Commissioner sat here and he said it. Also, again, Brigadier Shlongwane, the CFO of Crime Intelligence, says there is no way a top secret clearance can be given in a week. He looked at the date that was applied and the date it was approved. He said it's impossible. This man knows what he's talking about. I'm just a layman. But please understand that upon obtaining the rank of brigadier and up, the oath of office goes something like this: subject to me attaining and maintaining top-level security clearance. These people are appointed without it, and they're allowed to operate without it for years.
Why should we accept Mr. Slongwane's evidence above that of Lieutenant General Kumalo and above that of the National Commissioner? And is it simply because he was the CFO of Crime Intelligence? Is that the basis on which his evidence is more reliable than that of the National Commissioner and that of General Kumalo?
On the issue of the clearances, I think it is. Remember, the National Commissioner operated without top-level security clearance for 4 years. That is confirmed. Remember that General Kumalo would not have needed to apply for a second clearance if his first clearance was above board. So yes, in this case, I do believe that Shlongwane is the better candidate.
You may proceed.
On the 19th of February 2025, I asked the National Commissioner to supply to the Portfolio Committee the names of the police generals, including provincial heads lacking suitable security clearance. Despite assurance from the National Commissioner that this list would be supplied, it was never released. Please see attachment FAW2, which contains the minutes of the Portfolio Committee meeting. In the same meeting, February 19th, 2025, I asked the National Commissioner about the lack of media attention relating to case number 111-2024, which deals with an incident where over 100 million rands worth of mandrax was found and no media statement was ever given. The reply from General Labia was that the clandestine lab was under further investigation. The latest status of that same case mentions firearms. It doesn't speak of drugs anymore. Please see attachment F882. If I may be allowed to expand on that before we go any further. Mandrax, 90% of it is probably consumed here on these Cape Flats. It was a drug that was manufactured and brought to the Cape Flats by the nationalists. It was how they subdued our people. So when you tell me that 100, because most of the Mandrax addicts are to be found on the Cape Flats. When you tell me that 100 million rand drug bust was effected in KZN, and it doesn't get reported to the media, and we're told that it's under further investigation, it's almost 2 years later, still no media statement. And a few weeks ago, one of our sources tells us that that case number no longer speaks about drugs, it now speaks about firearms, which makes me suspect that that 100 million rands worth of Mandrax did find its way to the Cape Flats. These type of things, we don't get answers on. This is the type of thing I take very personally.
So just to be clear, in respect of the content of paragraph 17, which also speaks to security clearance issue, there's no evidence again. The fact that you've requested a response from the National Commissioner does not confirm that you were right on your allegation. Do you agree with that?
There's no allegation in paragraph 17, Advocate. I'm asking of the National Commissioner to provide the police portfolio a list of the generals who do not have the suitable clearance. That's all I'm asking. Now, when the National Commissioner commits in portfolio to bring us the list and never does, that should be a question of concern. Remember, about an hour ago, you asked me why I omitted a certain email. Now, trust me, that's going to raise suspicion. Simple email. So when I ask our National Commissioner, please bring us a list, including the 9 provincial commissioners, about who's not qualified to sit in that office, that list doesn't come. I'm allowed to be suspicious. And let me paint you a little picture. If you do not have a top-level security clearance, you are not allowed to see top-level classified documents. You're not allowed to. How can you be a provincial commissioner if you're not allowed to see top classified documentation? How can you dispense a budget if you're not allowed to see top-level classification? How do you give directive if you're not allowed to see top-level classified documents? How is this possible? Is it a wonder then that all 9 provinces are in trouble with crime? Because we have incompetent and unqualified people running the system. A general comes to this portfolio and says, I'm in possession of top secret documentation. Okay, fine. How does he know? Because we're not allowed to talk about it. Someone told him, but this committee didn't ask him that. But let's move. Sorry, my control issues are stepping in, sorry.
No, Mr. Adams, you are the witness.
No, I'm here to be led. I'm 100% here to be led tonight by a woman of all beautifulness. Welcome to the new South Africa. It's a beautiful thing.
In paragraph 18, Mr. Adams, you raise that you mentioned that there's an incident where over 100 billion rands worth of Mandrax was found and no media statement was made. You also say that the reply was, when you asked about it, was that there was an investigation. My question here is, why would it be a problem if the police is reluctant to publish an incident where drugs were found if the reason is that they're busy investigating? Wouldn't it compromise investigations if they make things public?
In my view, and I'm not an investigator, I say it again, if we've just cracked the biggest Mandrax hub in the country, I think the SAPs should receive some credit. I think it should make the papers. And when I ask, I think it was 4 months later, I'm told it's under investigation. And that is fine. And then again, we investigate and we are told, reliably told, and I'm asking this committee to look into this, that case number no longer mentions Mandrax. The Mandrax has been removed of the case. 100 million rands worth of buttons.
What are you trying to suggest?
I think those drugs were stolen.
By who?
By the South African Police Services.
And the National Commission is aware of it and he's condoning it.
Well, he is now. Let's see what he does.
Saying,
Look, if he didn't know, advocate, if he didn't know about it, he knows now. Let's see what he does about it.
okay.
Let me assist you when SAPS talks about further investigation. Sindiso Makaka was killed 5 years ago. We still told it's under investigation. So further investigation, when it comes from those people, means absolutely nothing to me.
Okay. You then proceed in paragraph 19 to raise an issue about a property that was purchased in Musgrave, KZN. And you say that crime intelligence purchased the property and they did it without a mandate. Is this the same property, just before you answer, is this the same property that we heard from Mary Dahas, from Paul O'Sullivan, from Patricia Mashale, from Brown Mokhotsi? Is this the same property that you now also raise?
I know of 2 properties, so I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak out of turn. It may be. There's another place called the Feroz Hotel, which they're probably going to shoot me for now because that's, I don't know if it's classified, but it was unlawfully purchased. So crime intelligence has no mandate to purchase property unless Parliament approves it. When that property was purchased, I was a member of this House. I don't remember receiving that memo. They had no right to purchase that property. That is the sole responsibility of the Department of Public Works. That property was purchased using our tax money, and I'll tell this committee why. And Honorable Shongwe, my brother, Wame, I'm willing to bet my seat at this table in this House that that property is right now, as I sit here, housing the PKTT.
Again, Mr. Adams, I mean, we've heard that, and, when Mr. Mokhotsi came and gave his evidence and also spoke about property that was purchased by crime intelligence, he is not sitting on the police portfolio committee, but he was aware that he's not allowed to make classified or, speak of classified information and to make it available. We literally had to redact portions of his statement. But here you are, sitting on the police portfolio committee, familiar with the confidentiality and how these documents should be handled.
Let me assist you with this, ma'am. Please allow me. Crime intelligence has purchased this building. We should assume that it's for the business of crime intelligence. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. It shouldn't even know where the building is. They're being housed in these hotels. And I am willing to bet that they are being invoiced, that we, the taxpayers, are being invoiced to house the PKTT. They needed a washing machine. This is their washing machine.
Do you have any proof of any of the allegations that you just made?
I've mentioned earlier. Chairperson is a hand. Honorable Nola wants to object.
Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. I hear the witness calling a house a washing machine. I don't understand. Maybe if you can elaborate. Are the people staying here washing clothes? Is there clothes there, or there are washing machines there so that people do laundry? Maybe if you can elaborate. We don't understand. How does a house become a washing machine?
You already have a long day and a long night. The statement must just be withdrawn. It does not belong here.
Chairperson, if I may, Chairperson, I'm going to ask that I be treated like every person before me except Mary Das.
Yeah, let's not make it a
No,
point.
Chairperson, please allow me, please.
Let's not make it a point of debate.
No, Chairperson, this is not a debate. This is me appealing for my right to be treated like everyone else. People came to sit in this chair here and they were throwing mud left, right, and center. I'm suggesting that this ad hoc committee investigate what I'm saying. If you're asking me for evidence, I'm telling you subpoena the records of that hotel. subpoena the books. It was bought with our tax money. You are Parliament. You have the right to do it. And if you find out that the PKTT was housed there, arrest these people. And if they weren't, bring charges against me. That's how confident I am. Because I'm telling you now, this is money laundering. Can we continue, please, Advocate?
Okay, you,
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is raising the issue, but I just wanted to find out quickly. You say the PKTT stay in that hotel, or
Yes,
in that
Chief.
house, or
In
his
that-
washing machine?
Yes, Chief, in that washing machine.
I'm sorry?
I can confirm, yes, Chief.
No. What I'm asking is, are you saying, because you want clarity on that, is PKT members staying in that hotel or in that building? Or
They-
is it the washing machines which are you concerned about?
They are in that hotel and they are running up a laundry bill of 500,000 rand a month while they're living in a hotel. You figure that out because I can't.
Yeah, but what I want to find out, is there anything wrong if they are staying in that hotel?
It's a crime intelligence building, sir. They shouldn't
Yeah.
be there. The PKTT is not an arm of crime intelligence. They should not be there.
Yeah, but okay, that's a debate for our conversation.
I'm looking
Thank
forward
you.
to that, Honorable Skosana.
Do you want to debate this, honorable members? I can give you time. I don't have a problem with having a long night. It's not sufficient to have a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night. I wish a day could be 14 to 15 hours, and so be the night. Honorable James, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams, just help me understand here. I just need clarity. PKTT team, is that not made up of SAPS members who forms part of crime intelligence, who has formed a task team, now brought to Gauteng, operating as counterintelligence to assist with investigations into the drug syndicates and the likes of Mr. Kat Matlala? Because remember, we were told that they were doing so well in KZN. They were brought to Gauteng. Some of the members were then opted into the counterintelligence and were sort of bringing down these criminal syndicates. So those members aren't necessarily from Gauteng. Could it not be that obviously they're staying there? The only problem I would then have is if they are actually staying in a building that's owned by the state crime intelligence and still sort of paying for accommodation. If you can just give me clarity on that.
Yes, thank you, Honorable James. So the PKTT was formed at the behest of the President, and their job is to investigate political killings. They are ordinary SAPS members who have been seconded to form the PKTT. As far as I know, they are not from crime intelligence. They may work with counterintelligence or even with crime intelligence, but they are not crime intelligence. Furthermore, they are staying at the hotel. I'm asking of Parliament, request those books. Let us see what is being charged for the PKTT to stay there. Because that hotel was bought without tax money. I tell you tonight, Honorable James, that if a member of the PKTT is to leave to join intelligence, he's no longer a member of the PKTT, and vice versa. The PKTT has one job, to investigate political killings. Now, let me explain to you how the PKTT does not investigate political killings. We have a Human Rights Commission report that claims that, that finds that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo failed at his job, which gave rise to the KZN uprisings. 300 and odd people died. Those were politically motivated deaths. The PKTT does not sit with one of those dockets. Instead, it's chasing a drug dealer in Joburg. They don't have the mandate to do that. This is my problem. This should be our problem. And I'm not fighting anybody. I'm saying to you No, we'll get to that later. Thank you.
Okay, should I proceed?
Osana, are you fine? Can we proceed?
Chair, I hope I will also get a little bit more time because
Chair,
I'm
can-
watching. Oh, okay.
How much more time do you still need, Advocate Mkhwait?
No, Chair, I will obviously try to finish as quickly as I could, but maybe an extra 10 to 15 minutes because by the rate we're going.
No. I have given you until 22:30.
Sorry, Chair?
I have given you until 22:30.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Adams, just to move on, you're making a very, also what I consider a serious statement, given that you are serving on the Police Portfolio Committee. And you say without giving any detail, in paragraph 20 of your statement, you say, what I can say without any reservation is that the Police Oversight Committee has failed in its mandate and failed the people of South Africa for obvious reasons.
I am a member of the Police Oversight Committee.
Why do you say that?
This is a self-criticism. We could have done better.
In what respect?
For a year, we have allowed General Masimola to sit in that committee, to lie to us, to refuse to answer. We have failed. And there are strong personalities on that committee, like me, like Honorable Skosana, like Honorable Kola Barnard. There's some real bulldogs there, but these people have gotten away with it anyway. I tell you, it's self-reflection. We have failed. Chairperson is a hand.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want I want to go back again, Chair, that it will be a sweeping statement to say General Masemola does not respond to our question. He does respond. I don't think it's correct for us to say that he comes to the committee, he doesn't want to answer. I don't think it's fair, Honorable Member. It will be really misleading because if you go to the Hansard, you'll find that when we ask questions, when we meet them, he might not give us satisfactory answers as perhaps you want, but it would be misleading to say he doesn't answer question, Chair. Just wanted us to be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, we'll be told that we have lied before the Ad Hoc Committee. I don't think it's correct because it does answer questions. Thank you, Chair.
Taken, Honorable Member. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Adams, I'd like to deal with your complaint that you made to the Inspector General. So you say in paragraph 21 that you've lodged a complaint on the 16th of May. Rather, on the 16th of May, you emailed the IG and you, as the complainant in the matter of cases that you've laid, I take it, is this cases that you've laid with the IG? Is it in the norm? Is this normal to go and lay charges with the IG? I think I've asked this before.
I actually don't know what's normal in the line or the way the IG works, ma'am. It was my first interaction with him. I'm referring to myself as the complainant because I had told the IG that these are my complaints and here's the paperwork that I think may back it up. So I'm referring to myself colloquially there.
Okay. So now on page 52, you have attached the email that you've sent to the IG, the 52 of the annexure bundle. You have it.
Thank you.
And you say there, dear IG, could you please tell me what is the status of your investigation into the investigation of the complaint laid against the police generals by Honorable Fadiel Adams? Has the investigation been completed? So here we know now that you've asked the IG to conduct an investigation against is this General Kumalo and them?
General Kumalo, Madondo, and Lushaba.
Okay. And then in paragraph 21 of your statement, you say, the IG confirmed that he has completed his report in relation to the cases that I have opened against the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence, and it is now with the Minister. Please see email correspondence. There's a report that the IG has prepared, which is, I think it's considered classified. Does this report, the infamous report of the IG, the now suspended IG, does it deal with, is it on the strength of your complaint that he did the report?
If I read the media, thank you, Advocate. If I read the media reports and the information contained therein, then it does appear. But what you see in the media, you know what, the media is the media. I do believe it relates to the complaints that I made.
Okay, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just on clarity, on the annexure bundle, page 52, that the advocate referred to, this is not an email that was sent from Honorable Adams, or is it the wrong, it was sent from Honorable S. Frenchman?
Sorry, he uses that email address. If Honorable Matthys, if you could look at the other emails he sent to the Minister as well, it's the same address and it would be signed Honorable Adams, but this one was written Honorable Frenchman. But more importantly, he also says in his statement that it is his email.
If I may, just some clarity. I seem to have endless problems with this laptop, so it's in at IT for days at any given time. So in certain instances, if I need to send an urgent email, I will use my colleague's a laptop who sits right next in the office right next to me. So in this, and I think one or two other cases, I've said, can I just use your laptop and I'll just forward the email. Sorry, but it is my email, Honorable Matthys. She's very observant.
Honorable Matthys, are you satisfied?
Not really, Honorable Adams, but you even sign it off as Honorable S. Frenchman. And it even says there, it doesn't say, it says here the complaint laid against the police generals by Honorable Fadiel Adams. So it doesn't say the complaint that I laid.
Yes, Honorable Matthys. Remember, the IGI doesn't know who Frenchman is. So I put my name in this, you can understand, so he can understand that it is relating to that. And also the signature at the bottom, it's the way a laptop is set up, that any email sent, that comes up at the bottom, and I didn't want to interfere with that, so I just sent it.
Okay, but you could have just deleted and signed it off.
Well,
It's
I'll
not
do that
hard.
next time. Sorry about that.
Honorable Nola.
Thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Matthys covered part of what I wanted to follow up on. That was the recipient of the email then, which is the suspended IGI, aware that this is the complainant following up on his complaint. Because here it's written, as one of my Matthys is saying, it's written as though that it's someone else who's following up on your behalf. And the details of the email actually we are talking about someone else, not you.
May I, Chairperson? The IGI actually called to confirm and replied afterwards via email. I said to him, my laptop is in at IT. I'm not receiving emails. I'm not sending emails. And that was when he responded.
Are you fine, Honorable Member? Honorable Skosana, I'll come to you, Honorable Sokhanyi.
Chair, a quick one. I think because I sit in that committee, it will be improper not to put things into a correct perspective. It should not be recorded as true that PKTT is just ordinary subs members, because it's a combination of officers specializing in various aspects of investigation. With Lieutenant General Kumalo, as you know, serves as a head of crime intelligence, and is a designated project leader of the PKTT. I think let's put that on record. It's not only, there's a lot of people in that PKTT who are specializing in the different aspects. Do you agree, Honorable Member?
No, I do not agree, Honorable Member, and I'll explain to you why. They are all SAPS members, whether they're investigative, whether they're forensics, whether they are all SAPS members, the whole operational team, besides the prosecutors. Furthermore, the head of intelligence can never be the head of a combat unit because that's where the accountability gets lost. For instance, I can give you, if I'm the head of intelligence, I can give you this intelligence report and tell you need to do this.
Yeah.
There has to be objectivity for someone to say, hold on a second, this might not be correct.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm correcting you, in your statement, what you said now, you said that these are not members of the crime intelligence who are in the as a MKT, as a PKT team. So I'm saying to you, there's various members. There's some members from the crime intelligence in the PKTT.
My chief, thank you very much, Honorable Member. If there are members of intelligence there, then that is okay. Maybe that is a good thing. But I'm telling you, there are members that are not of intelligence.
Yeah, but
Can I finish, please? That are now being housed in an intelligence building. Now, surely that's against protocol. I'm not going to get into an argument. I'm saying to you that if the building is purchased with the proceeds of crime intelligence monies, with crime intelligence monies, it should be used for crime intelligence only. That's all I'm saying. And if that's the point of debate, then we should have that debate.
it can't be right, Chair. I think I must correct our honorable member. You can't dictate to the police that if this house is for, it's a such building. Crime intelligence, it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying to you, what I wanted to correct you on that aspect, saying that the PKTT, some members are from crime intelligence. Do you agree?
I'm not disputing that because I don't know the members of the PKTT.
Thank you.
Can I finish? No.
I'm fine.
No. What I'm saying to you, Chief, is if a member is not from crime intelligence, he's not allowed to drive their vehicles, he's not allowed to stay in the accommodation, he's not, do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't really.
Well, then thank you.
I really don't understand.
No,
But thank you. At a later stage, Chair.
let's do this. I don't think that we were correct now to go into the anatomy of the PKTT. No. Let's leave that to the police commissioner. He's coming here. We're good that we'll call him back. Honorable Sokanye. Advocate Mokwaiti, your time is now extended to 23 hours. Just relax, Honorable Sokanye.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I was making a follow-up on what has been raised by Honorable Mateus and Honorable Ngola on the issue of Honorable Frenchman making a follow-up, because on page 51, there is a response from the office of the IGI, whereby is saying that to Honorable Frenchman has already responded to Honorable Adams. So I'm saying that two people are inquiring about the investigation. It's Honorable Frenchman and Honorable Adams, by the look of things, looking at the response of the office of the IGI.
What is your comment on that statement?
If I'm understanding what my honorable colleague said, Chairperson, I had a choice. I could either wait for my laptop to be fixed, or I could use my colleague's laptop to send an email. It's really that simple. And sorry, Chair, and I'll even own it that my admin could have been a little bit less sloppy than that, but that's what it is.
Honorable Sokanyile.
No, I was saying that Honorable Adams must say that also Honorable Frenchman is making up a follow-up on the case he has opened. So he's assisting, if he can say that like that, because it reflects like that in the correspondence, if he can say so, not to say that he was using the laptop of another person. Thank you.
Chairperson, I don't understand what I'm supposed to say. I'm telling you what happened. Honorable Frenchman did not do the follow-up on my behalf. I simply used the laptop. That's what I'm telling you, and that's not going to change.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Maybe if we can look, for instance, good afternoon, Honorable Frenchman. Thank you for inquiring about this matter and wish to bring the attached correspondence for your attention. And then we kindly responded to Honorable Adams on the 28th of March, 2025, meaning that Honorable Frenchman was inquiring on your behalf. Just say you requested him or her to do that, because here is the response.
Honorable Sokanyele, then I'd be lying to you. So I've told you, and I've clarified that to the advocate, and I think I've said it to Honorable Nola, I think. And if anybody else wants me to tell the same story, I'm happy to do that. I used the laptop. That's the full story.
Honorable Sokanyile.
It's in black and white, Chairperson.
Honorable Adams.
Chairperson.
Say anything you want to say.
No, Chairperson.
She says it is written in black and white.
Yes, Chairperson. But
Okay.
it's my hands all over the keyboard, and you know what? The simple thing to do is to say, yeah, she sent it for me. I'm telling you what happened, Chairperson.
Honorable James.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I almost forgot what I wanted to ask. I wanted to go back to the composition of the task teams. The composition of the task teams, we've heard in previous witness testimonies that it was not necessarily made up of members from crime intelligence, that it was made up of various members with various competencies in these task teams. So for us to assume that the task team solely consisted of members from crime intelligence, and it was wrong and also label them under PKTT, staying illegally in that building, that would almost sort of add to the narrative that PKTT was, how can I put this? That PKTT was involved in criminality. And that was the reason for the minister disbanding the PKTT. Because we've heard several times that the PKTT was only operating in KZN. We've heard previous witnesses such as, I think it was Advocate Patwe, who also assumed that PKTT brought her gadgets. And she was corrected saying that because she saw General Dumisani, she assumed that it was PKTT. So PKTT was not operating in Gauteng. And we have to be clear on that. It was the same members, yes, but they were operating under counterintelligence in Gauteng. Gauteng, I think they call that Gauteng Counterintelligence Task Team.
Thank you, Honorable James. The short response, Honorable James, as this committee perhaps should consider an audit of that hotel and the members of the PKTT. Let's see who's from intelligence, let's see who's from counterintelligence, and let's see who's from SAPS. But what I can tell you, and the more experienced members of the police portfolio would be able to tell you, that non-intelligence members shouldn't come near the equipment, their vehicles, or their buildings. That's not me saying it. That's the policy. Thank you.
Okay. Let me remind you again that General Masemola, the National Police Commissioner, and General Mkwanasi will be back here next week. Before I allow you to proceed, because your time has been extended by the benevolent chairperson. You are no longer concluding at 22 hours 30, but at 23 hours. Can I check if there is any honorable member who still wants to raise a point before we allow?
Nobody goes on tonight.
Okay.
Can I continue? Chair?
Advocate Mokgweetsi, may we please proceed?
Okay, Mr. Adams, in paragraph 22 of your statement, you deal with your communication with the IG, and you asked the IG whether the complainant was allowed to have a copy of the outcome of the report. And the IG said to you that it's not possible or legal. But we see here in on page 51 of your annexure bundle, you wrote to Honorable Ian Cameron, and I take it it's other members of the Police Portfolio Committee, and you tell them that the report of the IG is supposedly in-depth and complete. What do you know about the report at that time to have made such a statement?
The IG had confirmed that the report had been completed and he sent it to the minister. I asked him if my complaints were found to be true or untrue, and all he said to me is, Honorable Adams, it is in depth, it is with the minister, it's all I can say. I asked IG, can I have a copy? He said no. He said never. It's at this point when I emailed the minister, I said, Minister, you've got the report, bring it to the portfolio. The minister never even replied. It's at this stage that me, being a conspiracy theorist, assume that the minister is part of a cover-up because the report is there. If there's nothing in the report, if these people have done nothing, come to the portfolio with the report and say, listen here, Adams, you're barking up the wrong tree. But now you don't reply. What am I supposed to think? Remember, since this whole thing happened, I have been memed, I have been mocked, I have been... I want the truth. If I'm wrong, that's okay. But if I'm vindicated, then let me know. That's all I'm asking.
You do say that you have requested the minister to make the report, to bring the report to Parliament, and that's in paragraph 22 of your statement. And then you go on to say in paragraph 23 that on 26th of June, IDEC arrested General Khumalo and others. So was it on the strength of the outcome of the IG's report that General Khumalo and them were arrested, or is it because of what IDEC has investigated?
I cannot say with certainty, but I'm almost certain that the IDAC would have conducted their own investigation. I don't know if they were working with the IG. I can't say, I don't know if there's communication. But what I do know is that these generals were in actual fact arrested.
And you say you don't know whether IG might have worked with IDEC on this?
I don't even know if he's allowed to.
Okay. Then I think we can move on to the next topic, Mr. Adams, unless if there's anything in relation to that specific topic that you'd like to bring to the attention of the committee.
Yes, please, Advocate. You know, before July the 6th, if Parliament had to vote for a national commissioner, I would have voted for General Mkwanasi. Because I like his attitude and I like his approach, the no nonsense, we'll shoot first, ask questions later, because South Africans as a whole are gut full of crime. We're tired of drug dealers and murderers, all of us. And this man was striking all the right notes. He was making all the right noise. I was a fan. And then he calls this press conference. And then he mentions members of parliament and people who are busy protecting cartels and God knows what else. And I go like, whoa. He's talking about, I said to my wife, he's talking about me. And I said, but then I must be the poorest cartel member in the world. And then the general has to come here and produce proof of what he's got to say. And he can't produce an ounce. But the general does make a very, very striking statement, in my view. Well, he makes two. He says that the unlawful appointment or alleged unlawful appointment of someone at crime and intelligence is an HR matter. I disagree. And then he makes another statement. He says that the national commissioner was at the gates of prison when he called this press conference. What nobody in this country asks is, why? Why is he at the gates of prison? What is he alleged to have done? I mean, he's the national commissioner. This press conference had nothing to do with the PKTT. I was in the meeting on the 5th day of March when General Kumalo put forward the disbandment plan for the PKTT. General Mkwanazi was in that meeting. I remember saying in that meeting that I support the disbandment. No, the meeting before that, sorry. I support the disbandment of the PKTT because I believe that the AGU needs the money more. But then when the press conference is called, when the nation needs to be scared, the disbandment of the PKTT has got something to do with it because the PKTT is apparently protecting South Africa from everything, which is total rubbish. I must put it on the record. Because on the 5th of March, General Kumalo says we've had one politically motivated murder. One. With a budget of 100 million rand for the year. On the Cape Flats, the AGDU deals with 3,000 bodies a year and 7 million rand. So I'm in support of the dissolvement of this waste of money.
Okay.
But then we come here. Oh wait, before we go there, allow me just a little bit of leeway. I know it's your time, sorry. I cannot believe that I live in a country where murders are classed political killings. So the ordinary man in the street is not entitled to that. I just need to put that on the record.
Okay. Okay, can we now go back to your statement and the content thereof, Mr. Adams? You do deal with the press conference as well. And in relation thereto, you make some allegations that the conference and General Mkonazi's statement to this committee would have been dismissed in any civil court, in any civilized country. And you then deal with what you refer to as inconsistencies that he made. And there you mention former Minister Becky Cele as well. You say that General Mkonazi made a claim under oath that he would arrest former Minister Becky Cele. And then you say, in spite of admitting to this House that he knew and was asked to join Mr. Cele's wrongdoing, the General does nothing. Are you trying to suggest that General Mkonazi is working with former Minister Becky Cele? And what are the charges that he was supposed to have laid against Minister Cele?
No, ma'am. I'm not saying that he's working with Becky Cele.
Okay.
I'm listening to General Mkwanazi when he was questioned about former Minister Cele. And he says, yes, I know he admires me or something like that. But even he knows that if he's doing something wrong, I will arrest him. He says it. And then minutes, half an hour, whenever later, he said, but when he tried to pull me into his wrongdoings, and I'm quoting this, I distanced myself. Now, when a minister tries to draw you into wrongdoings, why are you not laying a grievance? Why are you not laying a charge? Why is there no email you can present to this House? So it's an inconsistency from where I'm standing. I have my own views on Becky Cele, and they are strong views. But if General Mkwanazi is aware of any criminality or alleged criminality or wrongdoing by Mr. Bekitshele, why is he not doing something about it? The tough talking, hard tackling combatant.
I think the allegation that was made against against former Minister Kele related to a cell phone number which appeared on records that were found on Mr. Matlala's phone, and General Mkonazi mistakenly believed that it was General Kele's phone number, which he then subsequently clarified in a supplementary statement. Is there anything else where he implicated former Minister Kele that he should have laid charges
I think
against?
that will come out further along the line, if we may. I still owe you an explanation about, it will come to me. It will come before we leave here tonight. But what you're asking me now, unless you want me to jump a few pages?
No, it's not a few pages. We're on that. We're on paragraph 25(1), where you deal with allegations that he should have laid charges against it. Now, I've clarified where former Minister Becky Kele's name was mentioned, and it's that phone number. What else did he mention
What I saw,
where he should have been arrested?
what I saw, excuse me, advocate, what I saw was I saw a man sitting here saying, yes, I will arrest him. I will arrest him if he's committing anything. He says it. And then he says, when he tried to pull me into his wrongdoings, I distanced myself. I did not see anything about a cell phone. So if I need to retract that part of the statement, I gladly will. I'm not here to tell a lie. That is what I saw. I may not have seen the full thing, but the little bit I saw, it put a serious question mark in my head.
I think we're speaking past each other. I was trying to understand what other wrongdoing
No.
other than the cell phone issue did he mention?
No, the general did not expand in the committee. The committee actually didn't interrogate that.
Okay. Then in paragraph 25, you've previously spoke about this, about the uprising thing, 25.2, where you say that intelligence was to blame for the uprising that happened in KZN, and then you say that General Kumalo was to blame for that. He was heading crime intelligence at the time. That uprising happened in 2021.
Yes.
And General Kumalo assumed office in 2022.
Then I must have my facts wrong and I would apologize to General Kumalo then. But the uprising in KZN was a massive failing of intelligence. It doesn't matter who headed it. I apologize to General Kumalo. I do. But to couple with a failure in intelligence, the operational side of it, it fell apart because the head of the province took leave. Now, I believe that a competent national commissioner would have fired the provincial commissioner for going on leave. Fani Masimola doesn't. And remember, over 300 people died as a result. And again, the PKTT is not investigating any one of those deaths.
Okay, but we've noted that you retract paragraph 25, where you put the blame squarely on General Kumalo.
I do apologize. My information is incorrect.
Okay.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I just want to get it clear from our witness. The statement which the evidence leader was leading now, is he retracting that's the statement? Apologizing alone, it's different. There's a difference between apologizing and retracting. Are you retracting the
Honorable
statement?
Skosana, I will retract it twice just for your benefit, my brother.
Not for my period. It's not about me, Honorable Member.
Chief, I have retracted and I have apologized.
You are retracting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was apologizing and retracting are not the same, Honorable.
No, I retract and I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's proceed, Advocate Mohaid. I see you still have 53 minutes.
I still have 50 minutes.
We'll have about 53 minutes to conclude.
Okay. I will try to be quicker, Chair, and I think as Mr. Adams, Honorable Adams was talking, he touched on a lot of the things in the statement, so it should go a bit quicker now. General Adams, in paragraph 26 of your statement, you mentioned that General Mkonazi said that you must recommended that you spend time at Portsmouth, and we take it that it's in relation to the fact that you were had classified information which you made public, and you disagree with that because you say that it's not a crime to or rather the policies that regulate classified information does not allow you to cover up crime.
Yes, advocate, thank you. You know, it's such a stigma for people like me to end up in Portsmouth. But anyway, my opinion is strong. I do believe that General Mkonazi is a constitutional delinquent. The man wants me in jail for reporting a crime. He would prefer that I cover up a crime. That's what he's saying. Now, I would refer General Mkonazi to the Vuma versus IPER judgment, where it says that you cannot classify crime. And then if you can't read that one, there's a shorter document, it's called the MIS document. It says the same thing. So I'm covered. I'm covered by court rulings and a cabinet document. If General Mkonazi feels otherwise, then he must come with documents, man. I'm not here for his opinion. I don't care about his opinion. His opinion of me is very low. And I can tell you it is mirrored by the way I feel about him.
When does the document become a crime? Before or after classification?
You can't classify crime. You can't.
So-
Furthermore, I would like this committee to ask who classified that information. Was it General Kumalo or was it General Masimola? Because you can't classify crime. The High Court has ruled.
Honorable Adams, are you saying that the committee must look at who is the author of that document and ask for it to be classified, or of that information, and who asked for it to be classified, and that should be investigated, and that person should be, charges should be laid against that person because it's a crime?
I would ask this committee to do the best thing in the best interest of the people of South Africa and the South African police services.
Then in paragraph 29, it's a different topic. You deal with the apparent protection of General Mkonazi. And again, you're making very serious allegations in relation to the PKTT. And my question is, are you saying that the PKTT has killed minors and injured minors? Your words in paragraph 29 are, I emailed the National Commissioner on the 9th of November 2025 when I asked him to disclose the number of minors killed and injured by the PKTT. You're not asking if they have done it. The way I read your statement is that you're suggesting that they have in fact killed minors and they've injured minors. Where do you get that information?
I am not willing to disclose that source. But what I can tell you is that the National Commissioner still has not replied to that email. I would also have to ask, ma'am, why we skipped paragraph 28. It's a very short paragraph.
We can go to it.
I would expect
It
us
was
to
not my
thank that.
intention to intentionally skip information that you want to deal with. 28 deals with accusations that you said General Mkonazi made and said that IDOC belongs to an Indian cabal. Do you want to expand on that?
The disappointment of it all is that after being accused of being an Indian cabal, when Advocate Johnson was a Shamila Batoy sits here, and they break down the demographics of the IPER, the only racial group in this country that was underrepresented was again predictably the colours. I'm not surprised by this. In the Western Cape, years go by without a single coloured police officer being advanced. Not one. But there was no outrage. I can imagine what would have happened if black people, white people, or Indian people were underrepresented. There'd have been a commission into a commission, but it's just the colours. Doesn't really matter. Thank you, Advocate.
Okay. Again, Mr. Adams, I mean, I just want to get clarity on, because it goes on to paragraph 30 where you now actually addressed an email to the minister, the Minister Kachalia, and you've asked for information in relation to the PKTT. Where do you have any evidence that the PKTT has killed and injured minors?
I have been reliably told that the PKTT has killed more than 10 minors since its inception. Some accidentally, or maybe all of them accidentally, but still killed. Now, you must remember, if you're going out in the dark looking for a violent suspect, anything looks dangerous. I can understand that. But I'm asking for figures. Tell us how many children the PKTT has killed. No response. Maybe you should be asking the National Commissioner when he comes to sit here. Because he can duck me, advocate. He cannot duck you.
Mr. Adams, in paragraph 30, of your statement, you say that you've requested information, and I've just briefly talked about how you asked the commission about information about the PKTT. And when one looks at the email that you sent to the minister, it appears that you do not have much, you do not believe, and also from the comments you've just made about the PKTT. South Africa, through the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi, and now through the Ad Hoc Committee and the Madlanga Commission, has heard some serious allegations being made about drug syndicates and also senior officials of the police. So it appears, one reads your email, that you do not believe that there's any merit in any of the allegations made by the PKTT, and in particular in relation to the drug syndicates that are said to operate in South Africa. You don't seem to believe any of that.
Let me put it into context for you, advocate. A cartel. I look at the Colombians. I look at the Russians, the Bulgarians, maybe even the Moroccans. Those are cartels. Pussycat Matlala is way too small for that job. And when you look at the evidence provided by Lieutenant General Kumalo about the existence of cartels here in this room, you might have Googled it. ChatGPT gives you a better description. There's no evidentiary information. The cartels are here. You'd be stupid to dispute that. But Pussycat Matlala is way too small to be labeled a cartel member or cartel boss rather. But what I think he was a cash funnel for some very, very powerful people within the South African police services. And if you like, and if you let me, I'll assist you, because we're short of time, to qualify my statement. If you let me.
It's actually your day, Mr. Adams, and not mine. So you have the floor.
Pussycat Matlala is a criminal. We can agree to this, all of us. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But he didn't give himself a 300 million rand tender. He didn't. There was a BAC and a BEC. Now, the National Commissioner sat here and he admitted that someone within the IDAC had notified him that this tender might be going to the wrong person. But he says that he contacted General Fani and told General Fani to have a look. General Fani came back and said, no, it all looks above board, but if there's an investigation, we can act. That if cost the South African taxpayer 50 million rand. But the National Commissioner takes no action against General Fani. Pussycat Matlala is a criminal. And they've given him access to the health records of every policeman in the country. One click of the mouse and he'll know who has HIV. One click of the mouse and he knows who's got mental health issues. In this country, people kill themselves before they reveal that status. And they've given this to a criminal. This is treason. Now that we've established that he had no right to get that tender and the National Commissioner may well have known, let's shelve that. He didn't pay himself 50 million rand. This money was authorized by the accounting officer of the SAPS, Mr. Fani Masimola, even if he didn't sign it himself. But then it gets worse than that. SIU makes this discovery. not the South African Police Services. If SIU does not investigate this, Vusikat Matlala is still trading with the SAPS. And in my view, there was never an investigation into CAP. Because if you look at the case docket at his last appearance last month, there's 2 pages in the docket. 2. That's not an investigation, that's a joke.
We know Mr. Mokhotse was also investigating him. What do you know about that? Do you believe that he was busy with an investigation?
It's hard to know what to be. I don't know. I'll be very honest with you, Advocate. I don't know. And I'd rather not have an opinion because I so much want to believe so much of what was said here, and there's so much of what was said here that I just can't believe it. That simply can't be true.
You don't believe that he was busy with the investigation?
Can I sit on the fence just this once?
Okay.
Because I hope he was, but he probably wasn't.
Okay. But, so you're basically saying, and this is in your statement, that the stories that or rather the allegations that are made are theories. The allegations around the syndicates are theories, and that General Kumalo, when he explained the characteristics of syndicates and how they operate, was drawing information from ChatGPT.
If you doubt me, Advocate, just Google it. It's there. He might as well have been quoting you from ChatGPT. This is the whole head of crime intelligence.
I'd like to move on from that and deal with something which you have mentioned quite a number of times, the murder of Cindy Saw. And in your statement, as part of your annexures, you've attached a statement from a person who you say was one of the accused persons, or he's in prison right now. Do you want to just talk about that briefly before I ask you my questions on it?
I just want to tie that into what happens. Patricia Mashali contacted me. This is how I met her. And she asked me to go and if I would meet Bongi Nkosi Dlamini. He was a sergeant in the South African Police Services. So I went to Durban. I went to the Westville prison and I had a long chat with Bongi Nkosi Dlamini. And he was investigating the murder of Mr. Sindiso Mahaka. And this man claims that he was ordered by General Kumalo to arrest the mayor of Durban. And he refused. And weeks later, he was charged with defeating the ends of justice. And he spent 4.5 years in prison without bail, awaiting trial for a non-violent crime. And then he was found guilty by a judge citing case law that doesn't exist in December. No, sorry. I think it was October. He's sentenced, just please don't quote me, October, it might have been September, but I'm saying October. He is sentenced in October. We are now in March. Found guilty in October. We are now in March. He still hasn't been sentenced. Because the minute they sentence him, he can appeal. So they leave this man to rot in jail. When I speak to this man, who I believe is a good policeman, was a good policeman, he says to me, there's someone inside of this prison that you should meet. I say, who? He says it's the murderer, one of the hitmen in the Sindiso Mahaka case. I meet this man. He says to me, he speaks Zulu, he doesn't speak English, so we have to get a translator. I want to tell the truth. I say to him, I can't cut you a deal. He says, I don't want a deal, I want to tell the truth. He says they were paid to kill Mrs. Sindiso Mahaka. He says that they were escorted to and from the scene of the crime by the South African Police Services. Now it's been confirmed that the AK-47, which killed one of our finest, was supplied by crime intelligence. And when General Kumalo sits here, he says, no, the investigation is still ongoing. 4 years later, with a hitman begging to confess. This is crime intelligence for you.
Can I just ask?
I just need to finish, Advocate, because this is a sore point for me. In the attachments is the confession of the hitman. I suggest you read it tonight. But the same name keeps coming up. I can promise you now, if you saw Fadiel Adams at a drug den 5 times, you'd say he was on drugs. You've done more than see a certain general at a drug den more than 5 times. Draw your own inference. I'm not telling you where to go. Thank you, Advocate.
I was just going to direct members to where the statement is. It's on page 83 to 94 of the bundle, and then it has an annexure to it as well. And the statement was deposed by Mr. Sibusiso Malusi Tengwa, and we have a stamp. It's not signed. The date is not signed, put on it by the Commission of Oath, but there's a stamp that indicates that it was deposed on the 26th of November, 2025.
I cannot confirm the date offhand, Advocate. I cannot, but if the stamp is there, then so be it.
Yeah, and the Commission of Oaths has a stamp and it's dated 26 November 2025. So in the statement, in paragraph 19 on page 91, the deponent actually confirms that you did go and visit him, and that you visited him with Mr. Mbanjwa.
Yes, roundabout right.
No, sorry, with Mr. Bongenkosi Dlamini, he says I got Mr. Adams in paragraph 19. Mr. Adams got in contact with me with the help of Bongenkosi Dlamini, as I told Mr. Dlamini.
And conclude the point, Honorable Advocate Mukhais.
Okay. And then you say, sure. As I told Mr. Dlamini of my problem, and he was amongst the first of the investigators, and he is now arrested regarding the same matter. So this is the deponent saying you visited him with he got in contact with you through Mr. Dlamini, who is now arrested, and Mr. Dlamini was one of the first investigators into this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarity on that. The killer of Sindiso Makaka was sentenced for 25 years. Am I right?
He's one of the hitmen. I don't know if he pulled the trigger, sir. He was part of it.
I'm saying the killer who killed Comrade Sindiso Makaka was sentenced for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
And we are saying he's still waiting to be?
He's waiting to tell the whole truth, sir. He's begging to tell the whole truth. Who paid them? The names of the people who drove them.
So when he was sentenced, when he was the mitigation, he didn't tell what
He
happened?
he didn't tell, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Honorable Sols.
Oh, Chair, I missed the advocate when they were dealing with the sworn affidavit. The documents we have, it stops at page 83, attachment FAA8. The sworn affidavit stops at paragraph 3, and we have nothing else after that, Chair. So we couldn't follow.
Chairperson, just while the advocate is looking for that annexure, can I just go and see someone just to get a tablet for my shoulder, please, man? I want to finish tonight. I'm going to sit here all night if I have to. I just need some relief, please, man. Thank you.
I don't know why some of them have it and some don't, because this one has it. It's called the annexure bundle. I don't know if you're looking at the exhibit bundle, the annexure bundle, but this one has it.
I'm not the only one, advocate.
Yeah, this one has it.
Can other members just confirm so it doesn't look like it's just me alone?
But here's one, you can have this one.
EFF, do you have the whole? State for the record. Now it looks like I am the only one.
And the assistant.
Everyone.
Nobody has it. Nobody.
Honorable Vessels, please confirm.
Nobody, I confirm, nobody.
Thank you.
There's no GNU today. It's just MPs.
Okay, but the statement is on page. That one is one. No, it's not because of the statement. This one is the statement. This incorrect, it has a statement. Yeah. Yeah, but it starts on page, but it's the statement. It starts with the statement. Okay, yes, Chair, and we're very close to finishing. Okay, so Mr. Honorable Adams, we are now at page 92, paragraph 22 of the statement, if you could just go to the annexure. Fadiel. Do you have the statement in front of you? Do you have the same problem?
I'm almost there.
It's there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Paragraphs are oddly numbered. So paragraph 22, but then there's a paragraph just below the first paragraph of 22. And it starts with Advocate Matlamela was paid by Fadiel Adams and Mary Haas. They are the ones who ended up assisting me as I had no money left. Mr. Mbanjwa and Advocate Kaba has exhausted all my funds. So you were responsible with Mary Dahas to pay for his legal fees.
The gentleman in question had asked me, and I said if I could, I would contribute. And the next thing that I knew, Patricia Mashali called me to tell me that the legal fees had been taken care of. So I didn't have the time or the opportunity to contribute, but I would have certainly have done so. Certainly would have done so. I just didn't. I think that Ms. Das found someone to pay it. I don't even know if she paid it, but I had made a commitment that when the lawyer needed to be paid, I would certainly contribute. But that just happened before I did.
So this witness lied.
I think he's still under the impression that because I committed to it, that I did.
Ms. Mashale, I think also, as you've indicated, has also mentioned that I believe you were also, she also said that you helped, provided financial aid.
I actually didn't. I can tell you off the top of my head that I did not.
So, and I think I've asked this to every witness that seems to mention the other witnesses that have appeared before us. Now, Ms. Mashale and Mary Dahas, we know they belong to a WhatsApp group and they appear to have a very close relationship. Are you part of the WhatsApp group? How do you know them?
I have Patricia Mashali on WhatsApp. I do not have Ms. Das on WhatsApp at the moment. I do intend to add her because I have a new number. I know Patricia Mashali because she reached out to me and she was very supportive of me when I was trying to get this thing going. When she was very, I don't think I'd be here if it wasn't for Professor Mary Dahas. I think I called her. I think we've had about 2 or 3, maybe 3 telephonic discussions, just verifying information and that type of thing. I would, for instance, call her up and say, I called the professor at the time, I probably still will. Professor, do you know anything about, for argument's sake, honorable souls? And she would maybe say, yeah, you know what, you used to do this, that, and the other, but there's nothing serious in there. But I can tell you that Patricia Mashali has like a sister to me.
So the one thing that strikes one heavy when you read your statement is the I don't know what to call it, but a quiet parent. You don't seem to find anything truthful in General Khumalo, and you have a serious. This is actually probably the most appropriate way to put it. You have serious distrust in crime intelligence. Now it seems that it stretches over to the members of the PKTT, the National Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, all these senior officials. Where did it start? Where did it start? And I ask this because I see, and again, I refer to the other witnesses. There's a number of allegations, very similar in nature, that seems to circulate, and these are all aimed against the PKTT, crime intelligence, and General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo. When did it start? And where and how did it come about that you all seem to, you have the same information and you all appear very eager to make it known and to have these charges pursued, and it seems with not much success. And I tell you why I ask, it's twofold. To first of all understand the relationship in this group and your eagerness and the distrust against crime intelligence, but also if these allegations that you are making and these other witnesses, if there's any merit in it, then I'm asking so that the committee can come to your aid, because it's more than one person that have raised the same allegations over and over again.
I have a serious distrust of generals who lie to the public and to Parliament. I have a serious distrust So I hope that explains part of that. The PKTT, for me, is a total waste of money. I actually don't care what anybody says. You have a unit, excluding SNTs and overtime and salaries, costing us 100 million a year. I say you could probably double that. Huh? Investigating a handful of murders. And then on the Cape Flats, you got an AGU combating 3,000 murders a year with 7 million rand to spend. Can you see the disparity? And let me be brutal and blatant about it. The PKTT is not investigating a single death that is non-black. And it gets overfunded. And on the Cape Flats, we are losing 3,000 youngsters a year. And the AGU gets underfunded. They put a different premium on a colored life in this country. And I think it's disgusting. So for me, if anybody is going to try and justify the existence of a unit that last year investigated one murder at a cost of 100 million rand, excluding SNTs, excluding overtime, excluding salaries, while we're burying 3-year-olds out here. 3-year-olds. It just doesn't make sense. The PKTT must be disbanded, whether you use the word immediately or not.
So it started with the disbandment. Is that where it all started for you, with the disbandment?
No.
When did it start? Because you in your statement as well, you say that you used to think very highly of General Mkhwanazi. You used to see him as somebody who was a suitable candidate for the post of National Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
So where did it start?
For me, it started in portfolio. It started when I picked up on little things, when they're ducking, they're diving, when they're telling little white lies, but you're picking up on it. I just know, man, this is not what it's supposed to be. And trust me when I tell you, it's not personal, but it's fast becoming personal, but it's not personal. It's not meant to be personal.
I think we're nearing the end of your statement,
Honorable,
but there is.
Honorable Skosana.
A quick one, Chair. I just wanted to get it clear from our witness. He says that whatever we are thinking about the PKTT, it doesn't care because it has one indicated one murder for 100 million. Am I right if I hear you well?
Yes, you heard me fine.
Is that a fact?
You were in the 5th of March meeting, Honorable
Yes, I
Skosana,
am, yes.
where it was said that they had one politically motivated killing that year. Now, we have 2,999 more murders than that in the Cape Flats, and we're not getting those type of resources. Do you understand that a colored life is worth something too?
No. Remember, there is a unit in Cape Town. You know about that. I'm talking about PKTT now. The other unit will talk about once we start questioning you. We are saying to us, 100 million was used to instigate one murder. I'm just asking, is that what we are saying to us?
I'm saying one murder happened for the year.
For a year, one murder. Which is
one politically motivated murder. He said it, not me. General Khumalo said it, not me. So
we'll come to.
Let me quantify it for you. So before that, they had, I think, 50 dockets to conclude.
No. What I wanted to find out, you are saying it's one murder a year. That's just what you said.
I'm not saying it. Lieutenant General Khumalo said it in the 5th of March in portfolio that they had one political murder for the year. One.
But you don't understand what I mean. Remember, I sit in that committee with you. I'm saying here, we are telling us, let's forget about General Khumalo, yourself. We are saying to us that they've spent over 100 million for one murder.
I'm going to say it again. The PKTT's budget, operating budget for the year is 100 million rand. Last year, they had...
No, I know it is. I know.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Last year, they had one politically motivated murder. One. I'm saying there's no way we can justify that. No way. It's impossible.
But let me tell you, it's not true. But we'll come to that.
No, then
That-
you, need to
one
tell,
matter.
then you need to tell General Kumalo that it's not true because I didn't make that presentation, sir.
No, I remember we responded to General Kumalo when he was here, and you have to respond to us because we are the one who's telling us as well. Am I right?
I didn't make that presentation.
But we are doing
I'm
it now.
quoting the presentation. So you're arguing with the wrong person, sir. Or would you like me to play the slide?
No, I have.
Thank you.
I have. We will ask you. I just wanted to find out that you remember you are under oath, and Kumalo was under oath. If he liked to us as well, General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, he will for his own sake, he's going to be the one who will be responding to us. Why did he misled this committee? So hence to you, I'm saying to you, you are saying to us, one political killing for 1 year.
For the first
100
time, sir,
million.
yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let's proceed, Advocate. The time that I have allocated for you to conclude is,
I will finish. We left with one topic and one extra question before we move on to that topic. Ms. Honorable Adams, paragraph 41 of your statement, you say that Mr. Bonginkosi Dlamini is not the only person or policeman who's being abused by the system. And then you say your personal interaction with General Mkhwanazi was when you texted him about your view in relation to the finding in Major General Khan's disciplinary proceeding.
Yes, Advocate. Like I say, I had great admiration for General Mkhwanazi. And the information that I had, and the information that, like I said, I couldn't confirm it, but it spoke of a police general stopping a heist that was facilitated by policemen of about 700 million rands worth of drugs. And then this policeman who stops the heist gets charged. And they want to dismiss this man using the infamous Section 9 rule. But the policemen facilitating the heist, the ones he caught, they're still at work, they weren't charged. And General Mkhwanazi found General Khan not guilty, and I sent him a text message. I said, well done, General, that was the right thing to do. That's the only interaction I've had with General. And then I think he responded with a thank you. And that was it. I've never contacted him again. And that wasn't done for any other reason except the fact that the man stopped 700 million rands of drugs from hitting our streets, and you want to get rid of him. Like, who makes a call like that? Lieutenant General Kumalo. Now, I'm going to save you some time, Advocate. I want to demonstrate to you how crime intelligence in this country works. They want to get rid of General Theo. They do. They fire the man for losing his service first pistol. Brilliant. I've got a list here of policemen who lost their service pistols. All of them are still at work. But in crime intelligence, when they want to make your life a misery to get rid of you, they will take your wife's status, or what they assume to be your wife's HIV status, put it on a police letterhead and circulate it. It's in the attachments. This is crime intelligence. If they want to get rid of you, whether they lock you up, whether they defame you, whether they use Section 9, whether they use your family against you, this is what they will do. This, in my view, is how a cartel operates.
Can I just ask in relation to General Khan's disciplinary proceedings? Do they make the information available at the portfolio committee? And I'm asking this because I'm trying to understand how would you know the merits of whatever charges were laid against him and that caused the disciplinary proceeding to be instituted against him?
You know,
How do you know the facts?
you know, Advocate, I tell you again, I miss Andre Lincoln. If that man told you this is on, it's on. If he told you that Honorable James is doing that, she's doing that. He told me. That's how I know about the policeman that facilitated the drug heist. Let Kumalo come here and deny it. 6 or 7 policemen facilitated the drug heist. General Khan caught them. He was charged. They were left at work.
Honorable Ngolo.
Thanks, Chair. Very quick one. On the police official who lost his service pistol and got fired. Is it not that he got fired not on the basis of losing the pistol, but on the basis of losing the pistol and manufacturing lies of how the pistol was lost? Was he not fired on those bases?
Chief, he was fired using Section 9, not through a DC. That's why it's before the CCMA right now.
The point is, I don't know what section is it, but the point is, was the firing on the basis of losing a service pistol, or was it on the basis of losing a service pistol and make misrepresentations to the police service?
Okay, let me answer it for you this way. There was no DC, so there's no minutes. But I'll answer it for you in another way. Let's say that he was fired for fabricating evidence. General Ushaba was charged with defeating the ends of justice. He's still at work. The officer who laid the charge against him was fired using Section 9. Where's the consistency here?
No, but you don't get my point, Honorable Adams. Leave those examples because it's a complete different issue, that one. I'm saying, you say in your statement, this police official was fired on the basis of losing a service pistol, and other police officials did not get fired on those bases. So I am asking to you, was he fired on the basis of losing the pistol or on the basis of fabricating how the pistol was actually lost?
Can I maybe recommend that you get that man here and he can tell you? Because what I can tell you is if he fabricated information, then he's defeating the...
So
Let
if
me
you
finish.
say,
No,
wait. No, wait.
Chair, this is not going to work. Chair, this is not going to work.
That. You
No, you're doing that. I'm talking.
No.
I have the mic, sir.
No.
No.
You're a witness here.
Respect for all
You're
men,
going
and
to
don't-
behave as a witness.
No.
You're going to behave as a witness.
But you will not intimidate me.
I'm not intimidating.
Honorable
Chief,
Chair,
I was
asking a question.
Chairperson, you cannot ask me a question and not allow me to answer.
and Honorable Adams.
Chairperson, he's going to behave as a witness.
Yeah,
He's not going to determine how we do things.
Honorable member.
just one moment.
Yeah.
Let's do like this. Can you look at each other?
No. I won't look at anyone.
No, Chair, there's no love to be made here. I was answering his question and the next thing I know he's down my throat.
Chair,
If he's not going to allow me to answer the question, then he shouldn't ask me anything.
Chair, have you not recognized
You
me?
have not said any of you must speak.
Have you not recognized me?
I have not said any of you must speak. I'm calming you. Can you look at each other?
No, Chair, I'm not going to look at him.
Chair, can I proceed?
Honorable Adams and Honorable.
You cannot proceed. I was talking. You cannot proceed.
Honorable Adams.
Chair, we're not going to be
Honor-
dictated by a witness when
And I will not be
proceed.
bullied.
Honorable.
It won't happen.
Honorable Ngolo and
It won't happen, Chair.
Honorable Adams. If you can't look at each other,
I'm not going to look at him, Chair. I'm not going to.
may you please look at me?
I look at you, Chair. You're a good looking man.
No, I have not said any one of you must speak. I'm saying, look at me. Look at me, honorable members. We have started these proceedings on a good note. And whatever time this morning when we conclude, we must conclude on a good note. You know, last week, just last week, it's not even a week because Thursday is only tomorrow. We had a witness who stood up in the proceedings and left. And when he left, the chair kept on calling the witness for his attention. And the witness never dared to look at the chairperson. And so now, when I call you by names, and you can't listen to me when I call you, I become scared that you may want to do the same things that we saw happening last week. Can you please listen to me, honorable members? Yes. Let me start by saying this to you, Honorable Adams, because I have been observing. When members ask you questions, you say to them, call that person to come and respond. If you made that statement in your affidavit, or if you make a statement in your affidavit and you are unable to substantiate it, then that part must be withdrawn, because you can't make a statement and when members ask you a question, you say you must call that person to come and respond to these things. I don't think it's going to help us in these proceedings. What we request from you is that you give us honest answers. If you are unable to respond to a question, you can just indicate that I do not have an answer to that question, because if members ask you questions based on your statement and you refer them to another witness or another person who may not even be a witness, it's like an exchange of banter. So let's not take that route. And then Honorable Ngada, Honorable Adams is not the first witness to appear before you. There are many other witnesses that have appeared before you, and we have not seen the side that you want to show us today. Can we please persuade you to maintain your calm and ask the witness the questions that you want to ask him? Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Thanks, Chair.
My hand is up, Chair.
Chair, we have
Chair,
always.
my hand is up.
Yeah, he's still asking questions.
No,
You will come. Will come after him.
No, it's not a question, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I think on issues of discipline, we must not be neutral. What the witness is doing to Honorable Ngada is completely wrong, Chair. And he's not doing it for the first time to Honorable Ngada. We've been observing, we're quiet observing here. And that behavior, the attitude, he has no decorum. He has done it with Honorable Skosana. A person who asks a question, Chair, has a right to stop a witness when he feels that the question has been adequately responded to. Now, Honorable Ngada is trying to stop him, and he insists on continuing, despite being told that, no, we have responded to a question, stop, I want to ask another question. So that behavior is wrong. He's doing it with our honorable members, and I'm afraid if you do not reprimand him, he will do it with us as well. And things are going to turn ugly, because some of us are not going to tolerate that behavior. So he must be reprimanded, Chairperson, without being neutral. There's no need for being neutral. The witness is wrong. And what he is doing is not an honorable member before us now. He's a witness, and he must behave as such. Thank you.
Yeah. What I'm saying to yourselves is that no matter how justified you may be, that does not take the politeness away from yourselves. It depends on how you address the witness. If you dignify the witness with the manner in which you address him or her, that is what is going to help us to move the proceedings faster. So honorable members, we do not have to use the authority of our institution to tremble on other persons. We are a committee of parliament. Every witness that comes before us, no matter how wrong the witness may be, we are leadership. We must prevail. Honorable Adams, I want to request you to restrain yourself from doing the things that honorable members say they have observed on your part. I want us to have peaceful proceedings. At the end of these proceedings, you will still be with us in the National Assembly. You are going to be with us in the buses that take us to Parliament every day. So we don't have to conduct ourselves as if we don't know each other. We know each other very well. We've been working here since the last elections. Let's make this committee work. Let's make this committee succeed. You can proceed, Honorable Ngada.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have always adopted the modus operandi in all the witnesses. I want to list all of them who would have tried to get and tried to design or redesign how we conduct the proceedings, and we would have spoken against such kind, and it won't start tonight. That will be told by the witness how and where, when must we conduct the proceedings. The issue, Chair, here in contention, Honorable Adams makes an allegation in his statement that there is a police official that was fired due to losing a service pistol, when other police officials who lost service pistols were not actually fired in the service. So the question we asked following that was that the basis of the firing, was it on the losing of the service pistol or of the fabrication of the evidence thereof? Now, the end response from the witness was that maybe we should call that particular person and ask me. But it can't be acceptable because it's an allegation he made in his statement. Then he must be able to justify what he is alleging in his statement. If he has no further knowledge, he can say so. So that when we assess the evidence that has been tabled before this committee, we are able to trace and say, there is no justification in this kind of an allegation. So we're not definitely, Chair, not going to take the response that we must call that other person when the person who's actually making the allegation is here in front of us. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Honorable Adams, do you have a response to the question that has been?
Of course, you may, benevolent Chair. Chairperson, I've put it in my statement that General Theo was fired for losing his firearm. That's the information before me. I've supplied the committee. I'm going to supply the committee with a list of other policemen who've done the same thing. The member asks a very valid question. I attempt to answer. The member doesn't like the answer. I say to them, maybe. You heard him say, maybe. I'm not telling this committee what to do. Maybe, because all the facts would be with the person affected. Next thing I know, the member's down my throat. Next thing I know, people are complaining about my behavior. I didn't come here to be like chairperson. I'm almost through. I've been polite to everybody inside here. People are using the advocate's time, right? And getting upset when I give an answer. You can get upset on your own time. That's okay. Honorable Susana asked me the same question 5 times.
Yeah,
I answered him 5 times. Listen, understand, chairperson. I'm trying to work with everybody here. Now, if people are going to get upset because of nitty-gritty things, we're never going to get through this.
You must not be impatient with them. Our work is to probe. And when
100%, Chair, and I'm here to be probed, chairperson.
Yes. We can ask you one question in many ways. we are probing. Advocate Mohaitz, I have given you an extension by 30 minutes.
Chair, I just need 5 minutes, actually. Or rather,
Okay, just wait. Honorable Skosana's hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to,
No, you are protected by the chairperson.
Yeah.
It's me who has.
no, I'm
recognized
listening,
you.
Chair. Yeah, it's fine. Because I don't want to have gestures. And because, if there's gestures, I get distracted. What I wanted to find out, a quick one, you spoke about,
Chairperson, excuse me, Honorable Skosana. Can you just repeat what you said?
no, I'm still going to ask. I just kept quiet because there are some people talking. So what I'm saying, Chair, I wanted to find out from the honorable member. You spoke about Lincoln because I don't want to mix the two. I think you're talking about Comrade Lincoln, who was the general here. Is it the same general who joined your party, NCC?
Yes, General Andre Lincoln.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the one who was your member.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's proceed.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I lost something about distracted from Honorable Skosana, so I'm still confused. That's what I asked him to repeat.
No, when I recognized him to speak, there were mamas around him. So
Oh,
that's why he did not look at you. He was also disoriented. He was looking around to hear where those mamas were coming
oh,
from.
my apologies, Chairperson.
That's why I said, no, you must speak because I have recognized you as the
No,
chair.
no, I was just scared I wasn't answering his question in full. That's why I asked him to repeat. Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Advocate Mohaitz.
thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, we are dealing with, I believe, the final topic in your statement on it starts on page 14. It's
Yeah.
the defamation.
If you can please make sure that you conclude that topic in 30 minutes, I think
Yeah, Chair, I think.
it will save our time.
Yeah, I think it might even take less. It really also depends on Honorable Adams because this might be a topic that he feels strongly about, and I think I want to give him an opportunity to speak on it, a fair opportunity to speak on it. And, Honorable Adams, under this topic, you make allegations that General Mkonazi lied under oath. And he made aspersions on every member of the bench, politicians, and the judiciary. You also say that he made defamation, or rather, he defamed you and Minister Mkunu and Honorable Corner Barnett. Do you want to just elaborate on that?
The general at the press conference alluded to politicians that were protecting the cartels. He only named 3 politicians. It was myself, Honorable Kola Barnard, and suspended Minister Mkunu. I can't stretch my imagination far enough to imagine any one of the 3 of us being involved in cartels. So the general lied. The general also defamed the entire judiciary by claiming judges were involved, but he didn't produce a name. There's a question mark over every judge in this country right now because General Mkonazi said so.
Is your version that General Mkonazi actually said that yourself, Honorable Corner Barnett, and Minister Mkunu are part of a cartel? Is that
No.
He did not say that.
No, he said that there are politicians that are part of the cartels or protecting the cartels. But when he came to this house, he only spoke about Honorable Kola Barnard, myself, and the minister. He didn't mention anyone else. But he doesn't have the evidence or the balls to say, Adams, you are connected to a cartel. Listen to how I say it to you. General Mkonazi lied. I have the evidence and the balls to say it.
What is that evidence of his
It's right
lies?
before you. He said that the judiciary was implicated. He sat here. When he was asked to name the judges, he couldn't. He lied.
So when you say the evidence, it means your statement.
No, ma'am, his words, not mine. He said he will name them at the right place. This was the right place. He lied.
Okay. And then you also speak about the charges that you laid at IDEC. Now, there was an internal investigation, which we've learned that the National Commissioner commissioned into the allegation, or rather the charges that were made by IDEC against General Kumalo and General Lushaba. And I take it the purpose of the allegation of the investigation was to see if there was any wrongdoing on their part. You speak about this in paragraph 47 and 48 of your statement, and it appears that you were not happy with the outcome of that investigation.
I
Do you
couldn't-
suggest it was irregular?
I couldn't be happy with the outcome of that investigation because the provincial commissioner of the Western Cape ruled that these people had done nothing without seeing any evidence. Now, if indeed I had to hand him the evidence, General Patekile doesn't have a security clearance. He couldn't have handled that evidence. Do you understand what is wrong here? Furthermore, I contacted General Patekile in the heat of all of this a few months ago. I called him, I said, General, I can take care of my own security. I just need a threat and risk assessment done. I need to know where the blind spots are. You tell me where to look, my people will look at it. 4 days later, I WhatsApped him. I said, General, this is an urgent thing. Or you're waiting for me to get killed or something like that. The next day, I got a phone call. I declined it immediately. I don't trust the SAPs. Understand this. Witnesses are getting killed. I asked the provincial commissioner in the Western Cape, the same provincial commissioner that finds these people not guilty, do a TRA for me, please. He doesn't.
Mr. Adams, so what are you telling South Africans?
I'm telling
As a member of the Portfolio Committee on Police, are you telling South Africans that they shouldn't dare try to approach SAPS or put their trust and faith in SAPS when they want to get some sort of assistance or intervention, or when their safety is under threat, that SAPS is not the go-to?
Babita Diokaran said so. She's dead. Sandisa Mahaka said so. He's dead. General Kumalo sat here and told you that 90% of the South African police services in Gauteng is corrupt. What do you want me to tell South Africa? He told us that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt. I don't know how we arrived at that conclusion, but do you know what he's done to the morale of the Gauteng SAPS? Now, do you people understand that these are people that just don't care? They'll say anything to save their own skins.
We don't see any evidence of any of these serious allegations that you've made.
The WhatsApp chat between myself and General Patekile, I can send to this committee.
But what would that tell us?
That would tell you that I asked for a TRA from the commissioner of this province and that he dilly-dallied, and I almost got the impression that I was being left out, that I was being hung out to dry. That's the impression I got. Now, if you doubt what I'm saying to you, there's a commission report out in the Western Cape that the top management of the South African Police Services is working with a numbers gang. It's a finding. It's not me saying it. Do you understand why we don't trust the SAPs? Do you understand why I duck these people? Do you understand why my dockets got missing now?
Did it implicate the people that you've mentioned here? You've mentioned the National Commissioner, you've mentioned General Kumalo and Mkhwanazi. Are you implicating them?
It actually doesn't implicate the three of them. I'm talking about the top management of the Western Cape SAPs. Now, I've not seen the report because the Premier has yet to release it. But I know for a fact that it does implicate some of the very top management of the South African Police Service, Western Cape.
Honorable Adams, is there anything else that you'd like to add before we hand over to the members?
You know, ma'am, there's such a lot I want to say, but I can see tired minds here. And because I'm actually looking forward to the cross questioning. I'm going to say nothing for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the reading of evidence.
Skosana.
Clarity seeking question, Chair. He says that General Mkwanazi lied about the judges, and I think General Mkwanazi spoke about the judiciary. We as politicians here, in particular, about me, I've spoken about judges and I even named some of them on bail as we speak. As we speak here, they are on bail. So even if he said judges, some of the judges are alleged that they are busy with corruption. I mean, that would be tested as well. For you to say he lied, and he never spoken about judges, said the judiciary. You can go back again. But thank you. I just wanted that clarity to say that when you say he lied, because we are not finished as yet. We'll have our finding, a report to Parliament.
Honorable Susana,
Yes.
if I had made that statement, you would have asked for names. If I failed to provide names, you would have thought I was lying. I'm asking for consistency, like I did in the case of General Theo. That's all I'm asking for. Treat every witness the same, treat all evidence the same. Then South Africa wins. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Advocate Mokhaitz. Thank you so much, Honorable Adams, for the evidence that has been presented before the committee. We have now reached a stage where members must be allocated an opportunity to ask the witness questions. Can I check members who want to ask questions? Those who want to ask questions must raise their hands. I see. Wait.
Point of clarity, Chair.
No. Wait.
Point of clarity.
Yes.
Who wants to ask question tonight or
Yes.
even tomorrow?
Yes, we're taking questions now.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Can I check members who want to ask questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Honorable James, your hand is not up. I assume that you are not going to be triggered.
No, I'll go tomorrow, Chair, because there are certain things that I need to verify.
Yeah.
There are certain things that I need to verify before I can ask my questions.
No, tomorrow we have Mr. Apollo Sullivan and Miss Sarah Jane Trent. Mr. Adams will not come back again because we are finishing tonight. Can I see how much time you need per speaker? Honorable Sangoni, how much time do you need?
15 minutes, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nola.
15 minutes, Chair. ANC speaks in one voice, late at night.
20 minutes, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, you called my name.
Yes.
20 minutes.
You need 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just only adding 5 for my round.
Honorable Nomvalo
15, all of us.
for the MKP.
MK. But
Okay. The DA.
no, not combined, Chair. I'm sorry,
Yes.
15.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Yeah.
The DA.
Sorry, 20 for me, Chair, and 15 for my colleague. Thank you.
20 minutes for you and 15 for Honorable Thaupa. The EFF,
Chair,
eh,
30 minutes, Chair.
30 minutes. Okay. The IFP, 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. The PA,
Take a guess, Chair. Take a guess, Chair.
you need 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable James,
20 minutes, Chair.
20 minutes. Honorable Vessels,
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Can we start, Honorable Sangwan?
Chairperson, just before my honorable leader starts, Can I just go to the bathroom just to wash my face, please? When I'm really hurting, I'll be back in 5. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair, so we're going home at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I have given you the time that you need. That is my work as the chair, is to allocate members the time they request.
Chair,
Honorable Matthys.
Chair, the committee did not agree that we were going to do questions tonight. We did not agree when we were making a decision on how many witnesses we must have here. When we finalized, from what I understand, we said we will finish with the advocate and then the evidence leaders will take Honorable Adams and then we will schedule another day for him to come in, answer questions. That is what we agreed to. And now you are pulling something on us. That is what we said, because we knew what time we were going to have, and we had a feeling that Honorable Adams was going to take a lot of time. And it's also not fair for a witness, especially someone who has expressed that he has pain, to be sitting here for such a long time as well, Chair. And we even said we can schedule Honorable Adams because he's a full-time member of Parliament and he lives in Cape Town. So it would be easy for us to maneuver for him to come back and ask questions. So you laughing there. I know you were winding us up, but I thought maybe you were going to just go with this. But 3 o'clock is not something we should do. And we're also not going to be able to do justice to the work we're supposed to do as members of Parliament.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I fully agree with Honorable Matthys. Yeah, we must be considerate of many factors. This is this committee, Chair, is broadcast also to members of society. We must not only think for ourselves. If really we have appetite of staying for the whole night, we must think that this is not our committee. The public is also interested in the proceedings. Now, when we have night vigils, Chair, which are unannounced because people are not prepared to stay for the whole night to watch TV and so on. And also, there are workers here that we must think of. There are workers from the media. There are workers from who are not paid for overtime. So let's not be. I don't want to say let's not be self-centered because that would sound rude. But I'm saying let's be considerate of many factors, and not only think of rushing, because it looks like now we're under pressure and we want to rush things. I don't think, Chair, it's healthy, and I don't think it's ideal to stay beyond 1 o'clock or even 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I have not opened for discussions. One is that on the table where I'm sitting, there is no decision that we are not concluding with Mr. Adams tonight. Let me see if it is still tonight. Yeah, it is still tonight. There is no decision. The committee members have agreed during the day that the only witness that we are releasing was Mr. Chet. And then we are proceeding with 2 witnesses. And so far in the proceedings, I have not heard any complaint from Mr. Adams. The last complaint that I recorded here was from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. That is the last complaint in my records. Mr. Adams has never complained that he's not in a position to proceed. He has never raised that matter. And even members of the public, when we sit here, if the microphone is not working well, they will send us feedback to say, please check your microphones. So far, there is no record of any member of the public saying we've been watching you the whole day.
There are, Chair.
We think
Actually,
now.
on the chat,
now
there
is the
are.
time.
People are saying that it's late. When are we concluding? They want to
Can
go
you
to
just
bed.
read one message? Because we were a committee.
Let me try and find it.
We're not a committee of fact, we're a committee of evidence.
Chair, my hand is still up.
No, I'm going to, we're not a committee of facts, we're a committee of evidence. Honorable James, read.
I am looking for it, Chair. I saw it. I kid you not. People were saying, I can't believe I'm making food this time. I'm going to bed. It's late. I was reading those messages.
Yeah, no, read it before here, before us here. Both of you, either yourself or Honorable Nomvalo, whoever gets the message first.
You can't get the message, they're sleeping, Chair. Everybody's sleeping. We don't have an audience now.
Chairman, I can sponsor a message from Lonwabo Pam who says there's no sound on 408 Asiniva Emakai.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we've got one message from Freddie saying it's late, Chair, and tomorrow we have something to do.
Okay.
Yeah, we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, there is one message which
Yeah.
says we're working, it's late.
Yes.
I speak on behalf of South Africa. And this one is addressed to the chairperson to say, Chairperson, please, we want to sleep. Okay, let me check with the witness first. Honorable Adams, do you have any problem with us proceeding?
Until
Chairperson.
3 o'clock.
Chairperson, I'm hurting, but let's finish this. This is our opportunity to show South Africa how dedicated we as parliamentarians are. Why would we want to burn this opportunity, Chairperson? I'm hurting, I'm not lying to you.
You are ready that we can proceed?
Chairperson, I want to finish this. Let's do this.
Okay.
Besides, why would I want to give them time to regroup?
Yeah. The witness is saying that he wants to have this done and dusted. Honorable Skosana.
Chair, when we started, you remember what I said? We had 3 witnesses. I've said it earlier. So I'm saying chickens are coming home to roost. Thank you.
What does that mean? Because if you
It means that I've told you so.
if you speak in
I've told you so.
if you speak
That
in-
we're gonna
in
finish at 3 or 4. That's what I said earlier. Let's do it.
That's exactly
Thank you.
what I said when we started with honorable members. Listen. We need to reconcile ourselves to the reality of the situation we face. I warned you about the hours that you are going to need. When Advocate Mashuka was still here, that we are going to finish with Advocate Mashuka around 7 o'clock. And you are going to need 5 hours with Honorable Adams, and you are going to need 5 hours with Mr. Chetty. And then the committee said, no, let's release Mr. Chetty and continue with Mr. Adams. He is here, the engine is roaring. He says, no. Where I stand is like I'm starting the trip now. Let's get onto the road. Honorable Sol.
Chair, we will end up spending time until 3 discussing the issue. Be decisive, Chair. Make a ruling. Let's go.
Yes, the first speaker from the African National Congress is Honorable Sangon.
Chair, since we have not heard you make a ruling, I thought you were rotating the matter for guidance. Honorable Skosana speaks about what people said, and if I could just remind Chair of what our proposal had been, was that we finish with Advocate Mahshuha, we then take Honorable Adams' evidence, and we come back and we discuss or we engage him tomorrow. That was our proposal. Now, Chairperson, if when you make a ruling, because I'm assuming you have not yet made a ruling, if when you make a ruling, there's a possibility of members engaging tomorrow, the African National Congress would prefer to engage tomorrow. We share the sentiments that have been raised with other members about it being late and the fact that we would be rushing through it, and we would not be doing justice to the issues that we need to canvass with Honorable Adams. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, Chair, we've advanced all our reasons. Unless we're going to pay overtime to all these workers who are here, we can stay. But if we don't have that money, let's go home and come back tomorrow. But two, we're tired, Chair. We've been here since morning and we're expected to wake up tomorrow. So we don't want to do a tick box exercise. We want to do an effective exercise here. Let's not rush to finish. Let's rush to be impactful on our work. Thank you.
The Democratic Alliance has not spoken.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would be very shocked if there was anyone in this room who hasn't pulled an all-nighter. There's absolutely no reason. The witness is here. He's willing to speak. We're here. We've all agreed on the time we're prepared to use. So we've now wasted nearly an hour deciding whether we should decide this or not. I mean, it's a complete waste of time. Let's just do this thing and get it over and done with. I can't help it if there are people who say they're tired. Really, stand up and walk around the room. That's all it takes. Thank you.
You have not spoken, Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will go along with the proposal that we actually do the questioning of the witness at some other time, not tonight. We are tired, and the public out there is actually also no longer listening to what we are actually saying, because we are not doing this only for ourselves, but we need to actually give the South African public the reason to continue trusting our criminal justice system. Thank you.
Honorable members, none of you must say that we agreed that we were going to do the question in some other time. There is no agreement like that. The agreement that we have is on two witnesses. That is Advocate Mashura and Honorable Adams.
I will die with my boots on.
So listen here. I'm now exercising my benevolence as the chairperson. This is what we were supposed to have said. Chair, just exercise your benevolence. I'm exercising my benevolence, and this benevolence is informed by the following. That tomorrow we are having two witnesses, and we are likely to finish around this time tomorrow. And there is no space for Honorable Adams tomorrow. The witnesses that are coming tomorrow are witnesses like Honorable Adams who need sufficient time with the committee. And so we will look for a date, Honorable Adams. Number two is that normally after a witness has presented, we take a break and members have time during the break to go through the notes and prepare their questions. So now it will be like eating hot cakes right from the pan, which may not be good for the members. And out of those considerations, but also that the witness that appeared here before you had a voluminous statement which would have exhausted the members. We may not apply ourselves desirably on your statement if we were going to try and push to conclude everything tonight. What gives me comfort to exercise this benevolence is that when we talk to you, you show your commitment to be with the committee. There is nothing that scares us that you can stand up anytime and walk away. So we want to thank you so much for the time that you created, but also apologize that even when you showed intention to continue, members are exhausted and it may not be possible, it may not be fruitful if we insist on going ahead. Honorable members, we have received an apology from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. We have circulated the apology with yourselves. You must go and read it tonight. He is apologizing for what happened during the proceedings last week. So he will be here with us tomorrow. He will be the first witness, followed by Ms. Sarah Gentry. This is what is going to happen tomorrow. We are going to start with you tomorrow, the African National Congress, followed by the MKP, the DA, the EFF, the IFP, the PA, the FF Plus, and the HNSA. That's what is going to happen tomorrow. When you come here, you must come here knowing that you are going to be allocated time. And once your time expires, you will no longer have any other opportunity to engage with the first witness. And then once we are done, we will then take the evidence of Ms. Sarah Jane Trent, and then thereafter we break, and then we run until we finish. So what it means is that from 10 o'clock tomorrow, because with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we are not taking any evidence. He is still under oath. From 10 o'clock tomorrow, the first speaker must be ready so that we excel on the management of time. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Perhaps you could just clarify for me. As I recall, Mr. O'Sullivan we'd done the questions and the evidence leader had said that she had a few more questions to ask.
Yeah.
And I think she asked two. She said, I have a few more, too late, he left.
Yeah.
Is it not just those questions that need answers?
No, no,
Or
no.
are you now reopening the entire
What,
question?
what,
and
what
answer?
I'm saying is that I am giving all of you an opportunity. If any one of you does, if you don't have questions, it means you will not participate. You will wait for Ms. Sarah Jane Trent. If you have questions, we will start like this and check those who want to speak and allocate them time. And then we conclude, allow the chairperson of the committee to ask questions and the evidence leaders. And then we conclude the process with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And then we break, we come back, we take Ms. Sarah Jane Trent. And then after the presentation of evidence, we break, we come back, we take questions, which will run until this time tomorrow. So if you get a warning that it may be called, bring your jackets. And if you suspect that you may be hungry, get your provisions so that we don't run into difficulties. Yeah, and those South Africans who have returned to us, if you are able to respond, please advise them that tomorrow may be longer, and they can prepare themselves to be with us until the time we finish. Members of the media, this is specifically to you. Tomorrow we are starting at 10 o'clock. The venue is S12 and S12A, NCOP building. It's not the site. It is that site. It is not this site. It is that site. Yeah. Yes, and the last thing is that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has said that the document that we are circulating with you has confidential personal information, that it is meant for the eyes of the committee members only. So, look, honorable member, it is not me who requested that the meeting must come to an end. Because it is you, I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers.
Chair, which document are you talking about? There's no document there.
Responder Bonan.
Ramano, there's no document there.
What? Into that.
No, you're already questioning him with the cap inside the house. Well, that's where we should have started.
Yes.
I'm under the impression that I'm not an honorable member when I sit here, Chair. I'm but a witness.
Honorable Adams, you are still under oath, isn't it?
If I'm instructed by the benevolent Chair to remove the hat, I will do so.
Yeah, listen to me. You are still under oath, isn't it?
Yes, Chairperson, I am.
And you are appearing before us as a witness, isn't it?
Yes, Chairperson, I am.
And that does not take away the fact that you have been sworn in as a member of this National Assembly on the 14th of June, 2024, isn't it?
So just to confirm, Chairperson, the reason I did not argue the point raised by Honorable Nombalo was because he's an attorney and I'm not. It was made clear to me that when I sit here on this side of the table, I am not an honorable member of this House. But for the sake of argument and time, Chairperson, I will remove that That is part of an anti-bullying campaign. Thank you, Chairperson.
It's not for the sake of avoiding arguments or for the sake of progress. The people that you brought here, when you introduced them the last time you appeared before us, you said these are the people who are your family relatives, and some of them are members of your party, isn't it?
They are all members of this party, Chair.
Yes. So you carry that heavy responsibility and obligation to represent them to their satisfaction.
I am in no way arguing with the Chairperson. I was just stating the facts that were said in the last meeting. But thank you, Chairperson. The point is taken in good spirit. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, Honorable Adams, our witness is here. And let me also greet the South Africans who have accompanied you here, who at all times give you their unconditional support. We want to thank you so much for your presence. Can I check honorable members who want to ask Honorable Adams questions? I see Honorable Vessels, Honorable Topa, Honorable Kolabanat, Honorable Sols, Honorable Matthews, Honorable James, Honorable Ngango, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sanguni, Honorable Skosan. Your hand is not up, Honorable Sokanyila. Your hand is not up, Honorable Nombalo.
I'm giving my time to Honorable.
Yeah, you have to raise your hand so that we recognize you and allocate your time.
Okay.
And then when we have allocated you, you can give it to Honorable Skosana. So, because if you don't raise the hand, you are going to forfeit.
No problem. My
Okay.
hand is up.
Can I check? Can I check, honorable members from the ANC? How many minutes do you need?
2 minutes. 2.
Okay, together 30 minutes, Chair.
You need 30 minutes combined.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Honorable members from the MKP. $30 minutes combined. Okay. Honorable members from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. 2020.
You need 2020. You mean 40 minutes combined. Okay. Honorable Vessels.
Chair, I think 10 minutes will suffice.
10 minutes will be fine with you. Honorable Ngango.
20.
20.
Thank you.
Honorable Matthews.
20, Chair, for both.
So it's 40 minutes.
For
Or
EFF.
combined.
Mhm.
Honorable Sols.
30.
You need 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Yeah. It's now 3 minutes after 20 hours. So by 9 o'clock, the ANC.
Chair,
Oh, Honorable James,
again,
yes.
forget about me.
How much time do you need, my dear?
Thank you. 20 minutes, please.
20 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, by 9 o'clock, the speakers from the MKP and the ANC should be done. Hello? Honorable Noble.
I'm saying, Chair, within these 30 minutes, Honorable Souls must tell us how much is for preaching, how much is for motivation, and how much is for questions.
Yeah, and
Chairperson.
before, I mean, let me prepare the honorable members to also be ready to say hallelujah, praise the Lord.
Yes. You see, when you come to experiences of spiritual things,
Yeah.
time doesn't matter.
It does. No, I agree 100% with you.
Honorable Nomvalo must just release. He must
That
just-
is spiritual food.
Yes.
Reinvigorating.
In my time.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope he's answered now.
Yeah. Are you starting, Honorable Ngada? You can start.
Thank you very much, Chair.
It's now 5 minutes past 8.
Good evening, Mr. Adams, and welcome back. Look, there is no doubt that what you experienced is something so unprecedented. It's something that we have never heard of. It's actually shocking. That's why you say at first, sorry, at first you didn't even know what to do with the information. And there is no doubt that it's something you're going to remember for the rest of your life. How come you forget the date when it happened?
Honorable member, it's a real pity my wife is not here tonight. Because she could tell you I forget my children's birthdays, and there are days I walk around in the house and then they tell me, do you know it's your birthday today? I'm terrible with dates. I'm terrible with small details. I do understand where you're going, but trust me when I tell you in all honesty, I do not remember the date.
I'm sure you sometimes even forget your birthday.
I actually forget my birthday every year.
Okay, now let's take you to paragraph 9 and paragraph 8. In your statement, yes. So, you say in paragraph 8 that you decided to hand over the information to SAPS. But to paragraph 9, on paragraph 9, you say you decided not to hand over the evidence. But later in your statement also, you would have handed over the information to someone from the state security agents. It's quite confusing from where I'm seated. To whom was the information handed over?
Chief, initially, when I walked to the police station, I walked from Parliament, I thought to myself, I'm not going to hand these documents to the constable, the sergeant, whoever's going to take the case. Because one of it is marked top secret. Thinking to myself, I'm going to give it to the investigating officer when he contacts me, so we can shorten the line of people that know what's in this docket. But then, when I was tipped off to the fact that my dockets had gone missing, I decided I wasn't going to give it to SAPS. I was going to, well, not right then, but when the IG contacted me, when the IGI contacted me, I decided this is where my information is going to go. And I must tell you, in all honesty, it wasn't because I thought or knew that this was the right place to leave the documents. It was just, I literally wanted these documents off my hands, but I didn't want to give it to just anybody, if you follow me.
Okay. Now, you get this information and you rightfully say that you got confused to an extent you did not know how to handle this information. And with a possibility that this information may also be fraudulent. So when did you decide that it's an authentic report?
I didn't. Remember, I handed it to the IGI for further investigation because I had this feeling in the back of my mind, man, that somebody wants me to run to the newspapers with this. And I'm thinking to myself, but what if it's fraudulent? What if it ends up with egg all over my face? For this reason, I kept it quiet at the time.
So you have got your friend Lincoln. Is it Lincoln? Your friend?
Andre Lincoln, Major General Andre
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Was he working in the Western Cape or the Cape Town Central Police Station?
I actually would not be able to tell you. What I can confirm is he was the first head of the AGU. He was a very bitter man because they had been promised the type of resources allocated to the PKTT. and then the plug was pulled. So he was very bitter towards the SAPS.
So how does he get to know when, by who, and how were your dockets collected from the police station?
I would have no clue, sir.
And you did not ask?
I did ask.
Okay, let's go to the IGI. The IGI calls you and asks you about your cases. Does he tell you how he knows that you have opened the cases?
No, sir, he does not disclose
He
that.
doesn't tell you. Are you people generally who called each other even before the incident?
If you had to ask me the day before who the IGI was, I wouldn't be able to tell you. We've never called each other before.
Okay. Did you know the information contained in the reports you received from the door?
I actually wouldn't be able to answer that. But what he did say to me is, I have an interest in the cases that you've laid. My office, rather, that I think I'm quoting him. And that was it for me.
So it did not strike you that at least you must be aware whether did the IGI get your contacts? How did he get your contacts? Because in the usual course of events, he would say, I am Xola Ngola, the Inspector General of Intelligence. I got your number from Kusela Sangoni. I'm calling you in respect of this. I got a briefing from so-and-so that you would have found yourself in this situation.
I would love to encourage you, my brother, to think a little bit more of our intelligence services. They have their ways and means of extracting information, like telephones, like emails. The IGI found my number. Maybe if, like Honorable Malema is insisting he gets an opportunity to sit here in this chair, he can tell us how. It's actually, I'd actually also like to know. I don't know how we got my number. And you know what the funny thing is that I don't think I was using the state-sanctioned WhatsApp at the time. I wasn't using the phone that was given to us. So that's actually quite an interesting question.
You're not using the parliament one?
No, I don't use that for WhatsApp because I'm told that those things are hackable.
Do you know why the IGI was suspended by the president?
No, maybe the president will tell us.
You are not aware?
I'm not aware
of why you were suspended. Now, you receive a call from a lieutenant colonel checking you about your cases and wanting to meet you. So you say you successfully avoided meeting him because you were suspicious. So maybe you can, because in the paragraph you don't specify why were you suspicious of this police officer, and you say you were later vindicated. How were you vindicated?
So I've laid charges. The dockets are collected. We've now established that it was in a safe somewhere. So there was no intention from the SAPS to investigate. So now a lieutenant colonel calls me telling me he's going to investigate. Now, why I felt vindicated is because according to the SAPS structure, a lieutenant colonel does not investigate a general. So even if this guy was a genuine lieutenant colonel, he didn't have the authority to conduct an investigation. And for this reason, whenever he called me, I just palmed him off politely. No, man, I'm in Joburg. I'm sorry, I'm stuck in committee all week. I just gave him, because he called a few times, I just gave him an excuse every time until he went away.
Okay. I've never seen a grabber. At what times does a grabber become redundant? What did you actually mean?
You know, technology is a very funny thing. It evolves consistently.
Yeah.
Like an iPhone 6 is no longer in use because it's obsolete. So the grabber that was purchased by crime intelligence, by Dumisani Kumalo, mind you, they bought an obsolete grinder. See, the construction work is coming out. Obsolete grabber. They bought a 4G grabber in the 5G era. But I have a suspicion that they knowingly bought that 4G grabber. I have a suspicion that they never intended to buy something at work. Because if you look at what the rumors are that the price was so inflated, I think they just bought a grabber for the sake of buying a grabber so they could loosen some money. That is what my suspicion is, but it's not something I can confirm. Like General Mkwanazi would say, I thought to myself.
Do you know which year was this grabber?
I actually do have the date written It's either in my office or at home, but I do, and I can supply it to the
No,
committee.
just the year. You said you are not good with dates.
I'm terrible with dates, terrible.
Was it not 2017?
I don't want to lie. It could be, but
Because-
like I said,
Was the evidence that we have here is that there was an attempt to buy a grabber by crime intelligence in 2017, but the grabber finally was not bought.
you know,
There are a lot of issues here, they say.
you know, Honorable Nolak, because I'm speaking under oath, I don't want to feed you the wrong information. So if I do have the chairperson's email, I can mail him the date first thing in the morning.
Yes,
That's okay.
please, please do. Chair, no further questions. Thank you.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Adams, tell me, now that you've delivered your testimony, when all is said and done, what do you want us to take out of it?
I would like for this committee to just look at the facts. Don't take my word for anything. Look at the facts that I've supplied. Look at the facts that the accusing team have supplied and make a reasonable judgment and make reasonable recommendations. But I would like this committee to understand that at the very top of the South African Police Services, there's a cabal so corrupt, it threatens all of us. All of us. Honorable Kola Barnard, who I must admit I don't have much of a liking for, but she spent 25 years in this parliament doing her best. For a man to go on national TV and accuse her almost of being part of a cartel and then offering no evidence, that was defamation under oath.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to push you because of time. Let's look at these facts that you say we must look at. Now, the accusing team, I learned a new term today. I'm assuming that you and Ms. Mashale are part of the accusing team.
No, we are the accused.
Oh, are you the accused? Okay. Now that we've clarified that, Ms. Mashale says the information was not classified. You say it was classified. Which is it?
I thought parts of it were classified. Patricia wouldn't know any better because I never showed her the information. And I do think that she's trying to protect me somewhat, which you know what I love about her. But if I must tell you,
How does that help us? Because you said we must look at the facts. She had exactly the same information that you had. She says it's not classified. You say it's classified. Okay, how do you know it was classified?
there was on the one document, it was written top secret.
Okay. And now I'm trying to go to the facts now. One of the criminal documents you opened related to the abuse of the Secret Service account by Lieutenant General Khumalo, who you accuse of channeling funds of the PKTT. How much did he channel or siphon, or whatever the word is, and how did he do this?
You know, honorable member, if you look at the 2021 uprising in KZN, when General Mukwanazi and then Minister of Defense, I forget her name now.
Nosiviwe Ngakula?
There we go. They were having a hell of a spat, and it was ugly and it was public. And General Mukwanazi accuses her of staying at a 5-star hotel.
Honorable Abrams, my question is.
No,
you
I'm getting to it.
General Khumalo of siphoning funds.
I'm getting to it. Then the general accuses the whole minister of staying at a 5-star hotel, as if it's illegal. But the PKTT is staying at 5-star hotels. And I'm telling you that this is one of the ways where they're siphoning money. So if you're asking me for a total, I'm not an accountant. I'm not a forensic examiner. I'm not even an investigator. I'm asking this committee to look at it. I'm asking the committee to summons the ledgers.
Okay, you can assist us with evidence that they were staying against government regulations, I'm assuming you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Then you say the PKTT is a private service of former Minister Ele. Can you substantiate why you made that allegation?
100%. So earlier I heard testimony, it was the Raptor's testimony that the PKTT did not do the raid on Vusikat Matlala's house. The leader of that raid was in actual fact Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo from the PKTT. So I believe, and I believe that investigation will prove, that the PKTT is being used by former Minister Cele to bully people.
Mr. Adams, you've opened dockets, right? So I want to know, when you're making these allegations, what evidence are you relying on?
I never opened a docket saying that the PKTT is being used I never opened that docket.
Part of the dockets which accompanied Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's affidavit, where he lists each and every single docket that you put there.
So because General Mkwanazi says that it's a fact.
Okay, what did you then in your docket indicate?
Just show me the
Please
page
do.
number, please, ma'am.
I'm not sure if you have Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's
I do.
affidavit.
I do.
Okay, I will tell you the page number now as soon as I find it.
Somewhere. Brought quite a bit of paper with me. Just give me Mkwanazi's document.
If you look at page 3 of 8, it's the complaint. Okay, I don't have the pagination now. I can share it with you. But he says Orlando case number, and then he writes it out. There you spoke about Major General Dondo failing a polygraph. The next one, you accused General Kumalo of the Secret Service account. The next one, you said General Kumalo was involved in a cover-up of Valeria. And then you then said General Kumalo and Major General Lushaba are utilizing funds to purchase vehicles. Now, do you have any evidence to base any of these allegations?
I don't want to delve into the merits of the case, but all the evidence that I had pertaining to those dockets were handed
You
to the
have
IG.
evidence.
I handed it all to the IG. All of it.
So you said that, and I'm quoting here, that in a civilized country, if I could find it, in a civilized country, if Lieutenant General Mkwanazi did what he did, going around and speaking on things without evidence, it would have been dismissed or something to that effect. Why must we take you differently from Lieutenant General Mkwanazi? Because you come here and then you just say,
Don't take me differently. Take the judge who signed off on the arrest warrants differently. Because Kumalo is in court. Madondo is in court.
So you came to have evidence of all of that?
I gave the evidence to the IG. I don't know how the IDAC got it, but what I can tell you is everybody in this room knows that General Kumalo was arrested.
Okay. On paragraph 25, you said General Mkwanazi would have been dismissed. Oh, sorry. On paragraph 45, you say no one disagreed with the disbandment of the PKTT, and here you're referring to the Police Portfolio Committee. No one disagreed with the disbandment of the PKTT until a reason was needed to attempt to complete the capture of SAPS. What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I say, ma'am. I was in the Police Portfolio Committee. Honorable Skosana was in that committee. Honorable James was in that committee. Honorable Kola Barnard was in that committee. And the disbandment of the PKTT was read to us as a fact. General Kumalo brought the presentation. There was not one word mentioned against it by anyone, including Mkwanazi, until they needed a reason to call a press conference. Now, please understand, when General Kumalo says that we've had one politically motivated killing in KZN this year, and therefore he essentially says the PKTT has come to the end of its life, I accept it as a fact. Mkwanazi, on the other hand, feels different.
So are you saying that the Portfolio Committee, as well as these generals, then got a reason to complete the capture of SAPS? I'm confused.
Not the Portfolio Committee.
Okay.
What was the reason for the 6th of July press conference? It was according to General Mkwanazi himself, because the National Commissioner was at the gates of prison. It was to defeat the ends of justice, if he was telling the truth. This is what I'm saying. It's about the capture of the SAPS. It had nothing to do with the PKTT. The PKTT had been agreed upon in portfolio, in front of all of us, that it was no longer
So you think Minister Mkhunu was correct to disband the PKTT?
I think that the minister may have overreached. I think he should have discussed it with the IMC, which I didn't think at the time. But I'm willing to concede that because I was in full support of the minister. However, there was no disagreement on the disbandment of the PKTT.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Cedric Ngabinde?
I've met him.
Before or after you wrote to the minister?
I walked into Mr. Ngabinde in the road outside here. Must have been a few weeks after.
So you didn't know him before the
I never met the man before.
Okay, now on your annexures, and I do apologize, I don't have them in front of me now, where you emailed the minister where did you get the minister's email from? Email address?
If I don't want to lie, I'm almost sure that I got 3 emails from General Lincoln, and then he called me and told me the first one doesn't work. I think it was 3, but I think I sent it to 2 emails, I think.
Okay, so you emailed minister at 8:21, and then 4 minutes later you emailed Gabinde. So what happened in those 2 minutes? Who did you talk to?
No. Nothing happened in between those few minutes. I got the email addresses from General Lincoln in the evening. And the morning he called me and said to me, that first email doesn't work. And then I sent to the other 2.
Okay, now why did you go to IDEC and not IPID again?
IPID is toothless and useless. How many cases have they refused to investigate? How many recommendations have they not made?
Why was this within the mandate of IDEC, according to you?
I didn't know if it was in the mandate of the IDEC. I'm testing anyone and everyone. And if IDEC didn't get back to me, I'd have mailed the FBI if I needed to, but we needed action on this thing.
But you chose not to go to IPID?
No.
Okay. So General Lincoln informed you that dockets were missing in the Western Cape. Who notified you in Gauteng?
General Lincoln again.
Oh, he also has access to Gauteng.
That man was a legend in the service.
What exactly did he do?
People respect Mr. General Lincoln for being who he was, for risking his life to fight for those of us sitting here today.
So what was his role that he could access such information?
I have no clue.
Very convenient though, Mr. Adams.
Why is it convenient, ma'am?
No, because General Lincoln is not here to give us this information.
I don't know if this is going to come as a surprise to you, but all of us will die. All of us.
So tell me, you said, okay, 2 days or 3 days after you messaged the minister, you contacted IDEC. Who did you contact at IDEC and how did you get this person?
I was given the number by General Lincoln. He did not give me a name. He just gave me a number. It was a female. I did not ask for a name. I said that I need someone to contact me. I'm a member of parliament. This is my number.
Okay, you had very scathing remarks to say about General Mkhwanazi and the 21 July unrest. You said he took leave. How long was this leave?
I don't know how long paternity leave is. I've never taken paternity leave. Where I'm from, when your baby is born, you leave work, you go and check if the child has 10 fingers, 10 toes, you make sure it's got the family nose, and you go back to work. That's what I'm understood. That's how I understand it.
Are you from KZN with a wife from the Eastern Cape?
I'm from the Cape Flats, ma'am.
Okay, let me finish my question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
General Mkhwanazi testified that his wife gave birth in KwaZulu-Natal. She is from the Eastern Cape. He drove through the night, took her home, where we come from. That's what you do. Now he went back to work, having checked the nose the following day. Now that's why I'm asking you, when you come here and you say he took leave, what do you have that is contrary to what General Mkhwanazi said?
I'm not, you're going to have to argue with Minister Nkula, because she's the one that says that they were.
It's very convenient that when you ask direct questions, somebody else is responsible for what you're saying.
If I was the defense minister at the time, I'd give you a direct answer. I wasn't. She's the one that was struggling to get a hold of Mkhwanazi. And also, if he drove through the night, that was one night. The case in unrest went on for weeks.
And he testified that he was there. He wasn't gone for weeks.
Ma'am.
Okay. Can you direct us, and hopefully this might be my last question, which policy says that crime intelligence buildings can only be used by crime intelligence officials?
Just a second. I actually do have the documentation here with me. But there is a policy on the purchase of buildings and the use of them. I've got a lot of documents here, but I did actually bring it with me. Just give me 1 minute.
No problem.
One second, Chairperson. Excuse me. I know I'm using your time, Honorable Member.
It's all right. We've waited long enough to have you sitting there, Honorable Aiden.
That was all the fault of management. I never ducked this committee once, only because I don't have to. Chairperson, here's quite a lengthy document explaining all of what the honorable members asked. May I give it to you so you can just hand it over to the rest of the committee? It's quite a lengthy document. If I start reading now, I'm going to use all of your time. Thank you.
Okay, and then my last question to you, you said that
Thank you, Chief.
On paragraph 25.1, under oath, General Mkhwanazi claimed he would arrest Minister Bheki Cele if he committed crime. Minutes later, he accused Mr. Cele of trying to draw him into his own wrongdoing, in spite of admitting to this house, blah, blah, blah. No docket against Mr. Cele, what. So basically here, the accusation is that General Mkhwanazi is favoring Bheki Cele or protecting, shielding him. What is this wrongdoing that you think that General Mkhwanazi should have arrested Bheki Cele for?
I wish General Mkhwanazi had told us, because he said he tried to draw me into his wrongdoing, and that's when I distanced myself from him, and that is a quote.
But is trying to draw somebody into wrongdoing, does it necessarily mean it's a criminal offense?
I don't know of any wrongdoing that is not criminal unless you're under 18.
Well, I don't know, because General Mkhwanazi apologized for having implicated Mr. Cele in getting money somewhere. Now you are expecting a document to be opened and you put this in your statement. Document for what? Because that would be a crime that you're alleging.
If I am the Provincial Commission of KZN and I'm accusing the minister, a whole minister of wrongdoing, it will be in a written grievance or case number.
Or it could be a boys' trip, like he was telling us that they took boys' trips. Would that not be wrongdoing?
Maybe then,
How do you come to the conclusion
maybe then the general
it should be a crime?
Maybe then the general should clarify that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm done. Thank you, Honorable
Thank you,
Adams.
Member.
Yali.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Honorable Nwala said he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, no, I will only ask 4 questions.
Tell General Mkhwanazi I say hello.
Let's go to paragraph 14 of your statement.
Paragraph
14.
14.
Yeah.
Yes, Chief.
You are saying it is deeply frustrating because if the committee had been allowed to do its job, many of these issues could have been resolved. Which committee are we talking about?
The Police Portfolio Committee, Honorable Member.
So it has not been allowed to do its job.
I was blocked. I have tried to get truth out of these generals, and there was no assistance from the management of the committee.
You tried to do what?
I tried to get answers out of these people, out of General Masimola in particular, and it just wasn't allowed.
Answers about what?
The hotels, the cell phone grabbers, the security.
So that is
clearances.
after you opened the case, right?
Yes, Chief.
So was it necessary for them to give answers to you whilst you have opened the case? Because
No.
the matters you were asking about were under investigation.
I think you have a fair point on the hotels, but then that didn't happen when I requested the security clearances of certain generals. When I spoke about the 100 million rand Mandrax bust, that was never reported, that no longer exists. Those were the questions I was coming at.
You know, initially I was under the impression that you were not aware that the documents that you claim to have found under your door were classified. I thought you were not aware. But you've just said when you were answering Honorable Ngola, they were written top secret.
One.
Only
one.
So why did you not take them to Parliament?
It was marked top secret.
To the committee?
No, it was marked top secret.
So when you took them to the police station, were you opening a case or you were submitting them?
No, I did not submit them.
What were you doing?
I opened the case. I was waiting for the investigating officer to contact me. Then I ran it over.
Let's go to paragraph 45. We are talking about a transgression which was endorsed by the National Commissioner.
Just hold a second, Chief, when I'm struggling with my arm, please.
And we are saying this transgression, we are calling it a transgression because we are saying it is against SAP's protocol.
It is.
The media briefing.
Act 56 of, I think it's 56 of the SAP's media policy.
What does it say?
It says that you're not allowed to threaten journalists, and also you're not allowed to make claims that you cannot substantiate.
So which claims were made?
That there are political, that there are members of parliament shielding cartels.
I beg your pardon?
That there are members of parliament that are shielding cartels. It was said.
So has that not been substantiated?
No. It has not been substantiated because Mkhwanazi says so doesn't make it a fact.
No, I think you must say you don't agree with what.
No,
he
it has not been
Don't-
substantiated, Chief.
Don't say it has not been substantiated.
My leader, just because you agree with it does not mean it's substantiated. No evidence was brought before.
Just because you disagree with him doesn't mean it has not been substantiated.
So we can agree to disagree.
Okay. You are saying on paragraph 32. Matlala was the cash funeral of either General Masemula or Peggy Cele, or both. What evidence do you have to prove this?
You know, Vusikat Maklala has essentially put himself in jail by admitting that he's given Peggy Cele a cash gratification.
And then with regards,
So,
to Masemula?
I don't believe you can separate Masemula and Peggy Cele. Because if you look at the logical points of it, like Honorable James said earlier, if you connect the dots, excuse me. Vusikat Matlala received this tender. The National Commissioner has admitted that he was aware of the process, but he didn't stop it.
Of which process?
That Vusikat Matlala was about to receive the tender. He's admitted it.
No, but I'm asking evidence here because we are making.
Chief, I'm connecting the dots for you. Why is it okay that Sentimule can connect dots, but Fadiel
those dots are invisible.
No, Chief. No,
I
Chief.
don't see any dots here.
No, Chief.
Yeah,
Why?
only seen by you. Which dots are you talking about?
Chairperson.
Yeah, I'm
No,
asking
I'm
for
speaking to the
evidence.
chairperson. May I speak to chairperson? Chairperson, I'm going to ask that I be treated as every witness before me. The witness before me was allowed to connect the dots. I was sitting right there. The person who brought us here said, in my thoughts, in my
No,
opinion.
but-
Now I'm connecting the dots for this honorable member and I'm asking that you allow me to do it.
No,
please.
but dots can't be imaginary.
What?
I'm
dot?
talking
Am I
about-
imagining the fact
No,
that
no,
Vusikat
I'm
Matlala received a
talking about
360 million rand
evidence.
tender?
Which
Am I
evidence?
imagining that?
Which evidence?
Am I imagining that he got 50 million rand out of the SAPs?
Which
Am I imagining
evidence?
this?
No.
Am I imagining the fact that Masimola is the accounting officer for the SAPs?
Yeah, calm down, then I'll ask
So you got the dots. I'll calm down now.
Calm
Thank you.
down, then I'll ask you questions. I'm asking you about evidence. Which evidence do you have which suggests that Masemula benefited
answer you this way.
unduly from Mr. Matlala?
Let me answer you this way. If Masimola does not receive a gratification, why doesn't he stop this madness?
Why doesn't he?
Why doesn't he stop this madness? Why doesn't he stop the tender or the payments? Why does he allow it to flow?
No, I'm not saying you must guess here and ask
I'm
me
asking for a question, Chief. I'm
I'm
not
saying,
guessing.
do you have evidence?
I've just given you the evidence.
But do you have evidence?
Okay, I'll tell you what, Chief. Let me concede the fact that I wasn't an eyewitness. But then let me ask this portfolio
So
to
you don't
investigate.
except
Can I
these dots,
finish?
except these dots that
Honorable
you are talking
Mavalo,
about.
can I finish? Can the witness talk?
The person, you can pass the mic to Honorable Skosana. Thank you.
Only-
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams.
Good evening to you, Honorable Leader.
Madam, you testified that you found an envelope containing documents alleged exposing criminal activity within crime intelligence that has been slipped under your office I'm not sure whether there's a carpet there. But I guess that we can get it for footage. Who has put those envelopes there? Because in our offices, there's CCTV cameras there. Am I right?
There's a camera in the passage there. And I would have thought that state security would have looked at that already.
Yeah, the chair, I think that's the first thing we should do. That we must, exactly get who put that envelope under the office of Mr. Adams. I think the secretary will have that for us. Can you tell the committee who authored those documents and how they were anticipated or verified and why you accepted them as credible evidence before you open a criminal case?
Honorable Skosana, for the sake of time, I'm just going to refer to my previous testimony that I had no idea if these things were credible or authentic. I don't know who put it together. That is why I decided to hand it over to the right investigating body.
Yeah, but before you do that, you look at them, am I right?
I did.
Now, before you open a case, I mean, you can't just take a document because somebody said Honorable Nombal and Honorable Skosana have shot someone outside there, then you go to the police. Am I right?
Yes, you can.
You'll apply your mind.
Yes, you can. It's up to the NPA to decide it is a case. That's why you open the docket.
Now,
I'll walk you through the process if you want me to.
no, I understand that. I
But-
understand
but then
very,
honorable-
very well.
But then, honorable member, don't tell me I can't do it.
No, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying that if people brings envelopes in your office every day, are you going to open cases every day?
Yes, all day.
Okay. You indicated that you did not initially hand over the documents when opening the cases because you feared the information was classified. Why were you fearing the information was classified?
There was one document that was written top secret and it looked official.
Well, was it outside the envelope?
No, it was inside the envelope.
So you opened the envelope?
Yes, I opened it. I had to read it. I mean, how else am I going to know
Yes.
what's in there?
Yeah. Now, and so I'm asking you, you said you feared, you were afraid of looking at this document. Am I right? It's in your statement anyway.
Honorable Skusana, I am from Lavendale 7945. We are afraid of nothing.
Yeah,
I opened the thing and I feared that it might be false.
You feared that it might be false. Now, can you explain where those documents were stored and who had access to them and whether there were verifiable chain of custody existed for the committee to assess their integrity? Talking about the committee.
I'm sorry, my brother. I can't explain because I have no idea where they came from. I don't know. You know, there's a part of me that says I can't be the only member of this house that received those documents. Because we're a two-seat party. And I'm sure that somebody slipped that documents to many, many people. I'm just sure nobody else. Can I finish, please?
Yeah, because
You asked me a question. Can I finish, please?
Yeah,
Please.
You responded already.
I'm just telling you that I think I was the only one foolish enough to see this thing through.
Now, you rely on the advice from the late General Lincoln regarding the handling of these allegations. Am I right?
If I did not take the advice of Honorable Lincoln, I would probably be in jail for sharing classified information.
When was that? On which month did you spoke to General Lincoln?
It was in the same week that I got, I think it was a day or two after.
No, when?
And I think
Which month is it?
I think it was in October. It is somewhere. If you want me to search, I can, but I don't want to use your time.
October when?
Just give me 1 second, please, Chief. I do not want to perjure myself. Just please, my year and dates, we are not the best of friends. Can you just find me the first page, please, man? Please. I'll give you the date if you want to keep going, Honorable Skusana.
I'll wait for
Okay.
you. Because that's where the matter is now.
First page. Sorry, man. Don't you have my statement as well? Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry. I'm sorry, I gave her the wrong documentation. It was in the last week of October
Which year?
in 2024, sir.
2024, am I right? Now, and when did you open the case?
The case numbers will give me the dates. I can share that with you. Have you got the case numbers there? Thank you. I'm looking for the case numbers. I've got it here. I didn't expect.
Okay, why you are busy? It's fine because of time. Did General Lincoln personally review the documents you received, and did he provide any written advice or corroborating evidence that supports the seriousness of these allegations?
I told General Lincoln what the documents were about, and he asked me if there was top secret in any of them, and I said yes, and he said, then don't show it to me. You'll get into trouble for that.
But you're in trouble already because you look at them as well.
I'm in trouble for receiving it.
No, I'm saying, you say, no, receiving is something else. You look at those documents, am I right?
I opened the envelope, yeah. That's what
So
we
you
do.
look at them.
So if you get an envelope in your office, you're not opening it.
No, I'm asking.
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
asking.
he said to you.
No.
But you can't ask me. Remember,
Chief,
I'm the one who's asking you.
I'm expecting you to be reasonable, but you're not.
I'm
saying
very
to you,
reasonable.
I'm saying to you, if you find an envelope on your desk, you're not opening it. So you're not doing your job.
No. I'm saying to you say General Lincoln said you should not look at those.
He said to me, don't Don't show me the documents.
Right. Now, you testify that after being warned, the first docket might be suppressed. You open a similar case at Orlando and Lachte police station. Why were you opening cases in 2 different police stations?
Because
In fact, it's 3. It's not even
3.
2.
So,
Yes.
so what happens is what happens is that when my dockets are collected here at Grand Central, I decide to make it hard for someone.
Who was that
Whoever.
someone?
Well, right now it looks like Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs.
Yeah, but do you have evidence that is Peter J. Jacobs?
The evidence I'm relying on is General Sentemule, who spoke before me.
No. I'm asking you that.
Nowhere in my
remember when you open a case, you can't say the evidence is me.
Chief, nowhere in my statement do I allege that General Peter Jacobs collected my documents. I say my documents were collected.
Yeah, but my question is, did you have evidence on what you are alleging? I'm asking you why you went to 3 police stations.
And if you'll allow
and let me just finish by saying to you, perhaps you can clarify these 3 dockets, whether were identical and whether you inform investigators in Gauteng that the duplicate cases has already been opened in the Western Cape.
the documents were not identical. The reason I went to different police stations was just in case somebody was collecting my dockets again, I'd make it harder for them. And none of them were duplications. And no, I did not tell the police in Gauteng that the dockets were collected in Cape Town. I felt it was none of their business.
Now, you suggest that SAPS official attempted to suppress the dockets by diverting them to provincial office. What documentary proof or official records do you have that shows the removal of those dockets was procedural or irregular or part of a deliberate cover-up?
I am not an investigator. A man who I trust with my children's lives told me my documents were collected. That was good enough for me. What has since transpired, especially on the sworn statement of General Sentimule, was that my documents were in fact, actual fact collected, and that it was found to be with Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs. Now, I am not saying she's right. I'm saying this is her testimony.
Yeah, but now I need your testimony now, Honorable Adams. You testify that you met Inspector General of Intelligence and handed the information to Advocate Governor, am I right?
Yes, sir.
So you had copies of this document. You opened cases, then you went again to the Inspector General.
If you listened to my statement now the other night, I did not hand any information to the police. The copy that I had, I gave it to the IG.
So when you opened the case, you just opened cases in those.
I just gave a statement, a sketch of what
Yeah.
was of what had happened, and that I wanted further investigation.
But because you were afraid of something, what were you afraid of?
A few things: my life, the documents disappearing, the suppression of the case, further cover-ups. I can go
Yeah,
on.
but why then do you open a case if you are afraid of dockets to go missing?
What are my options, Honorable Skosana?
No, I'm asking
The only
you.
place I can open where I can get a case number and have something investigated is with the SAPS. I can't have it done from Parliament.
Yeah.
I can't have it done from the hospital. I can't have it done from the civic.
True, I
Everybody-
understand that.
Can I finish?
Yeah, I understand that.
Everybody's asking this question, but nobody's telling me you should have done that.
No, I'm saying to you, remember, you don't trust the police, am I right?
Not at all.
But you still went to the police station to open cases in the police station, am I right?
I know people that don't like the day hospital, but they have to go and get their tablets there. I don't trust the police, but I needed a case number.
Yeah, now.
Am I right?
Or you only needed a case number, not the matter to be investigated.
I wanted the thing on record.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I want.
That's what I'm saying.
Chief, my statement requires further investigation.
Yeah.
So,
Now-
so what I'm asking for is further investigation, as long as I'm in possession of a case number. So if they hijack, I can move against it.
Now, you made an allegation against General Kumalo that his testimony relied on the material generated by, what do you call it?
AI.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Do you have evidence of that?
If you read his testimony and read what AI gives you, it's virtually identical. But I'm glad you bring up General Kumalo, Chairperson, because I would like to retract my retraction now the other night. General Kumalo was in actual fact the head of crime intelligence KZN at the time of the KZN uprisings, Honorable Skusana.
No, and I understand
No,
that.
no, no. Can I
But
finish?
I'm asking about the,
No, just because you
evidence.
just triggered something. You asked me to retract. I retracted. I retracted wrongly. He was the head of intelligence KZN.
Yes.
He was the reason for the failure of intelligence that led to the deaths of 300 people. But back to the point again.
Sorry, can you, I beg your pardon? You said for the failure of?
He was the reason intelligence failed KZN with the 2021 uprisings.
Do you have evidence of that?
The Human Rights Commission will tell you. I've got the report here if you want it.
Yeah, no.
Brilliant. I'll give it to you right now.
No, listen to me. We all know the report from all our state institutions, whether it's Human Rights Commission, but I'm saying, you are saying to us today that the person who's responsible for the upheavals of the July 2021 is General Kumalo.
Chief, that's not me saying it's the Human Rights Commission making a finding.
I'm asking you now, because I'm talking to you. Human Rights Commission will call them at the right time if we need to. I'm just asking you.
Honorable
Say,
Skusana,
are you saying?
Let me help you. You're
Yes.
asking me for evidence. I'm saying here's the Human Rights Commission report. That's evidence.
So
that is
it's
evidence.
entirely on John.
That is evidence admissible in court. You don't need to like it, but that is a fact.
No, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just asking you to say, are you saying today that because the Human Rights Commission says that in one of, not necessarily in one of the, you are saying it's General Kumalo who's responsible for July 21 unrest?
I'm not saying he's responsible for the unrest. I'm saying he's responsible for the failure of intelligence.
The failure of the intelligence?
Yes.
And General Mkwanazi, you said because he was on leave?
Man goes on leave while his province is burning, so there's nothing I can do about that.
No, I'm saying we are blaming him as well for him to be on leave.
I'm telling you the man went on leave, sir. I'm telling you that any man who would have stood by the hospital window and watched his province burn should have been fired.
So I'm asking you, it's not about sentiments here. I'm asking you a simple question. Are you saying it was wrong for General Mkwanazi to be on leave because they are banning Spar supermarket or they are banning a stadium or whatever?
Because 150,000 people lost their jobs and 300 people lost their lives. He shouldn't have been on leave.
Let me say to you, if he was in, those people would have been alive today.
We could have saved lives.
I'm asking you.
We could have saved lives.
Yeah.
The troops work best when the general is
let
there.
me ask you, Mr. Adams.
I'm not saying that 300 people wouldn't have died. I'm saying we could have saved 1 life, 10 lives, 15 lives. Who knows?
Yeah, but remember, those culprits, if I may ask you, are those culprits being arrested as we speak here?
You know, this is something that I feel very passionately about because the 300 people killed during the KZN riots, those were politically motivated deaths. And the PKTT is not investigating that.
No.
So you are asking the wrong person if the culprits are being arrested.
No. Some others is not politically, as you say. It was thugs. Thugs who killed, I don't even want to mention their name because you know them in a particular suburb. They've maimed people passing the door. Innocent people, you know that.
Honorable Skusana, the Human Rights Commission says it was politically motivated and not take their word over yours. Are we okay?
No, but let me tell you, the fountain of wisdom is not only Human Rights Commission in this country. We have many institutions here. We've got Parliament as well.
Chief,
we need to probe that. We can't say because Human Rights Commission said so, then we are closing our eyes.
I will welcome you, Chief, if you start probing it, but that's what I have before me right now. That is a finding, that is accepted, and that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, now, you criticize the SAPS leadership for failing to name cartels operating in South Africa. Can you provide the committee with an independent intelligence report, case files, or investigating finding confirming the existence of such cartels that SAPS allegedly ignored?
Can I answer you like this? At the press conference, the cartels was the headline. At the ad hoc committee, there was no information on the cartels. You can't.
Why are you saying it was headlines?
Can I finish?
Yeah, but
can I qualify my answer?
Yeah, okay.
Skusana, this can't work, my brother, man. Please.
But don't mislead us, please, because when you say headlines on the July 16 about cartels,
the most striking part of that July 6th press conference was the hotel, was the cartels.
Yeah, but that's for you. For me, it was not, and for other people, it's not.
Let me retract.
Cartels.
Let me retract.
Yeah.
But at the July 6th press conference, it was about cartels and the existence of cartels and the politicians protecting cartels. And at the ad hoc committee, it was no, we've got no evidence of this.
Yeah.
Then they name a thug, Vusikat Matlala. He's a thug as a cartel boss.
No.
But
Yeah.
they've got no proof of that either.
Yeah,
So,
but-
so you, Honorable Skosana,
Yeah,
you
but-
cannot ask me for the evidence of cartels if the head of intelligence can't provide you evidence of cartels.
Yeah.
He's the one sitting with a R1 billion budget, not
Yeah,
me.
yeah, but listen to me, Mr. Adams. If you have evidence is not information. Information is not evidence. We are giving me information. That's not evidence. There's a huge difference between evidence and you said there's facts. And I'm saying to you, it's incorrect for you that you have facts.
Any-
It's facts for yourself. You cannot be facts for all.
Any-
We must still probe that.
Any
Do you agree?
Any investigation starts with information.
Yeah, and then now
What
are
I'm
you saying-
doing?
are you saying to us you've got evidence?
Of cartels?
Yes.
No, I'm not the head of intelligence. Ask Dumasani Kumar.
No. Because remember, it's you. You said that to me. You've got evidence. Most of your things, like you said.
When did I say this to you, leadership?
No, documents which they put under your carpet, you regard it as evidence. And I'm saying it's not evidence.
I regarded that as information, therefore I laid a charge.
Yes.
I'm
So
struggling with
it's
you here.
not
Struggling with
evidence.
you here.
But do we agree that is not evidence?
What is not evidence, sir?
Those documents you have.
A judge finds that there's prima facie evidence.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you, we are saying the judge. I'm saying to you, is that the evidence? Because the matter is still under investigation. There's no judgment on that.
So you understand how prima facie evidence works?
I understand, yes.
Well, that's what a judge found. So the
So-
judge found enough prima facie evidence to authorize the arrest of a whole general, knowing what the implications are if it's false.
No,
Can you let that sink in?
no. Let me ask you this way, Mr. Adams. Are you blaming General Mkwanazi to tell the country what is happening in this country? Let's start there.
Am I blaming General Mkwanazi?
Yes, for what he has done on the 6th of July.
General Mkwanazi played the last card available to him. He called the press conferenceman and he told lies. And all
No.
And you asked me a
No,
question,
no,
let me
no,
answer.
no, no.
And all this was done to save his bra,
No.
Masimola, from arrest.
No.
He's admitted to that.
Who admitted to that?
General Mkwanazi said that.
He said he was saving the National Commissioner.
That's what I just said.
Where?
Chairperson, help me.
No, I'm asking you where.
Chairperson, help me. Ek is in pyn. Ek kry nog 'n kom.
No,
Help me.
Mr. Adams, let's not go gossip here. Because those things are maybe on the street there, not in our COCO committee where I sit.
Honorable Skosana, General Mkwanazi says that he tried to save the National Commission.
No. Give us that evidence, Mr. Adams. I've never heard that.
Well, I'm happy to play it for you inside or outside, sir.
Yeah, please, if you can, if you have that, please
I will
play
find
it.
it to you. I'll send it to the chairperson.
Because for me, it's for the first time I'm hearing that.
Let me quote General Mkwanazi for you. The National Commissioner was at the gates of prison. That's what he says.
Was what?
Am I the only person in this room that heard it?
No, you're talking to me. I'm the one who's asking you.
I'm telling you what he said, Chief. You are free to dispute
He
it.
said the president what?
He said the National Commissioner was
Yeah.
at the gates of prison. That's the reason for the press
Was
conference.
against the president.
At the gates of prison. Can I have a blackboard behind me? I want to write in big bold letters.
Oh, gates of prison. Oh my God.
No, it's not got nothing to do with God. It's got to do with fraud, corruption, and nepotism. Don't blame God for this.
Now, because of time as well,
Thank God.
you suggested that businessman Vusi, inverted commas, Matala, because he's not yet found guilty as well. So it's still an allegation against him. Am I right?
Vusikat Matlala has been jailed for 4 years. He's a criminal.
He has been jailed for 4 years.
He was jailed for 4 years. He's
No,
admitted it.
I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. The case.
He's still a criminal. He's a convicted criminal. Whether you like it,
Yeah.
whether you don't.
No,
He's
no.
a convicted criminal. He's a boof. He's a scallum.
Yeah, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm talking about this matter now. I'm saying to you, you are saying Vus Matala may have acted as well as you say he's a criminal. you know, whatever.
They don't say he's a criminal. The court say he's a criminal.
But I'm
No, but
still
you must
on
stop twisting the facts to turn your narrative
No,
here. Let's say it together. Vusi Kat Matlala is a criminal. Come work with me.
No. I'm not in a shebeen. I'm in parliament here.
But you're acting
No. I'm not going to dance to that. I want us to have facts here.
Chief, here's the
Let us
fact.
not be.
Chief, here's the
Yeah.
fact. And your lawyer colleague next to you can confirm Vusi Kat Matlala is a criminal.
Yeah, I'm saying to you now, to you, I'm putting this to you. What direct evidence do you possess that links the timing of that press conference to an attempt to obstruct the influence of potential criminal procedure against the National Cocoa Commissioner? I'm talking about evidence now.
The only evidence I have is the testimony of General Mkonazi.
Yeah,
His own words.
But do we all listen to him? Maybe you listen in the other way around.
If the evidence is there, it's on the YouTube, it's on everywhere. Unless you're going to discredit Mkonazi himself, because that is what he said. He said it. He said it himself. He was under no duress. There was no gun to his head.
So he said the National Commissioner was on the case of the prison. Why? Did he explain on the press conference?
That is what I wanted to know from this committee is why didn't you ask him that when you had the chance?
No. You are part and parcel of the committee.
I'm not part of this committee, Chief.
No, I'm not talking about ad hoc. He's coming back here. I'm talking about the portfolio Cocoa Committee. Because remember, he started there, am I right?
Yes, he was there.
Yes.
Yes, he was there.
Do you agree?
Yes, he was there.
Did you ask him there then?
No, at the time, I'm still processing what was said.
Yeah, so if I'm saying to you, we are still processing that too, yeah. What's wrong with that?
What are you processing?
What do you ask me now to say why you haven't asked him?
But he was right in front of you.
No, he's coming back here.
Well then, hallelujah.
Chair, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. This has been fun. I'm going to, Chairperson.
Can you please retract that? It's funny, Chair, because we are not here for
It's been
fun.
funny. I said it's been fun. I enjoyed it as fun. Chairperson, can I just request just a 10-second recess? I just need to grab a tablet behind me, please. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I just need to grab a tablet behind me.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
But before you use the time that you request, can you recite those lyrics again so that Honorable...
Oh, that Vusi Kat Matlala is a criminal.
So that Honorable Kolabanat
She better be nice to me tonight.
can also tune in. Yeah? Because I see Honorable Skosana is like me. We are used to the notes. You learn the notes do, re, mi, fa, so.
No, we will sing it on the plane when we go to KZN tomorrow, Chairperson.
So if you just want to start without the notes,
No, Chair.
yeah, you start with lyrics.
Chairperson, can we get back to serious business, please?
Honorable Kolabanat, are you ready?
Thank you, Chair. I would ask that my colleague perhaps moves a little bit. I can't see the witness. Sorry.
Out.
No, not you. Thank you. I'm sorry to do this to you again.
Should I move to another chief?
No, he's very obliging. Thank you very much. Let's start with what is your personal theory on who is leaking information generally from crime intelligence, let alone classified information, and to what end? Because there are now constant reports, weekly reports, pouring out of crime intelligence and in the newspapers and the news online.
The honest answer, Honorable Kolabana, is I don't know. It is a concern because if you go onto social media, there's like 7 or 8 people constantly posting sensitive things. I mean, the fact that the IGI's report has been leaked to the media, it's a concern. I don't want to mention a name without even a little bit of information because I don't really know people at crime intelligence, to be honest with you. Because General Theo, in our last discussion, that must have been 2 weeks ago, told me that this is a ticking time bomb. He said it's only a matter of time before someone gets killed because of these leaks. So it is a real concern.
Look, I agree with you in your statement that the JSCI did not exist at the stage when you received the documents. It was only constituted on the 1st of April 24. So your options were indeed very limited. And that fact meant you had to go to the SAPS or the Inspector General of Intelligence or both. So what outcomes were you looking for in terms of both of those visits?
I was just looking for justice, Honorable Kola Barnett. And I told someone, I think it was the weekend, I wish I'd thrown those documents in the bin and just forgotten about it. Because it's actually turned my life into a nightmare. There was a stage, and there's people behind me that can confirm it right now, where I would have to have armed people collect my kids at school, where I would ensure that my wife didn't walk anywhere, not even to the shop, because it was hectic. The strain on my family, for all the good that may come out of this committee, I don't know if it was worth it. I don't know. The times I had to move my family from our home because we were just concerned about the amount of cars stopping when the neighbors tell you about people stopping in front of your house, taking pictures of your home. It was a nightmare. So there's a big part of me that wishes I'd torn those documents up and just walked away. But when I look at what these people have allegedly done, I'm actually very glad that I didn't.
I'm not sure if you're aware of the 2018 high-level review panel report on state security and the state security agency known as the Mufamadi report, which found that excessive secrecy and the cloaking of activities under national security were used to conceal widespread criminality, corruption, and political factionalism within the South African intelligence services across the board. Now, that was released by the President in 2019 and provided a damning indictment of the agency's operations. It seems you're claiming or agreeing that exactly the same thing is happening in crime intelligence, using secrecy to cloak criminality.
I wasn't aware of the report, Honorable Kola Barnett, but it does not surprise with me.
It's not a secret
It's not,
report, it's out there.
but I hadn't read it, but it doesn't surprise me, and I'm 100% in agreement in what was said, because it does appear as if there are people at crime intelligence and at SAPS as a whole who see the funds from crime intelligence as their own personal ATM.
Now, this committee is looking at possible criminality within our security services. Now, what you've raised here speaks precisely to that. I've never seen classified documents outside of the JSCI, so it's a mystery how you came by them. I don't know who leaked them to you, put them to you, shoved them under a door, whatever they did with them. So you spoke to the information about properties purchased by crime intelligence, which now seems to be endlessly reported on, presumably also via a crime intelligence leak. Do you have contacts within crime intelligence who speak to you regularly?
No, ma'am, I do not. I do not.
So where are the leaks from?
I tell you again, I don't know where those documents came from. And if I knew, I would certainly tell someone. Maybe not you, but I would have told someone. I don't know who put those documents there. I'm hoping the cameras will reveal something. That is the reason why there are cameras. If I wanted to lie about where those documents came from, I would have said someone left it on my windscreen. Someone left it at my Mitchell's Plain office. There are no cameras there. I'm telling the truth that I walked into my office and there it was.
Okay, your theory on why this particular entity is leaking like a sieve. To what end?
I think that it's a factional thing. I think that one set of crooks might be trying to oust the other set of crooks, but we also can't discard the possibility that there may be good policemen left in crime intelligence that are really trying their best to clean up. I don't know. I can't give you a definitive answer, but it wouldn't surprise me if one band of crooks wanted to get their hands on the till.
I do believe there are good cops within crime intelligence, within the state security age, everywhere. And I think, and I've seen what's happened elsewhere, when the good cops become overwhelmed, they've now reported things, they're ignored, it's shoved under carpets, something breaks eventually, and this information starts pouring out. My personal theory is that's what's happening now, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, do you believe that the late General Lincoln, had he lived, would have been tracked down and charged for speaking about this matter with you, for advising you to do what you did? After all, we see whistleblowers today, hounded, killed. Have you felt physically threatened personally?
I've had the feeling that I was being followed many, many times. My children have told me that there's a white car driving around every second corner they walk. We've had that. And General Lincoln told me that he was looking forward to a fight with the people that run the SAPs. And I must be very honest with you. I was looking forward to having him sitting behind me tonight. It is a real pity that he's not here.
Paragraph 13. You say you were deeply suspicious of the motives of a man who asked to meet with you as he was to investigate the cases you'd opened. You explained earlier how you avoided his calls. Now, what made you suspicious? Some might say paranoid, in terms of a police officer saying he was going to investigate your matters.
Yes, he called. And my issue was, I'd laid the charges, my dockets had been collected. So there was no intention to investigate until I'd spoken to the IG and the IDAC. But when he introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel, because again, I said to him, I think my first conversation went along the line of we can meet next week. But then I said to General Lincoln, Lieutenant Colonel, I think it was Phillips called me. And then he said, Lieutenant Colonel. I said, yeah, because I didn't find anything wrong with it. And he said, but a Lieutenant Colonel can't investigate a general. And I said, what does this mean? Break it down to me. I'm stupid. I'm slow. Then he said to me, Fadiel, this is going to be covered up. It's at this point I decided I'm not meeting you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Paragraph 15, you claim that Lieutenant General Khumalo purchased a redundant cell phone grabber. Where did that information come from? Is it a reference to the notorious 45 million rand spent on the grabber pre-Nasrec?
That is 100% the grab I'm speaking about. I mentioned that in portfolio also. It must have been 18 months ago.
Yes. What prompted you to begin asking about the lack of security clearance on the part of various top police officers? I've put out statement after statement over the years, many years, about exactly that. And the way top police officers, they dodge it, they duck, they dive, they won't go. But what prompted you to query this at exactly this time?
I am convinced that the carnage on the Cape Flats is happening because we have unqualified people in the wrong positions. If General Patekile does not have a security clearance, he shouldn't be operating as the provincial chairperson, provincial commissioner. If General Magashalala does not have a security clearance, he should not be the head of detectives of this province. Now, I can't confirm if they do. I'm using them as examples. But what I'm saying is that it is widely said everywhere you go that there are many, many dozens of generals who do not have security clearance because some of them can't even apply because they've got criminal records. Now, these are the people that the force cannot keep on. We can't under any circumstances. So the reason that I'm so upset about all of this is I can't verify it, but I've read somewhere that our intelligence budget was cut by 100 million rand to purchase these hotels. Now, 100 million rand puts boots on the ground. It puts drones in the air, and it puts investigators on the road. Now, children are being raped and killed daily because there's not enough funds. Right around the corner here sits organized crime. Policemen that are expected to combat cartels are working from cell phones because they don't have laptops. But we're buying Lani hotels, 45 million rand grabbers that don't work, top of the range sports cars if we want to. Meanwhile, poor children continue to die.
Paragraphs 23 and 4, you seem to link the 26th of June 2025 arrests of the Crime Intelligence 7 to the press conference of the 6th of July. Now you say 6, actually it was 7 because Lieutenant General Lushaba was rearrested, so that makes 7. Khumalo, Madondo, Lelakalaka, Gabela, Nkube, and Mokwele, they were granted 10,000 rand bail. They were ordered not to enter the premises of Crime Intelligence, but Lushaba, of course, remained in custody as his other matter, for which he'd been arrested a week before, was it was a Schedule 6 criminal offense. So owing to his pending case, it all became very messy, and such did not reflect on his affidavit. Now you seem to link their arrests with the July 6 press conference. Was that deliberate?
You know, Honorable Member, I watched that press conference at home. And I said to my wife, this has got nothing to do with anything except the arrest of Khumalo. Little did I know that I'd later hear it's because the National Commissioner was at the gates of prison. That press conference was a show of force, like he says. It was a show of force to threaten all of us. Arrest my friends. You'll see what happens. There was no other reason for guns behind him. There was no other reason for the camouflage uniform. It was a threat to this house, to this democracy, and to the rule of law. That's what it was. Hence my statement, Mkwanazi is a constitutional delinquent and is not fit to wear the uniform.
Have you had any feedback from the IDAC on their investigations into the matters you raised with them?
The only feedback I ever get from the IDAC is that the investigation is underway and they are making progress.
Final question. We read earlier today with an earlier witness about the internal SAPS report that cleared Lieutenant General Khumalo of the charges, your charges, as there was no evidence supplied. Now, how do you view that the SAPS believe that unless a civilian provides concrete evidence, the charges must then be dismissed? It does seem to me, in my many years on the Police Portfolio Committee, that so often a criminal charge against an officer who's in court being charged criminally, you see the same person being cleared internally.
But what do you expect when the head of SAPS legal is Becky Taylor's former legal counsel? What do you expect? And I'm asking this committee to look into the appointment of that man. And also look at his standing with the LPC, because he called himself advocate. But when we check with the LPC, we don't find a record of him there. Please, he was appointed as Taylor was leaving office. And we are reliably told that there was no interview process, no advertisement. So please, look at the man who finds Khumalo not guilty without seeing the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I'm coming to Kilbuta.
Honorable Thopa.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Honorable Adams, and to your family that's here with you. I hope you're doing okay there with your shoulder.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper. See, guys, I told you it was nice.
Honorable Adams, during your testimony, you did make a statement, and I wrote it down when you were speaking to Advocate Makhatse. You said you're a self-proclaimed conspiracist theorist. Could you just explain why you said that? Because we're dealing with lots of contradictory information. We're dealing with a lot of testimonies back and forth. Why would you use that statement?
When I say I'm a conspiracy theorist, it's based on the simple fact that I generally believe that where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, I've been a thief long enough in my life to know that when something goes wrong, there's generally a thief involved.
Don't even know how to respond.
What are you saying, Leader? No, some of us can admit to our shortcomings, Chief. I was a thief for many, many years and more.
Thank you for your honesty, Honorable Adams. When you were questioned, I noticed a discrepancy. When you said you made the cases here in Cape Town, then the dockets were fetched, you went to Gauteng, you mentioned that you had a feeling something wasn't right. A little later, you said General Lincoln had actually warned you. And I just want to know, which one was it? Did you have a feeling, and I ask it with a reason, or was it General Lincoln that warned you?
Chief, just to put it into context, General Lincoln warned me. Okay. He called me and told me your dockets. I remember that conversation, so your dockets have just been collected. I'm like, General, what does this mean? He says, it's in the provincial office. And me being stupid, I say, what does it mean? He says, it shouldn't have happened. They've broken the law. They're going to cover this thing up.
So General Lincoln was warning you, and it sounded like he had solid advice. He was telling you what was happening. Did he share any other suspicions with you?
No.
There was nothing else that he was giving you information on that could have assisted you and this committee?
No, he did not share anything with me. But let me tell you how solid General Lincoln was. General Lincoln was the type that could call me at 9:30 at night and tell me, you need to get to Woodlands quickly. So what's the matter, General? They're about to start shooting. He was that good.
All right. Thank you, Honorable. You said that you didn't inform the investigating officers when you made the cases at the second and third police station. Do you not think in hindsight it would create a bit of confusion and hamper investigations instead of insisting it?
No, because when I got onto that plane to Johannesburg to lay the charges, I was convinced that the cases that are open in Cape Town would never be investigated here.
And you said you don't, I can't verbatim recall the word you said, but you said you didn't think the minister handled the matter properly at a stage. You went to him after because you don't trust SAPS. Then you found a problem with him. He did reply to you within an hour, the chief of staff again within 40 minutes. What exactly did he not do according to you that was, who could have done better? Let me ask you in that way.
Well, there's always something that can be done better. I expected the minister to be harsh in portfolio. He wasn't. I also wrote to the minister. I asked him, I mean, this is much later. The IGI has concluded his report. He's confirmed this with me. He says the report is with you. Please bring it to the portfolio so we can discuss it. The minister didn't reply to that. At that stage, I was under the impression the minister was part of the cover-up. Today, I understand that I was wrong.
Honorable Adams, when you open a case, then an investigating officer wants to speak to you. You say you politely declined. You found reasons not to speak to him. I do want to understand. You open a case, someone wants to investigate it, then you decline to speak. And I understand your reasoning, but I'll get to that in a second. Does it not undermine then the credibility of the complaint? If you're refusing it, and I'll get to the ranking now in a second.
Chief, remember, the dockets have been collected. My conversation with Major General Andre Lincoln is, they're not going to investigate. This is why I go to Johannesburg. This is why I email the IDAC. I call the IDAC. This is why I go to to Pretoria to see the IGI of intelligence. Only after this do the SAPS want to speak to me. So the ranking thing was explained to me by General Lincoln, but in my mind it was, why now? If you understand what I'm saying.
I do. Is it possible that the Colonel Phillips,
I think it was Phillips,
was appointed to investigate that the dockets were interfered with and not the criminality or the allegations that you made? Because there's two parts to this, Honorable Adams. The one part is that you make an allegation and that needs to be investigated. But the second part is you're saying, well, my things were tampered with. You've gone to the IGI, you've gone to ADAC, you've gone to the minister. Everybody's investigating now this matter. Was he then not appointed to investigate the tampering?
It would have made sense if I had laid a service delivery complaint. I hadn't.
No, I understand. I saw that in your testimony. But I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because they have realized now there's tampering, like what you explained. So someone had to investigate the tampering.
You see, in my view, it's not that they realized there's tampering. They had tampered. So for me, it was a case of the IGI is investigating. Hopefully the IDAC will investigate. We don't need the SAPS to investigate anymore. That was just the way I saw it.
No problem. And no, I'll leave that. Honorable Adams, I'm not an expert just like yourself. You've said it, and I'm not shy to say I'm not an expert at these matters either. But the question I also wanted to ask, when you spoke about the files being fetched in Cape Town, and I want to understand, is that not also possible procedure, considering the high-profile nature? I mean, these are classified documents. We know people got arrested. My question is that a possibility or not a possibility?
No, sir.
Because you had contact with Lincoln.
There was no possibility. That was exactly what I asked. Is it not because of the profile? And then General Lincoln said to me that the SAPS and the SANDF are the two most structured entities in the country. And if you don't follow the protocols and the procedures, your head will fly. There was absolutely no chance of that happening. None.
Honorable Adams, you also make a very bold claim about SAPS having stolen the mandrakes. And you went on to say that in your testimony, while you were verbalizing it, you said that, well, if the National Commissioner didn't know, he knows now. Do you have any evidence of the SAPS actually having stolen that? And Honorable Adams, I'll ask this, I think, with the same passion that you have, and I really hope you do have evidence. Because I feel strongly about my kids, the same as what you do, and we wouldn't want our kids getting hold of drugs?
You know, Honorable Klop, I asked the question in portfolio. I gave them the case number. I said, here you go. Here's 100 million rands worth of mandrax that has disappeared. I mean, that has been confiscated. Why is it not in the media? I was given a response, and it's in the minutes which I've submitted, that it's undergoing further investigation. When we checked a few weeks ago, months ago, on the status of that case no longer mentions mandrax. It talks about firearms. So the question we have is, what happened to the mandrax? And therefore we say it's stolen. I know it's a bold claim, but let the National Commissioner come and make a different one, because 100 million rands worth of mandrax, that's almost exclusively sold here on the Cape Flats. And that is why it's personal to me.
No, 100%. And I think those are the questions that needs to be, that's why I'm asking them, because there is an opportunity to still question. And I want to ventilate these issues, because it doesn't help if you don't come forth with it now, it will be lost. You made another claim about the PKTT, and you said, you know, you bet your seat in Parliament. I think I heard you correctly.
You did.
And you said that, you know, other people are staying there. It's a money laundering thing. I want to understand, do you have any evidence of this as well? Again, I'm asking, and I hope you have evidence of people staying there, because it's not that it's trying to prove you wrong, but it's about having when we have to compile a report, that there's actually evidence that we can use to substantiate why we want something followed.
You know, Honorable Klopper, when any SAPS team, task force, unit travels, you know where they stay? They stay at the City Lodge. 1,000 Rand a night, 1,100 Rand a night. The PKTT is being housed for 10,000 Rand a night. So I'm saying to you with confidence that if I am wrong, I'll happily vacate council, our parliament. But I'm asking this committee, because those hotels were bought with the proceeds of the police portfolio's money, I'm asking the committee to subpoena the ledgers and the books so we can see who's being invoiced for what. Because I'm telling you with confidence, and I dare General Kumalo or General Masimola to go and lay a charge against me in the morning for what I'm about to say. That hotel is part of a big money laundering scheme.
You stated in your evidence after meeting IDAC, you considered that the case was finalized in paragraph 11. Is that correct?
I considered the issue finalized in that I've done my job.
Correct.
I've given the information to the IGI. I've described to the IDAC what's happened. I'm out of this now. That's what I'm thinking. The investigation must flow. And if the documentation I handed is fraudulent, nothing will come from it. And hopefully someone does their job if the information is verified.
You then, I think in the next paragraph, you spoke about you went to the IG. You gave all the information over to Advocate Governor. And in this paragraph, I would think, you think, well, now it's final.
Yes, essentially.
Did you do anything after this you've gone to IDAC, you've done that. Did you consult with the police portfolio? Did you consult with the minister? Did you consult with anybody after this?
I decided, after bringing things up at the police portfolio, that it was hopeless, in my view. And I say it again, it's a self-criticism. I sit on that portfolio as well. I did not speak to the minister further. I do not have the minister's number. I don't have conversation. The only minister I actually speak to is Gayton McKenzie. And that's more of a, you know, it's a whole colored thing. It's a different type of vibe.
I want to ask this question. You say you considered it finalized, but you've also at the same time in this committee spoken about a very strong conviction of you, accountability, transparency. You wanted to see prosecutions. Did you consider it finalized personally, or, well, whatever happens kind of finalized?
No, I considered it finalized personally. As in, I've done what I can do. There's no more I can do after this. I was just too happy that someone was saying that they'll investigate.
I understand. Honorable Adams, it was alluded to previously, and I want to bring it up again because it bothers me to a point. You can't help if someone slips something under your door, as much as you can't help if someone leaves something on your windscreen. I understand that. And your name has, according to you, also been dragged through the mud. Your family's in danger, and all of these type of things. And I know it's not your job to investigate either. But in order for your own name, why didn't you try and get camera footage already? I mean, I'm just looking at it from a logical standpoint. If I was in the firing line, I would have definitely tried to at least get camera footage, find out who's scanning. And you said it in when you were verbalizing again, 6:15 every morning you're in the office. So, you know, you have a timeline, you have a whole schedule.
You know, Honorable Klopper, I was under the impression